open. Firstly, councillors, apologies. The only one that I've received so far is from Councillor Southgate, who's going to be in and out during the meeting, she just said. So if there are no other apologies... Oh, sorry, Gary. So you'll just be out, not in and out. Okay. All right, I'll move that the apologies from Councillor Southgate and Mallett for absence at some stages during the meeting be received. Seconded by James. Those in favour, against, carried. Other than that, are there any declarations? Sorry, confirmation of the agenda is next. You should have a run sheet where we've hopefully reordered things so that they're in the right sense for the participants. So I'll move confirmation of the agenda as shown on the run sheet, seconded by Councillor James again. Those in favour, against, carried. Thanks. Any declarations of interest on any items? Any councillors? Nope. Okay. Norm, we're the same as normal on peacocks. Yeah, thanks. So we'll move to the public forum now. Oh, sorry, Gary. What did you say about peacocks? Norm, and as has happened each of the last 3 meetings, has discussed a potential interest with me, and we've agreed that there isn't one in the formal sense. Gary, thanks. So I probably shouldn't have even bothered mentioning it. The public forum, we've got 3 speakers. Firstly, we've got Selwyn and Diane June coming up first, and they're speaking on the subject of the peacocks, or the effects of the peacocks development on the neighbouring area. So, hi. If you'd like to come up to the front here, once we start, you've got 5 minutes, and if you wish to leave time for questions, Selwyn and Diane, that's fine. Otherwise, the time's yours. We'll start the timer when you're ready, and if you want to look at the timer, it's on the board up here, if you can see it edge on there.
Thank you.
And speak into the mic so that people can hear. Thanks.
Good morning, Selwyn and Diane June. We live in Waterford Road in Fitzroy, and we made submissions on the proposed Amberfield subdivision in the Peacock area. So our main concerns we're going to talk about today, I'm going to talk about the inadequate expert traffic engineer's report from the council on the proposed subdivision. Diane's going to talk about the proposed safety safety plans for the Peacock Norrie Street in particular that the council have proposed. So the traffic engineer's report is a straightforward consideration of traffic volumes, whether the intersection can handle the traffic. But what it doesn't do is consider the social impact on the people who live on those collector roads, as they're called, Beta Street, Norrie Street in one direction, Waterford, Dixon Road in the other. Now, Beta Street has 2 preschools, including a Kohanga, has 2 community centres and 2 very busy shopping centres. It's the sort of street that kids play along. They go to school, they walk to school. People in this area, the kids walk to school rather than get driven. And it's quite a busy street, Norrie and Beta. So the traffic engineer's report and the follow-up comments don't consider these sort of aspects. They don't consider the lives of the people that live there, and they don't consider the safety risks other than in a very superficial way, as Diane will explain, on their lives. When you look at the council's own policies, in particular the Transport Activity Action Plan, the council is supposed to consider to ensure that the economic, social, cultural and environmental factors are all considered when planning or undertaking any works. So the report and the follow-up, the staff comments on the subdivision proposal do not cover that policy at all. Another point is that the construction traffic associated with this proposed subdivision, and of course it's not the immediate subdivision proposal is taking place or could take place before the southern links and the bridge are built, but in the long run we've still got the same issue of traffic from that area wanting to use Beta, Norrie in particular, because the southern link proposal along the river to Cobham Bridge is a long way off, not even on the agenda really. So construction traffic in the meantime, in the long run, would be an issue that hasn't been addressed. And finally, public consultation, really nothing other than people can put a submission in to the subdivision. I think the council should take a leaf out of Southern Links and the NZTA and run proper public meetings in the local area.
Thank you. I'm more interested in the particular safety issues. One of the proposals is to put in a raised platform outside the first group of shops at Beta Street. All a raised platform does is exactly the same as what happens at Centre Place. It's a place to run the gauntlet. Whether you're a traffic person or a pedestrian, it's who gets there first and who gets across first. They may slow the traffic down, great, but it doesn't make a safe place for a pedestrian to get across the road. Last night they were running across the road between the middle of the side street and we were still running the gauntlet. Added to which, when it's a traffic jam first thing in the morning, there are 2 lanes of traffic, one of them going across the hatched area to the intersection with Normandy Ave and the other one in the standard lane. The traffic jam in the mornings stretches right back to the intersection with Waterford Road, and there are plans to put a roundabout there. All that's going to do is bottleneck that intersection as well. And currently, the rat run that comes from Te Awamutu, which, because Dixon Road is closed, is now coming down Peacock's Road, is just going up Peacock's Road. So we're not getting any relief for safety there. And the other one is the traffic islands that are opposite the western end of Montgomery Crescent in Beta Street. If a bus stops to drop people off and it's barely a car length from the traffic island, then everything stops and you've got passengers alighting, wanting to cross the road, and a real traffic jam and a safety hazard, full stop. That would be my thing. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We're out of time for questions, but I appreciate you coming in. And councillors, the chair's report discussed this, and staff have also got some suggestions about the course of action. That will be maybe the fourth item and fifth item into the meeting if you wish to stay. Thanks.
Look forward to that. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Pizzo Pena. He likes to be called Pizzo, he told me. And he's speaking on the vesting of Christabel Circle, which is an item coming up later in the agenda. Time's yours, Pizzo. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm actually just here to just say thank you for all the effort that the council at this stage have put in to do this over the last 10 years we've been negotiating. Just a little bit of background. In about 2012, 2013, I started engaging with council just to have a look at vesting the subdivision because the previous developer went bankrupt and left everybody in there to fend for themselves. So what we've done is then we went and explained why we think it should be a proper subdivision, because everybody pays their full rates in there and there is roads that are sufficient to be vested. At that stage, we didn't even have phones. We were fighting Ultrafast to try and get them in there, but they wouldn't want to come in because the road was owned by the Crown, as you will see in the documentation that's there. So we couldn't even get Ultrafast into the subdivision. Mr. Cliff then wrote a letter that from council that gave them the reassurance that council is going to obviously proceed on taking over the road, and that was satisfactory to them to come into the subdivision. And for the last year, we've had ultra-fast internet connections. In the meantime, we were doing all the site cleaning and the verge maintenance and the road maintenance. And I mean, we're a big community and we like helping each other out. The main concern is that at this stage, the first thing I would like to see done is that the streetlights get fixed. Because we have a lot of elderly people and young children there, and especially in the winter, they don't want to come out of their house, they're elderly, because there's a lot of trip hazards. If they want to fall, they can't see, it's pitch black there. And a couple of kids have been harassed by some elderly gentlemen while they were walking just around the block and playing with their scooters. But in the meantime, I mean, we've contributed $40,000 2 years ago to council that was established by council for infrastructure upgrade to take over and invest it. And till today, when this came up, I love to see the progress. And I mean, there is, the main conclusion is, and the fact that me and a few other people of council have discussed, is that there's 23 entities plus the 43 houses on there that are utilizing these services. It's already deemed public by nature. And yeah, the rest of it is just thank you very much, and I appreciate the council and Hamilton City Council that helped out. They've always been friendly, they've always been helpful, they've always responded to emails, and it's good to see some good come out of it. Thank you very much.
So we have a question before you take off from Councillor Mallett. Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, Pizzo. Just, you talked about the lights.
Yes.
From reading the report, I thought, and you suggested the lights are broken, I thought it was just that they wouldn't put power into there.
The lights are not on.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
yep.
so
So
they
it's
might
not,
be-
not a
they-
matter of the lights being broken, it's just that no one will be...
Pay for the power, yes.
Yeah, 'cause there's
but
no one to
But it can't be
charge.
established until they put the power on. We don't know if the bulbs are still working.
Oh, okay, you won't
or-
know, actually, I suppose
Yes,
you're right.
correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I've been thorough. Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
And we've got a third presenter, Ron Pengelly. Ron, if you'd like to come up here, thanks very much. Ron's speaking on infrastructure and Peacock's issue, I understand. So Ron, the time's yours, thanks, the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. My concern is to who pays for the capital costs of a subdivision. I'm calling Peacocks a subdivision because it's actually a significant area that is being added into our city. Where I'm coming from is that as an individual, if I buy a vacant section and build a house on it, I pay the capital costs for everything within my section. I don't go to my neighbours and say, how about paying part of my mortgage? Now, I see subdivisions such as Peacocks, and I guess there's Rotokowrie and maybe even Rototuna, which is virtually finished. Why should the older areas of Hamilton City, who have already paid for their own capital cost of infrastructure, need to be asked to pay part of the cost of the capital infrastructure of such as Peacocks? That's where I'm coming from. I have written, you may have read my letters to the editor, and I've had a reply from the Chief Executive, which, in my opinion, fudged the question because he talked about capital or capital valuation rating, which doesn't, in fact, identify the actual costs and where the money is coming from for the likes of Peacock as a nice, neat package. And I believe it needs to be clarified so that we, the ratepayers, know what we're actually paying for. I don't want to have to pay for the capital costs of Peacocks or anywhere else. Thank you.
Sorry, you've
That's
finished.
right.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
that's basically where I'm coming from with it.
Great. We've got a question from Mayor Andrew, thanks.
Ron, thanks for your presentation, your concerns. There are development contributions that I'm just wondering if one of our staff could spend some time with you explaining how they work and how those development contributions, it's around about $50,000 per section in Peacock, pay for that infrastructure outside of the gate. And I just wonder whether if one of our staff could spend some time with you, or whether you do understand the DC.
I understand about capital contributions. What I am concerned about is whether those capital contributions, which are made presumably in advance, in fact end up paying the actual costs. See, and do your financial statements demonstrate transparently that and maybe other things like subsidies and so on, which can come in to help pay, but you know, the amounts of money are almost beyond my comprehension now. We used to deal in shillings and pence, and now it's just. I think on your agenda today, there's one item there for $13 million for a little bit of roading. You know, it just gets tremendous, so large. But do your financial statements clearly show the cost of the capital of infrastructure and where the money has come from to pay that? The Chief Executive, in his reply to my first letter, said that the people at Peacocks will pay about 90%. Why should we pay the other 10? Why should we? We've already paid for our own capital costs of infrastructure.
Discussion here, but I'm quite sure we can brush up the Chief Executive's explanation. General Manager Chris over there is, and Blair, between the two of them, are quite good at that. But I've got a question from Rob, Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, Ron, I've followed your letters in the newspaper and the Chief Executive's reply. Have you or the Chief Executive offered to meet to perhaps discuss, you know, with some finance staff and some development staff around the answers to the questions that you've posed? Because I agree with you, I don't think your question was necessarily answered in the response through the media.
No, I have not asked to meet. I am willing to meet, but I haven't been invited to meet.
Okay, well, let me see if I can organise something for you in that regard.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Okay, thanks very much, Ron. Thanks for raising that issue. And we will take up getting some of our senior management in charge in contact with you. Okay, councillors, we need to move on. Thanks. We've got the confirmation of the G&I Committee open minutes of the 18th of June. I'll move they be received, seconded by Councillor Casson as usual. Thank you, James. Any discussion on any items for change? If not, I'll put their resolution. Those in favour, against, that's carried. Thanks. Okay, we're on to the Te Waka 6-monthly update, item 6, and the report that's attached, which is starts on page 41, and we've got Dallas and Michael up here. So I'm not sure who's leading off, but the floor is yours, gentlemen.
Good morning, everybody. I'll lead off and just say thank you for having us here today. Michael's going to take us through a presentation. We're not going to spend much time on the specific slides about the report because you've read the report and I guess there might be some questions afterwards, but we've got 2 or 3 other slides that we'll spend a little bit of time on talking to as we move quickly through the presentation and then go for some questions. So over to Michael. I'll just chip in from the edges.
Okay, kia ora tātou. Just the first slide is a reminder that there is a partnership agreement between Te Waka and all councils in Waikato, and the activities and KPIs that are appended in the schedule are agreed by the Chief Executives Forum for the subsequent years. That schedule of functions and services is in your report. They cover services such as business growth advisory, Waikato story delivery, an investment program, sector and industry development, supporting the Māori economic development agenda, the regional labour market strategy, and so on. And again, those areas were covered in the report. So Te Waka was a year old last month. Going from zero to heroes takes a lot of work, and we've still got some more work to do in that regard. In relation to funding, the local councils, the local authorities chip in about 19% of the funding for Te Waka. The rest of the funding comes from government, via a number of programs. Quite a large chunk from business sponsors, and we've got another around $300,000 in the pipeline being considered by those partners at the moment. Large regional trusts, and there's a couple of proposals with the trusts at the moment too.
Can I just pop in here? When we set Te Waka up, one of the essences of it was it needed to fully involve business, because really the past attempts to have regional-wide economic development hadn't really engaged with business well enough. So business has engaged not just with its time and knowledge, but it's engaged with money. So you can see there the business cash is about equal to the council cash, but in our second year with the deals we've closed and other ones we've got in the pipeline, we'll see business funding outstretch councils. So we really are seeing businesses starting to come to the party with the confidence that we're getting things done and achieving things. So I think the whole concept of Te Waka engaging with business is working well.
Yeah, and allowing the funding from councils to be leveraged up into more significant programs. We acknowledge that the councils across the region provide various economic development related services, and in respect of that we seek guidance and input. We held a forum in early July with the economic development staff from the councils to understand what the various councils were doing, where were the gaps, where we could better support and receive guidance in our program. The outputs of that were captured by interactions. This is an example of one which outlines the services that Te Waka provides, and there's other slides that captures what each of the council's focus areas are and other activities. When Te Waka was started, one of the principles was that with a strong Waikato comes a strong Hamilton. The Te Waka head office is in Ruakura at the Waikato Innovation Park, and we have a hub and spoke model where we have locations out in the regions that the team go and set up once a month. A year in, the outcomes in relation to Waikato and Hamilton specifically, of the $500,000 in capability funding from NZTE, 48% of that funding went to businesses in Hamilton. Of the $5.6 million in R&D funding that we facilitated from Callaghan Innovation, 4.5 million of that went to businesses in Hamilton. You may have heard of the announcement by Minister Jones the week before last of $400,000 worth of funding to assist progress major projects to investment ready quickly, the PGF funding. That will go to PwC and Deloitte in a partnership where they match contribute it. So a total of $800,000 we've leveraged up to support projects in the region. Like the City Council and other proponents, we behind the scenes offered a lot of support for the theatre, direct to ministers and to the officers and the various committees that were involved in making the PGF decision, or still are.
Just popping in there, at the moment through the PGF we've sort of got six-figure numbers, and so whenever I speak to ministers I use the analogy there's a couple of noughts missing from those numbers, and right now we've got two very, very significant PGF applications. One's the theatre, which is in the order of 15 million, and we've got another one which we can't talk about, which is substantially higher than that, that we're very positive about. That is a Hamilton City project. So, you know, I would think in the next 6 months we're out of the six figures into the 8-figure regime, with more substantial projects beneath those coming through as well with this work we're doing with PwC and Deloitte. So yeah, I'm very positive about the next 6 months.
And just to finish off before questions, even the major projects we're seeing in various parts of the region, like the aquaculture projects in Coromandel, the Te Arawa precinct, tourism-related development, and so on. The work is undertaken by consultants in Hamilton largely. So in terms of funds, the Hamilton does come out really well, as we expected, in terms of the Waikato economic development agenda. So I'll leave it there and happy to take questions.
Just the next slide, Michael.
One more. So focus over the next year. We're still a couple of staff short. We'll launch our sector industry program. Michelle Hollins from Sport Waikato moved across and started with us yesterday, so we're looking forward to a bit more grunt in relation to developing sectors and industry. Resourcing the pipeline of projects, particularly the PGF projects, that's the 800,000 over 2 years, will kick into action. We're underway with implementing the labour market strategy, which focuses on sectors. Our first sector of focus is the construction sector, noting that it's one of the largest sectors in the region. We'll also then move into the digital sector and the manufacturing sector and holding sector-specific forums around labour market development. Supporting the investment program, we need another body to really drive the investment ecosystem in Waikato. Supporting the Māori Economic Development Program, we've got half a person in there that's been doing that for the last year. We'd like to ramp that up to a full person. We're redeveloping the Waikato Story platform so we can better market it outside the region, and integrating the business growth team more widely into the activities of Te Waka. So that's a snapshot of what we'll do in the next 12 months.
I guess to round off, one of the things we've found that we're spending a lot of time on is working with central government. We're seeing a huge number of ministers in the region pretty constantly. Last week or the week before, there was 4 in town. We met with 3 of the 4 of them. So, we're advocating the corridor project, southern Waikato, and the finfish farming as our 3 major areas of focus, all of which impact positively on Hamilton City, with the 4th one being authentic cultural tourism and the development that will happen around that, down from Rangariri to the southern part of the region. So a lot of activity. I think it's really important that we did the Economic Summit. It was one of the first things we did. That plan is being seen by central government as the whole Waikato working together, which is what they want to see. And we've got to go as one coordinated voice, many voices, but one coordinated plan. Certainly that's we're working closely with the Waikato Plan leadership group as well. So I think we're getting traction in Wellington. However, at a senior official and departmental level, we've got some work to do to break through their knowledge about the region, their knowledge about Hamilton, in order to ensure we're getting the resources we need to really drive economic growth. Happy to take questions.
Thanks very much, Michael. I've got Gary first, thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you just help me out with defining Maori business? Now, I assume it's either a business that's owned and run by Maori folk, or there's a lot of Maori working in it, or is it tours around marae and waka trips up and down the river and hangi food and things like that? What is the distinction between Maori business versus normal business, the other business?
There's a couple of layers to this. There's the definition of business without getting into industry. So, corporate Māori business, TGH, and the other tribes as they set up their entities, as they settle their various treaty situations.
So, Dale, so TGH kind of, started off being a property business, which is not uniquely Maori. It was owned by Maori folk and run by Maori folk. Is that what you're saying?
TGH is owned by Waikato Tainui, so it's Maori business, but at the sort of corporate end.
So that's what makes it Maori business, the ownership.
That's one of the elements, yep. So then there's what we call Māori enterprise. So this is a business that identifies itself as being Māori-owned or Māori in essence. So they're more your small to medium-sized enterprises. And then there's what we'll call whānau business, which is sort of more marae-based businesses geographically spread around the region. So, you know, it's a complex area. There's various iwi, there's various sizes of enterprise, corporate Māori enterprise and whānau, which tend to be smaller. There's also land holding aggregations that float around the place. So, and then underneath that is the industries they work in, which can be as varied as the type of business in New Zealand.
Okay, so is your strategy for Maori business different than your strategy for other business?
Yes, because there are nuances and important structures that you need to work with that are absolutely different from other businesses, you'd say. And there is a specific Māori Economic Action Plan to try and address some of the issues of growth, of helping employment and so on.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is, within all your investments or funding, how accurately or how often or frequently do you make sure that your money is being used properly and you're getting a good result for stuff? So you provide funding for people. What follow-up is there to make sure that that project works and and the funding is used as expected, as along the same mandate as what you gave it out by? Do you audit stuff?
Generally speaking, we're the facilitator, as opposed to having a pot of money that we dole out to individual businesses. Now, in being the facilitator, we work with the agency that's actually giving the funding, and there is follow-up to ensure that in the world of PGF, for instance, there's
In the world of?
Provincial Growth
Yeah, sorry.
Fund. There are follow-up measurements where people sometimes have to deliver specific KPIs in order to either receive or convert some of those structures from loans to grants and so on and so forth. So within the Callaghan and the business growth stuff, there is absolutely, definitely follow-up. But
Is that a responsibility of Te Waka
well,
or
it varies.
Okay.
It varies. Because we're the agent, we're either working to facilitate with the business.
So you're kind of a middleman in some cases?
A little bit.
Yeah.
You know, helping people navigate through Callaghan and business growth and PGF, because it is complicated.
Okay, so you don't have a list of all the, well, you do. You have a list of all the people you've helped, and then but you don't, it's not your responsibility to follow up to make sure that that money was used as it was supposed to be used, that business is going okay or it's gone belly up?
It varies. Sometimes there is follow-up because we work with the agency to follow up. Sometimes the agency follows up itself. Right, so it just depends what environment we're working on, Callaghan, PGF, business growth. So in the business growth stuff, there's very much an ongoing relationship with those businesses. So yeah, I would have said the follow-up's very direct. With the other two, we work with the agency that's given the funding, and that funding's usually a lot bigger, so the agency is more involved. So I think generally to say the answer to your question is yes, there is follow-up.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Michael and Dallas. Really stoked to see the progress and traction you guys are getting in this space. It's fantastic. Just two questions. On the Māori Economic Development Program, which is awesome to see, you mentioned there's a few actions that have been done, a few still to come, still work in progress. Could you identify perhaps the top three focal points that that we can see on the horizon with this economic action plan?
Yeah, the Māori Economic Action Plan was relaunched. It was refreshed earlier this year by Minister Mahuta. It was launched in a partnership with Waikato Tainui, Te Puna Kōkiri, the ministry, and Te Waka. So Te Waka provides its input around the economic development related actions And as you'll appreciate, there's other actions in there that are more social or housing orientated. The focus on the plan in the refreshed plan is around youth, recognising that Māori youth have feature in the statistics of unemployment, way worse than youth in general. Helping whānau businesses. And there's a third action, and I'm just struggling with it, to be honest, but I'm happy to provide it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This gives me a bit of an insight.
Just a little bit further on that, what we're doing is it's very difficult to say there's one overarching plan for Waikato Māori because of the iwis and their geographic spaces and where they're at in terms of their settlements. So we're in the middle of meeting with those individual iwi groups at the moment to actually take that overarching plan and either understand their direct plan or help them do their direct plan. So we've got our first meeting is with Maniapoto shortly. So that will be the focus of the next 6 months. Yep. It's very difficult to say, here's one big plan and here's all 5 tribal groups are the same because they're very different.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. And just lastly, on the cultural tourism education cluster, you mentioned in here that there was a package that you presented to government in June, July. Are you able to elaborate on that?
Yeah, we've had a number of meetings with different ministers and pitched the concept. When we looked at the projects coming out of the program, which came out of the summit, all of the opportunities for growth around the Waikato, it was recognised that the short-term opportunities, the biggest bang for your buck, didn't come from traditional sectors. They would grow over time as innovation and markets developed naturally. The quickest way to get jobs in the places they were needed were via some of the tourism opportunities that we're seeing coming in. And as we know, visitors flow from Auckland through Waikato almost in a day. They might visit 1 or 2 of the main attractions and then they're gone over to Rotorua or Taupo and beyond. So we aim to slow them down, and to slow them down, you need other attractions for them to stop, and you need hotels, fundamentally. So the package or the network concept markets the Waikato for its cultural identity, and this was one of the main themes that came out of the summit, the connection to the river. So connected in there is absolutely the theatre around the cultural aspects it's provide. Telling the stories of the New Zealand land wars with Te Arawai and the activity going on in Te Awamutu, with Rangariri in the north, and providing the connection and the network effect so that people, when they come here, can have an authentic experience. So that's the pitch, and it's a pitch around attracting investment into those major projects, and then the little projects will start up around them.
And so, along with Hamilton Waikato Tourism, we facilitated a number of workshops with key iwi involvement and key operator involvement, because we're trying to treat this not just as, here's a theatre, here's Rangariri, but to treat it as a whole system and say, right, to make this work, we need that whole system to work from the north through to the south to capture that tourism money. So, we've got the hotel development at Waitomo on the golf course, which is starting to get some traction, which is much needed down there. There's various hotel plans and projects floating around in this city. So it's about joining all those together and showing central government that this is not just a series of little one-off things, that it's a whole system that needs tens and tens of millions of dollars of government investment.
Yep, brilliant, thank you.
Dallas, and I'm pleased to see that Waka's getting significant momentum in what's been a short period of time. My question is around the Provincial Growth Fund. You mentioned that in the report and also verbally today. Have we got our feet on the ground in terms of our likely ability to get a significant amount in this region from the Provincial Growth Fund? And the reason I ask the question is every time I see Minister Jones on TV, He keeps telling me about this $3 billion that's sitting in his back pocket and how he's keen to spend it. And I think of the theatre where, as I understand it, most of the information that was needed for the Provincial Growth Fund was submitted before the end of last year. And 8 months later, we're still sitting there waiting for a decision. And they have all the information, the money's there, supposedly, according to the Minister, but we don't seem to be able to get a decision.
Let me start the whole as the whole and come down to the one example. The government decided that there were surge regions, and the Waikato wasn't a surge region, so they spent the first amount of money there. It's fair to say, because we didn't have our Economic Development Act together when the PGF was launched, we were slow out of the blocks, because we simply couldn't present a series of projects that were rational to the government. Now, the plan was a major step forward that we prepared late last year, and we've now started to see the fruits of some of those bigger coordinated approaches work. It is complex. I think in respect to the theatre, whilst there may have been a certain amount of information provided at one point, there was a bit of a drip feed of various informations. It's a complex project, and the understanding both the direct jobs and the indirect jobs for the theatre, which is really what underpins a PGF grant, is not simple. There are only 10 direct jobs come out of the theatre. It's the indirect jobs where the action is and how it fits into the whole system. So, you know, you've got to navigate through the process that was new with a rational plan for the whole region, and I think we've been at that place for the last 6 months, and so we've started to see some action. And let's cross our fingers that the theatre's going to be the first big 10-digit, if I've got my sums right, I don't know, might be 9, number that comes out of the system. But, Rob, it is complex.
So
How many is it? Eight. Yes. I'm not good at adding.
But you're quietly confident that we're in a better space now than we were 6 months ago when we thought it was in the bag?
Massively.
Okay, thank you. Well, stay positive. We can stay positive.
It's not over yet, though. You know, we still need to be on our mettle, putting the political pressure on at central government level and making sure our numbers are right. There's a bit of work going on at the moment to reshape certain things to allow it to move through. So,
thank you.
Momentum are doing a very good job on this.
Thanks. Councillor Ford, I'll skip you and go to Councillor Mark. You've got your next after that.
I'll be quick. Thank you very much. Just two little areas I want to touch on. One, the river, facing the river. Has Te Waka talked about it being a potential transport option? And is that, do you have that in your sights, or is it all about culture and looking at it?
Haven't specifically focused on transport. Transport will come out of the attractions, in my opinion. You know, we've got to sort of set up the things where people want to go to. So no is the answer to the transport thing.
Right, so neither pro or against.
Correct.
Great, that's good to know, thank you. What's the, you talked, Michael, about slowing people down. I fully agree with that, giving people an extra night in Hamilton, a more sticky experience, as it were. What's the feeling from Te Waka on the Gardens redevelopment plan? Because that's a big thrust with them as well.
I think the gardens are stunning. It's very hard to make a commercial argument around it because of the nature of it, but I think to make it bigger, refresh it, I think will be very positive. Right. But it doesn't directly drive an economic value for the gardens, but it's the support stuff around it because, you know, you visit any of the major gardens offshore, you know, £20 and you get in. We're not at that point, and you know, that's for you guys to decide. But I think a garden redevelopment plan without question, drive economic development around the visitor economy, for sure.
Yeah, I guess I might hone that down a little bit more then and ask, do you think the Gardens redevelopment plan will make people stay for longer, an extra night, for example? Are you confident about that?
I think on its own, it might struggle to make people stay an extra night. Right. But when it's hooked into the network and the package and the other supporting activity that goes on around it, that it would actually support and trigger to occur, then it would absolutely stop people for an extra night.
Okay.
You know, there's the wonderful couple called the Munzers, wonderful people, and the haka concept. And, you know, if that was developed in and around the gardens, you can absolutely see how that fits into the authentic cultural space, and that starts to develop a more rounded experience, which absolutely contributes to that extra night or two if we can get it.
Right. No, I'm getting a very clear picture. Thank you. And I noticed a couple of small branding changes in there. You've brought it in and gone with King Street and the likes. What's excellent company. What's it look like now? What are the changes that we're going to see in Te Waka's branding?
I don't know that I do refer to changes in the branding.
Okay. I was just looking at...
It's maybe that we developed one?
The Waikato Story, I beg your pardon.
Beg
your pardon?
So when the Waikato Story was established a couple of years ago, it was put onto a digital platform that was enough to test out the concept.
Yep.
But given the changes out there in the online space where a lot of the stories are marketed, it doesn't connect very well with the channels. Right. And our aim is to connect it better with the channels so we can market the Waikato Story a whole lot better than is being done at the moment.
Okay. All right. Thanks, gents.
Questions. And is it easy to get a breakdown on the value that's coming out of Te Waka to Hamilton and the wider region? Is it easy to extrapolate? Because I agree with you, a strong economy, a strong Hamilton, it wouldn't be quite so easy just to put them in different pots, would it?
Well, I suggested that we started filling out timesheets the other day. I got a bad look from the CEO on that one. It is a bit difficult sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, that slide that we had up there on Hamilton-related outcomes, we've got to focus on the outcomes. Are we driving the outcomes, material outcomes for both Hamilton and the rest of the region?
Yeah.
You know, to say we've got a staff member who costs $100,000 and they spend 17% on Otrahonga and X%, that's not going to happen. We've really got to focus on these outcomes, and we think we are, after 12 months, given that we've had to build the organisation, doing all right.
So the strength in that is that because we're speaking with as the minister when he started off on this journey ages ago, one voice for the whole Waikato is the strength there, and it's going to flow through the veins of Hamilton and the wider Waikato.
Yes, there's no question with the work that we know that's coming out of a lot of the funding that we're helping to achieve, that there is a lot of blood coming through the veins of Hamilton from those projects, a lot. Even though the project might be in Haraki or Te Araha or, you know, all over the place.
And we're feeling you're feeling fairly comfortable about the Provincial Growth Fund, recognising the work of Te Waka and being able to draw that money into Hamilton for 2 significant projects, you said? Okay, cool. That's excellent. In terms of 2 opportunities that we've... No, that's okay. The labour skills part of development, and I'm thinking about this because we know there's still a shortage, isn't there, in some key sectors of the Waikato economy that will affect Hamilton, such as, for example, in the construction industry, but also in the engineering industry and those high-tech skills. What are you doing? What work have you got in the pipeline to deal with that, please?
Yeah, thanks for asking that question, because there's a lot of activity going on in the labour market. There's been a labour market leadership group that has met frequently for the last 4 years. They developed a strategy 4 years ago, 2014 it was actually.
Yes, I'll call that one.
Yeah, and it was the group functioned very well as a discussion group and a sharing of information group. They struggled to implement the strategy because there was no one to implement it. So the strategy was relaunched by the Labour Market Leadership Group earlier this year, and Te Waka has undertaken to implement it in a partnership with seconded resources from MSD at the moment. I would like to bolster that some more. Simplistically, the strategy recognises that there's reasonably good pools or pipelines of employees across Waikato. We've got a university and a Wintec and a functioning MSD and all sorts of other programs supplying labour. Where the challenge is the transition into employment and having business take more ownership for developing their own staff. So the strategy focuses on working from the business end or the sector end and demonstrating the needs and better connecting them into the pipeline. So the construction sector will come together in a forum in September. It'll identify its needs. It'll talk about some of its challenges more specifically, and then we'll build some interventions around the outcomes of that. So that's the approach we're taking.
Thank you. That's really useful. That answers my question. I just want one more quick one. Māori business opportunity. Can you talk to me about, is that we know there's a huge potential in that whole arena. Is there also a potential to attract more funding accordingly from government? Wasn't a loaded question, but you know. Do they have some more funds that we can get hold of? Because we certainly want Māori business to thrive, don't we?
One of the things we're beginning to understand, one of the opportunities in the Waikato is, you know, we're 450,000 people. We sort of know each other, and we're good or getting better at talking with each other across various boundaries and that sort of stuff. And so we're a great place for central government to pilot and then install various programs, because we're sort of geographically circled. We have got enough scale that if it works, they can prove it works at scale and so on. So where we think we're heading is to try and join up these various government departments, MB, TPK, MSD, Education, and start working through the Waikato Plan and us to actually draw funding from each of those departments that work together on one project, say. And it's certainly what central government wants to do across the many departments that they operate. It's new and it's difficult, but we are starting to see some traction with them recognising that the Waikato has got a plan, it's got an economic development plan, and we're working together much more effectively than we did 3 or 4 years ago. And one of the challenges for this organisation is to be a mirror of that, working together with your other local government partners, regional government, and central government. You know, the Corridor program is a fantastic example of that. By working together is how we're going to get the big money out of government.
Thank you so much.
Just picking up the Corridor program, the H2A, Dave and I, the Mayor, were at a recent signing, of course, of the Accord. What is interesting, Minister Phil Twyford, I picked this up, talked about eventually the phase 2 or 3 of the train service, obviously goods and passenger, but in terms of passenger, how if you have a sort of a train service that roughly from downtown Auckland to Hamilton is nearer the hour, then it becomes a one labour market. Can you just perhaps just give us a feel as to the work you're doing there? Because obviously we've got the immediate stuff, but within the next 10 years, the downstream potential of both the Auckland and Waikato labour markets becoming quite integrated, particularly in terms of the H2A. I don't know what work you're doing. Obviously you are doing work in that area.
Yeah, we're already seeing that start to play out in that large businesses, particularly manufacturing or processing related businesses in Auckland, have been constrained by land prices, labour market costs, transport links. You know, and this isn't rocket science, it's pretty simple. So the Comfort Group announcement is, that's one of many companies that we are dealing with in the background that come for cheaper labour market, access to labour, land, and propose to develop their own sort of affordable housing around it so they can support their labour too. So we support them in that. And another example is that I think there's a meeting today actually with our labour market seconded person from MSD and the Comfort Group to work with them in advance of them setting up their facility here to tap into the local schools and other sources of employees. So in advance of them setting up this staff local staff getting trained and ready for them to establish.
I'm just wondering, obviously, and last quick question, thank you for your, Mr. Chair. The issue is structurally, okay, and I'm going to come back a wee bit to the train and the expressway, that obviously if the line gets improved, the third rail line in Auckland, the wetlands area, there seems to be, needs to be capital investment from the government in order to make that line more suitable for fast goods and fast passenger traffic. So it's kind of the bigger picture, which respect probably goes way beyond provincial growth funds. This is a big number, and I'm just trying to see where you guys fit in terms of that, if you like, lobbying and dialogue.
H2A is in the top 3 projects in our big list.
Yep.
Business has tended not to be involved so much yet. That Minister Twyford's meeting with business and making some announcements in the next wee while.
Okay.
I think the next 6 months is the critical time. If the government can come up with an infrastructural funding plan in the next 6 months, this thing is going to have multi-generational impact on the city and the whole region, right? And that's got to be the focus, that we solve the funding riddle, because we all know that this organisation in Waikato District and Waipā don't have the money. We've got to partner with business, partner with these big funds and so on. So we see us coming into the play much more actively in the next 6 months.
Right.
We've sort of held back whilst the regulators have done their bit, and it's getting there. I mean, sitting over here in Blair, we've got one of the absolute experts driving the corridor project, and we're confident that the right people are doing the right things, got iwi heavily involved, but business has got to flow in now. Business is ready to come out of the blocks.
Right.
You look at the Perry Group and the Te Awa Lakes development, they're ready. So I think we'll see in the next 6 months a lot of action.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Koe, nei te mihi kia korua, ki anga whakamua tō tātou nei kaupapa. I just want to acknowledge the leadership within Te Waka that has brought key partnership together to advance the aspirations of holistic wellbeing of our people. Nō reira, nei te mihi kia korua. I just want to ask 2 questions around leadership. We acknowledge the cultural heritage package that's on offer, the collaboration and unifying of businesses, councils and iwi Māori. The paper from Ruku Moana acknowledges the need to have iwi representation across the iwi within the forum. Has that happened?
Yes and no. Yes, the agreement on iwi representation was put in place 3 months ago with the Mayoral Forum and the Waikato Plan, where iwi will appoint 1 director onto the board of Te Waka. The ball is firmly in the iwi court on this. We provided job specs, skills matrices and all that sort of stuff. So we're just waiting for them. We have an agreed process that is driven and run by iwi, so we're just waiting for that to happen.
I just want to reaffirm again the unique proposition of kingitanga and what tō tātou nei awa tupuna and the history. And I think it goes back to the whakapapa or the layers. You've got iwi, hapu, and you've got marae. And I talk about, I want to just acknowledge the notion of tītau leadership. And a lot of marae and whānau themselves are geared up to partake in these opportunities. So that's far-reaching down to the hapu level, whānau level and iwi level. So I acknowledge that, but I just want to just talk about the haka experience. There's a lot of collaboration with haka and Waikato Taonui tourism in advancing those opportunities there.
Just open it tomorrow. You know, that's my view. I mean, it's more complicated than that, I know, but I see that as one of the authentic cultural tourism gems that we can put in place that no other region can put in place because of Kingitanga. And it's just about accelerating as much as you can within the iwi environments, the project. Yeah.
And just last question, level of confidence going into seeking funding for that package?
We haven't seen an application yet. I mean, you know, I'm going to get it done tomorrow, want it done yesterday, sort of a guy. I think you all know that. And so it's just about working within the structures as much as we can to try and get things moving along. Making available every resource we can to help. Because, yeah, I really want to see that happen. I think it's an important project.
Yeah, tēnā korua. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a question, a few questions here around the same sort of thing Norm's just been talking about, so I'll just lay them all out and then you can answer them together. I'll follow up with Waikato Tainui on why this is so slow, because I've found when I'm dealing with them through my office, they're very quick. The rotation off of Chris Joblin and Les Roa, and the new directors coming in, and the documentation says that they need to have directors having skills in Māori. So just want to ensure that who you're looking for have got strengths in that area, because that's in the documents that we've got, and also just who is the half person who's working on Māori economic development within your organisation as well. So
I'll answer the governance structure questions, Andrew. So we've got the iwi representative, so we're just waiting for that to happen. Te Waka said it would establish itself with the current board, and then there's a rotation policy within that on a 3-yearly basis. So we drew lots for that rotation as to who was 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. We did a full facilitated skills review of the board on what sort of skills we needed, what sort of diversity we needed. So that then set the job spec for the rotation. We've advertised and we are having interviews this Friday to pick those 2 directors. Incumbents have restood, and the process will play out on Friday with a selection of 2 people.
is that normal? What's the rotation all about if you can reapply?
Well, it's very normal that incumbents can reapply. Yeah, I think that's standard practice in most boards I've certainly been involved in. Doesn't mean to say they get the job, but they put their hand up with other people. You know, directors have only been in place for 1 year. It's not as though they've been around for 100 and are a bit stale. But we said we would look at the skills matrix. We've done a really detailed job of the skills and diversities we need. So yeah, we'll see what plays out on Friday.
And the skills in Māori matters, which are in your base documents, that is...
Well, I will note the current board has at least three members who are highly skilled in iwi relationships and understanding Māori business at the corporate end and the small, at the SME end and at the whānau end. So right now I think we've got extraordinarily high level of interconnectedness with iwi knowledge and so on. There's no question that the iwi representative will add to that. So, but when we're refreshing, we're not saying that the iwi skills are put to the side. it's still very much part of the job spec.
So what you're saying is there is adequate Māori
I
knowledge
think
in
it's-
there already in the
No,
board?
I'm saying it's not adequate. I'm saying we are very advanced in our level of iwi knowledge and skills. We're way beyond most commercial boards that I'm involved in, that's for sure.
Yep.
In respect to staff, I'll leave Michael to answer that.
So the staff person that's heading up the Māori economic agenda for Te Waka is Ashley Turner of the Turner family, born and raised in Aotearoa. There was a customer service awards event in Aotearoa last week, I think, last Thursday. 230 people turned up from Aotearoa to celebrate the businesses that won those awards, and Ashley presented, and she had a lot of people come up to her of Maniapoto background to congratulate her on her work. She's a trained lawyer, and she's worked with Waikato Tainui in the economic development space, so is well networked around economic development and iwi.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for the report, Alice. Really appreciate that. There's obviously a lot of interest around.
Thank you. Then, I better not go without saying thanks for your continued financial support.
Okay, councillors, we're going to move on to the next item, which is I have to move that the report be received, seconded by Ryan, got in first. Those in favour, against, carried. No, I don't want debate, thanks, because unless you've brought your sleeping bag.
I've just checked the stand rules, apparently you can stop debate.
Yeah, well, I did, good. Okay, sorry, councillors, most of you have debated while you've been asking questions anyway. We're on to item 7, the HCBA 6-monthly report. So Vanessa and Mike, if you know the score better than anyone else, I think. You probably wrote the procedure. And councillors, that starts on page 46 with the actual report itself on 47. We'll just get set up. Councillors, just because of the time and that we've got other visitors waiting, I'm going to restrict questions to 2 per person. So try and exercise a bit of self-discipline so I don't have to stop you, and creativity in how you ask them. I should have done that before the last report. That's why Norm got away with 3. 4, was it? You must have slipped one by without me noticing. Okay, when you're ready, Vanessa and Mike. Yep, thanks.
Good morning, everybody. So we're probably going to try and...
Is the mic on? Sorry?
I don't know, if you hear me. Sorry. I was happy hearing me. Good morning. We are going to take the reports that we supplied in advance as read. So there were a number of reports that we provided. And instead, Mike and I thought we would take you through a presentation that we did the other night for our AGM, which just highlights some of the key activities over the past 12 months. And then if there's time for any questions, happy to take them or not, as the case may be.
Vanessa, is that presentation part of what we've got on here?
It's on your board, Gary. If you should be able to see it and double tap it, it'll come up on the actual board, but it's not in the...
It is at the end.
It's at the end. It's the very last one. My apologies. What page is that?
I haven't wrote it on the page. If you scroll you've got Hamilton.
Oh, sorry. It's not a page number, but if you look at the second to last item, sorry about this, second to last item on your actual agenda list, tap that, you'll go straight to that so it's on your own screen. Sorry, Vanessa.
That's okay.
All yours now.
Okay, so we have been focusing primarily around under 5 key logos or branding pieces, if you like, based on using the CBD as being a most commonly used descriptor of the central city business area. So People was one of our CBD People, one of our big brands, and This is an initiative we launched over the past 12 months called Take Advantage, and that was based on actually the people working here in the CBD. Depending what report you read and what numbers are out there, there's approximately 22 to 23,000 people employed in the CBD, and we actually wanted to spend some time acknowledging these people and what they bring to the business community. And so through this program, we've actually been allowing people to sign up to our Advantage Club to take advantage, and have been showcasing different CBD businesses. We're quite well aware of people's patterning in being creatures of habit and going to the same places over and over, and we wanted to just get people out exploring more of what is on offer in the central city. And so far we've had 23 businesses that we've been highlighting over the past 12 months, and we've given away 523 freebies, which surprisingly enough does tend to be a draw card for people wanting to go and visit somewhere when they know there's something free on offer. And we've had really positive results for this. Not only have we got a database of people that are working here in the CBD who wanted to sign up and receive information about new businesses that are opening and events that are happening, but it's also for the businesses that have been involved. It's generated new customers. It's provided them with opportunities to promote themselves. They've made additional sales, particularly if the freebie runs out and there's still people there. But it's also put their business on the map, and we've done surveys and polls of the people that have signed up to this, and it's been really, really positive, the information that we've received from launching this club. We have also, so these are some of the businesses that we have highlighted over the past 12 months, and like I said, they are around the entire CBD, so just getting people to move around and actually explore the central city. And that's just a highlight reel of businesses. Also under our CBD People brand, we've been holding our social business events, and this is very much around, we've been highlighting developments that have been happening around the town. We've been highlighting different initiatives, everything from sort of walking tours through to behind the scene visits of developments to completed new builds. So we've been finding that it's been really well received, having these different styles of events that not always following the same format, but they're at different times and in different ways that we've been working with them, including actually collaborating with such people like the Property Council and holding joint, when we've got the same goals of highlighting a particular development, for instance, we'll do them as a joint initiative rather than as trying to sort of split the audience. So we've had 10 events over the last 12 months with 675 people attending, and these are some of the areas that we've been highlighting. Some of the, obviously, the new developments, and although Kmart is due to open Thursday this week, we were fortunate enough to be able to go behind the scenes and see that in action. And again, a breakfast held. There was a balcony, Becca balcony barbecue that we did. We've done a walking tour along the river. So just trying to show different opportunities that are available in the CBD. CBD Awards, obviously that is coming up in a couple of weeks' time, and again we're using it as the opportunity to, as we have done for the last couple of years, showcase a different development. So we have very much been purposeful in where we've selected to hold the awards, being on along the river developments. So from the Riverbank Lane obviously being the first one, down to the proposed site for the Waikato Regional Theatre, and now we're holding it in the former IRD building this year, which will be obviously another key development that overlooks the river. So delighted to say for this year we've had another record number of entrants, and over the past 2 years we've been collating a video series. So if you want to go to YouTube and look up the CBD video series, you can see the winners over the past 2 years, and we'll be doing it again this year. Just speaking for 2 minutes on why they have chosen to be here in the CBD and what their business is about. And we've used various ways to promote this, including Waikato Story and different platforms to give good coverage to the businesses. And that was last year's awards with our lovely MC that I believe is sitting over there. and this is the CBD series. So when you go online, you can go and see these different business people talking across a wide range of different things that we celebrate via our awards. On to CBD business. As I said, the CBD brand is stretched over 5 areas. So we are trying to do a lot in terms of project collaborations as part of our business support and as part of our advocacy work. Working with the businesses on putting forward views for the 10-year plan, working with the CitySafe team and the People's Project on around safety in the CBD. We've supported the theatre happening, we're supporting the Waikato Film Hub, so we try and get involved in all initiatives that we can collaborate with different businesses on. Well Network and those beautiful new Powerbox branding that we've got around the CBD. The 2 hours free parking initiative, which has been incredibly well received by the business community. The under veranda lighting, these are all things that we have advocated for on behalf of the business community over the past 12 months. And CBD promotion is probably one of the biggest facets to what we're doing is around the promotion of businesses outwith. So we have over 36,000 social media followers. So I'd say we've probably got one of the largest Facebook followings, if not the largest in the CBD. And we are constantly promoting the businesses that are opening, the specials, what they're doing, who they're about. We've put up profiles on the businesses, and we also regularly go out and ask our followers what they would like to see more of, less of, what they're enjoying, and we get really good engagement with the public. We're on to our 3rd edition of the Neat Places, which again is has been incredibly well received by the business community that have been featured within it, and has been well received from an influencer point of view when they come into Hamilton and see the great businesses and opportunities to profile them in here. They've been really impressed. And we recently also launched our new website, which is very much focused around the business community. Looks like that for anyone who hasn't had the opportunity to have a look at it yet. I encourage you to do so. It's great. And these are some of the social media postings out that we've done, and you can see there that we can get reach of 28,000 people on one post. So we really do have good coverage and good uptake from the public in seeing what we're promoting about the CBD. And that's the 3 Neat Places, and coincidentally or not, the 3 covers have again been businesses that are all based on that on the river side. And lastly, CBD events. Yeah, I'm just making sure that we're okay there. In terms of the activation, I did provide a report on that, but in summary, we've held 110 activations, or we've been involved with 110 different activities around the CBD over the past 12 months. And again, very well received by both the public, and we've enjoyed some really good collaborations with the business community in these events. Over the past 6 months, we have seen a constant increase in pedestrian data, which has been great. And with having this comparative data available, we can see the days of the week where we are getting more pedestrians, which is predominantly the weekend at the moment. And some of our events that we have held have been everything from dance battles through to, Chinese cultural festival. So we have enjoyed a wide range of different things happening here in the CBD. And I think that's it. There we go.
I just want to make a brief comment. I think the amount of time that Vanessa and Vicky spend on upping the game every day, you can't be satisfied with what you did 6 months ago, 12 months ago. The activation that we now see in the CBD that they spend a lot of time on has been amazing. Broadening the appeal through a whole range of not just activities, but the social media, just everything they're looking to do. The Advantage Club that you found worked well overseas, thought let's bring that to Hamilton. And I just think it's been exceedingly innovative. But from my perspective and what I look around the CBD, it's had a massive impact, you know, over the last 12 months, 6 months, and I would suspect that in 12 months' time we would have upped the game again.
Right, thanks guys. We've got a couple of questions for you. Gary.
Thank you, Vanessa and Mike. And I'm genuine when I say this, outstanding the work you do and the activity you manage to generate in the CBD. I just wonder, you may or may not be familiar with something called the Regional Policy Statement?
Not familiar.
Okay, it's kind of a planning document, I think, run through the Waikato Regional Council, and it has a hierarchy for retail, and the retail hierarchy is the CBD. I'm just wondering, given the clear transformation from, and you may disagree with me at any time you want to, you will, I know, it is moving from a retail centre, my observation over the last 5 years, into a commercial, hospitality, residential area. And I just wonder, and you not aware of the policy statement, so this question won't, is the fact that we've got some antiquated planning document that says this has to be our retail centre, and that is supposed to guide our planning decisions around the rest of the city, holding us back? Because, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, in terms of retail, and I'll let Mike speak to it as well, but it certainly changed. So I think that retail, as it previously looked with these large format retail opportunities that you would have throughout cities, isn't there anymore. And there's sort of two sides to the retail equation that I see at the moment. We've obviously got the mall, which is more your chain stores that you will see in various locations. And then you've got the more boutique style of retail that's on the main street. And while I think we can agree it's probably not full as it could be, with the increase in residential, with the increase in businesses, with the increase in hospitality, that will actually be a generator for more of that boutique retail to come in. And I think the opportunity is there to have more of it. So I don't think that retail has gone as part of the equation, because I think it's one of those things that people do look for in a city centre. It's one of the things that the workforce needs to have is both the opportunity to go out and shop as well as eat, as well as do whatever business. So I think retail is still a priority and should be a priority area for central cities.
Okay, and maybe Mike, sorry, Vanessa, this is not meant to disparage you. Mike, did you know of that regional policy statement thing?
Yeah,
and that's the retailer. Does it put in place planning regulations that are holding you back?
I'll give you
holding
my
you back, holding
opinion.
the CBD back.
I think often things happen in spite of policies.
Pardon?
I think often, this is my personal opinion, often things happen in spite of policies. You know, there have been some good policies in terms of district plan that have impacted on the CBD, but I think if you look around the world, you know, city centres and retail particularly is evolving. You know, and the CBD is a good example. It's very much experience-based. So you come into the city and we talk about the live, work, play, and I think that's what it's evolving to. Yeah, the regional policy statement does have an effect. Not really. You know, it's about creating activation. It's about developers developing a broad range of, you know, office, apartments, retail. It's about retailers evolving with their business model. Yeah, so my personal opinion is the policy doesn't have a huge impact, and there are a lot of other policies out there, but the ones that have been, you know, the advent of not being able to convert any house in Hamilton to office space, you know, the advent of building apartments on poor sites, or good sites with poor buildings in the CBD, those things have had far more impact.
Yeah, so this is happening despite the regional policy statement. In fact, it contradicts and I'm not knocking you for that, I think it's fantastic, but it's just the evolution of a market. Yeah, and I think, okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two questions. it's only been a few days with the Lime scooters, but can you give me your observations and any comments or complaints you've had so far from businesses or visitors to the CBD?
I haven't actually had any complaints from the businesses over the last few days. In fact, I've had more positive feel of seeing people out there enjoying the Lime scooters and you know, actually out there on the street, you can see people in clusters talking about them, so I hope that continues, but certainly it's been of positive nature that I have had any feedback or seen. And in fact, I have had one business owner who spent some time scooter spotting. I don't know if that's actually officially a term.
As opposed to train spotting?
Yeah, who actually sat there with the Lime Scooter app going, there's 3 in close proximity. No, they've gone. There's 1 back. No, it's gone. And just was thoroughly entertained for about 10 minutes as to the flow and movement of the scooters.
Okay. It would be really helpful if you could keep an eye on that stuff and keep some information. Absolutely. And maybe over the next sort of 2 to 3 months, even if you could just flick out a questionnaire, you know, to your members for the new council anyway, yes. So we can get a bit of an idea. Second question, just I guess anecdotally, I mean, you've got lots of figures here for all of the events, but what are the best attended events?
Best attended events would be things of a more festival style nature that have everything from, you know, food trucks to multi-activity operating on the stage. You know, it's the Chinese Lantern Festival, it's the balloon city burn, or those sorts of ones that really have multi-offerings within the one event that get the biggest.
Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? So it's a real destination for people to come into town.
Absolutely.
Are there any barriers, and have there been any barriers in terms of either council permits or anything for you to organise and be more successful with those events, and you can be honest?
I mean, there's always a process that has to be gone through, we do work through that. It's one of those ones that sometimes we might get carried away with a good idea, and you know, then you've got to go through the process and some of those implications that there can be, particularly with the larger events. I guess over the last 12 months, we've just refined knowing what we need to do, such as things like remembering that the fountains have to be taken into considerations, or that the planter boxes have to be moved and things like that. Infrastructure-wise, I'd say that it's not so much that there's barriers, but that, you know, there are logistical things that do take a bit of an effort, and also just being mindful of timeframes, I guess, for getting permits and things like that.
So reading between the lines, I think we can probably do better for you, perhaps, and even if it's sort of a one-stop shop. I mean, obviously you've had time to work out what those really successful events need, and you've possibly got a bit of a template, but there's probably something we can do to streamline now, since you've been doing this for a while, do you think?
Yep, there's definitely opportunities for refining some things, and you know.
Yeah.
There's probably a broader council issue too. I think anybody coming into council, we're coming to the enablers, and I think our view has always been councillor and staff are there to enable things to happen, particularly if it's a good idea. And that's not always the case, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But,
And just last question on the, I think it was 103,000 or something, 100 and something, in terms of what you spent over the entire activation program. Have you been able to achieve everything because this is the first 12 months of that new fund, you've been able to achieve everything that you've sort of dreamed of wanting to achieve?
If you doubled it, we'd probably get a lot more.
Well, of course, you know.
We're really delighted with the results after the first 12 months. I think the breadth of style of event and location of events, and being able to utilise different new events and establish events, and I think the potential to keep growing it is great. And there's so much from over the past 12 months that we will be redoing over the next 12 as well, which is really cool, that we'll be able to get some momentum and build on things that we have worked on over the past 12. So really happy.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, I'm still waiting for the mayor here to give me questions on this Lime scooter thing, so I see them. I haven't been quite courageous to work them yet. Obviously, if I can make an observations, now the chair's not with us temporarily, great with your work, when you come to the working party like Accessible Hamilton, the Access Working Party. With regard to the River Plan and Central City transformation, as you know, there's a quantum of money for the new council to work with. Presumably you guys are going to be right in there, because I think you have such a crucial role around that evolving Central City Transformation River Plan project.
I very much hope so. Yep.
Yeah. Also, some of your events, I notice your visits to the apartments, things like that. I mean, obviously that to me is quite helpful, even for us on City Council, because it's the bird's eye view. I'll just come back to sort of something that might appear mundane, and that is the free Central City parking trial. It's still a trial, lest we forget. Any sort of ongoing feel on that one? I think it's very important that we do get constantly updated from your perspective.
Yeah, and the ongoing feel from the business community is overwhelmingly positive about it. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be very much, I think, a backward step to remove the trial.
Sure, thank you.
And I'd be surprised if many of them still use the word trial. I would say they more see it as a...
Yeah. It creates, it's actually, and you look at businesses looking to come to Hamilton and set up business, it's one of the keys that they know generally that, customers can actually have easily accessible parking close by. And that is really quite an important key when you're talking to someone looking to come to Hamilton.
And that it moves, that it is a monitored situation, so, people aren't parking there for 8 hours.
Are you getting any feedback? I mean, obviously with regard to the commuter, the people who work in the CBD and the range of things, be it public transport, car parking, and even can I potentially say, if one imagines using the railway station land or the Claudelands land in terms of the Lime Scooter, I'm just trying to think of how people, that clash between people who want to park as close to their workplace as possible, if even something like a new technology like Lime Scooter may help in terms of that stuff.
I would say commuter parking is an area that is often identified as being a challenge and actually needing some dedicated work around what options or opportunities there are for staff members.
While you're here, because obviously this is really building on the fantastic work you do, final question, Mr. Chair. Do you have any thought, because we're obviously going to our budget next year in the LTP, do you have any thought, or are you guys doing any work on how better we can interact with you, because you have a critical role in terms of our agreement with the CBD? Is there other things we can do better as a council?
There probably is work that can happen there, and it is perhaps sitting down with a few people and refining some of the processes of information sharing, that sort of thing.
Just going back to your previous point, I think it's all about evolution of a CBD, and I look at some interesting conversations I had in the last few weeks, and you've probably had the same with Loop Car Share and organisations that have a whole lot of pool cars, and again, do you know what? We probably only need half the amount of pool cars because we can actually go and use one of these Loop Car Shares.
Sure.
So those sort of evolutionary things and making it happen and making available car parks publicly is a really good thing. So, a good tick for council for allowing that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, well, I only will ask one question as to make up, even it out. Look, we are promoting waste minimization heavily in the city, and we are into the new phase of waste management and for the new waste management. And can you see any ways that we can improve the central city, e.g. better recycling options, creating a more natural and healthy environment?
Yes. Yes, I can see a lot of ways. Seriously, though, I do believe there is some opportunities around particularly the infrastructure. I've talked in the past about rubbish bins being one that I think is an easy and obvious fix. I do believe there is more that can be done around events, ourselves included. We're looking at what options we can have around events as well, because mindful that they're not perhaps following those strategies as closely as they could be, and that we want to be actually implementing better strategies around that. So, yeah, I think there are quite a few opportunities. And
and maybe council should be a leader in this. At the AGM last week, there was a lady from EcoWise who they actually pick up coffee grounds from a few cafes in the CBD, and it's like, why don't all the cafes use their coffee grounds? Kiwi have a massive amount, which I don't think they know what to do. But again, council should really be one of the leaders in this.
Okay, well, just following on, well, I will ask a second question. Now, following it on from the events, are you aware that we have got a waste minimisation conference in September happening in Hamilton? And I wonder whether there could be some collaboration of having something happening in the central city. I know it's short notice now, but something like that, if it comes to an event like this comes to Hamilton, whether we could showcase that a little bit better in the central city so people are aware, and also there could be some innovation coming with it.
Absolutely, and I think that's that absolutely should be done. Short notice or not, I think would be fantastic to have. You know, Garden Place is an easy and obvious showcasing space, and I think that'd be great.
Thank you.
Vanessa, how confident are you with the pedestrian count numbers? Averaging around about 1,450, 1,500. Is that for a 24-hour period or what?
Yes, so it's a daily count rate. I'm mindful that it's not an absolute count. You know, there will be people counted twice and there will be people missed off counting. So as a guideline, you know, as a general indicator, I'm quite comfortable with those numbers, but they're certainly not absolute.
It just seems very low to me. I think from personal observations that you could probably double that number.
And could well easily. It's just one of those that it's as accurate as the counter can be and the reach that it has. I know that there are other pedestrian counter opportunities being explored, which take a more a much more technological based approach around utilising cameras to count pedestrians under the CCTV. And these don't. I mean, these are very much a sort of a clicker-based technology. So yeah, it's more a generalisation than
the trend is probably the most important part to look at, whether going up or down. That really is probably the key to it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Gary, look, I really want to keep things moving, and you've had a good crack at this already. So I'm going to ask my question here. No, you're not, because can you just story with this council that we don't ask questions. We're not allowed to ask questions. Just bizarre.
Gary, you've already had a good
Yes,
crack.
I've got some other questions.
No, well, you're not going to ask them here, I'm sorry. Can you just take it up with them directly at some point?
You can ask the hard question, weren't you, Jeff?
Okay.
You were the guys who asked the hard question.
Thanks, Gary. All right, councillors, I'd now like to go to debate. We've got a staff recommendation to receive the report, which I'm happy to move. Mayor Andrew seconds. Any debates? Microphones. No debate? All right, all those in favour? Oh.
You're a good chair.
Oh, God, okay. All right, Deputy Mayor.
I can tell you your chair would have just gone straight to the vote. At least
make it quick then.
you've got a notion. Look, hey, just quick. I think I speak for all of us on behalf of the colleagues. I think you guys obviously are doing a wonderful job, and I think the relationship, it's about the positive. It's a really good positive place, and I just want to build on that. And my questions around the, you know, the work we're going to do around the new council around the LTP and the AP are really important, because genuinely I think we want to know how much, you know, what the role and the relationship is. So very open-minded in that area, but fantastic work, really. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. All right, recommendations there. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Right, we're going to have a break for about 15 minutes. I haven't got my glasses on. What does that say up there? Okay, back at 11:25, folks.
And thanks, Jeff. As I said to him, I didn't want him to get his feet too warm under the table there, so I came back, but thanks for filling in. We're on to item 8, the Hamilton and Waikato Tourism Limited report. We've got Jason here, so Jason, the floor is yours. You know how it all works. We don't have your presentation on our machine, so just be aware of that as we go through. Thanks.
Kia ora everyone. Thank you for allowing the time for us to present our annual report to you. Sorry, I forgot to click the clicker, yes. Unfortunately, you do not have the presentation, but what I do have is I've pulled out the key highlights from this report. So what you will see in this presentation is nothing different to what you do have there. Rather than go through the entire report, I'm taking it as read, and I'm just going to pull out a few key highlights. You've had a pretty heavy morning of presentations, so I'll hopefully try and keep it short and light for you and allow some time for questions. We have 7 financial KPIs, or KPIs that are key performance indicators, with each of our 7 funding councils that we must meet every year. I have put those up. Those are in your report. I have highlighted the last one. Unfortunately, Councillor Mallett isn't here. This was something that Councillor Mallett regularly asks us around return on investment. This is something we've looked at with all our funding councils. It's for every council dollar invested in our activity, the return that we give back to the region. And for Councillor Mallett and a few other councils, this isn't just for him, it was around obviously there's wider investment that councils make as well into tourism and visitor infrastructure for your cities. So for us, we are looking at more of a comparable measure around increasing the value. So this is our current KPIs for last financial year. We will have a couple of tweaks to our KPIs for this one coming. But look, visitor nights overall as the region doing really well at 5% growth, far exceeding our national growth rate of 1.1%. Visitor spend is at 3%, so we're starting to see a bit of what I call a peak plateau with regards. Oh yes, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So I'll raise that when Councillor Mallett re-engages. Conventions and business events, again, we managed to achieve our growth rate of 10%. Visitor awareness, we achieved 7.5%, we're at 8%. So 8 out of 10 is really good. That's based on people's perception or favourability about coming to visit Hamilton and Waikato. Our social media and website engagement rate is at 11.36%. That's around conversion for sales and referrals. An average referral from a website is around 3.5%, so we feel we're doing very well on that. And then lastly, industry investment. We upped our game with regards to attracting additional industry investment this year from tourism businesses. We managed to attract 450,000. And just for Councillor Mallett, just to let you know, Gary, this is our last time we'll be reporting on return on investment. That's why it is highlighted here, because it was in our current KPIs. We've worked with other councils to actually look at a better measure around overall investment and returns into the regions. So that'll be based on added value or daily expenditure rates. But yes, thank you. How is the region doing overall? Look, I mean, again, these figures are contained in your key highlights of your report. We are the 5th largest international visitor expenditure still for the country, but we are also now the 4th largest domestic visitor expenditure. So that's just behind Auckland, Wellington and Christchurch. So we're outstripping Queenstown, Rotorua, Taupō and even Northland, traditional tourism regions that have been around for a very long time. More domestic visitors are coming to experience our region, and for us that's going to help us through what I call the slowdown in international visitor arrivals over the coming years. Commercial guest nights are peaking for Hamilton particularly. You had a 5% growth. And of course, our shining light for us was that Hamilton was voted #1 summer spot destination for last summer based on BookAbatch. So go Hamilton. Your visitor spend though, so we did talk about visitor spend starting to plateau across the whole region at 3%. We did see a bit of a dip or decrease. Now we normally see that during this time of year because this is our quiet season for visitor expenditure. But again, we do see normal growth expected to project back up during summer for Hamilton. So you still manage to hit your straps and you still see big growth compared to where we were back in 2012. You've brought in 697 domestic expenditure into the city, and 197 million international was spent in the city as well. Guest nights again are up. This is really good because, as you know, we haven't seen a lot of new commercial accommodation coming into Hamilton. But what we are seeing is a lot of refurbishment programs underway. Good to see finally the Wyndham Hotel, which is the old commercial hotel on the corner of Victoria and Collingwood. The ground floor has been completed, so they'll be reopening hopefully by October. The new lobby bar, restaurant and cafe. There's a new high performance gym going in there, which will also be available to the public and for paying guests, and then the room refurbishment begins. So we hope to bring that property back up to 4.5 star for the city, which will be fantastic. It will then flip back to a Ramada branded hotel, which is part of Wyndham Group rather than the Days Hotel and Suites, which is quite an unknown brand in the country. Airbnb, obviously, you are seeing quite significant impact, but so is the rest of the region. These are just for Hamilton. Your active rentals, we've now done 12 months of monitoring of Airbnb's impact in the city. You have around 580, so that's and 44% of those listings are actually entire homes. These are people that are actually going away for 2 or 3 weeks and renting out their entire homes, or making them available during peak events like World Darts and the Sevens, which was held earlier this year. But look, your annual rental growth rate is increasing and annual occupancy rate is going up as well. So you'll see that I've mentioned at the end of my report around the impact of, or the proposal around visitor levies for Queenstown Lakes District. We are all watching this as a sector because we believe this is potentially the way that we should be partnering with local government New Zealand and our local government partners to actually introduce visitor levies across the region to fund visitor infrastructure. As you know, some people in the tourism sector have come out against it, mainly hotel operators. This is because they will be the collection authority or the collection point for that, but it is no different to what we all do when we travel offshore overseas. We pay a bed tax when we visit either somewhere like New York, Italy, or most of Europe, and some parts of Australia. There is a bed tax included in our daily accommodation rate. So we would expect that as a country we should be doing the same thing, and this is aligns to the Productivity Commission's report on how we should future-proof and fund visitor infrastructure through local government. International conferences, look, they are doing very well, particularly for Hamilton. This kind of buffers what I call our leisure visitor market. So business travellers come here, they spend double the amount of a leisure traveller, and they also stay longer. So look, you know that we've recently just held the Native American and Indigenous Studies Association conference. This was one of the biggest conferences we've had in the city with the University of Waikato. That was 3 years in the making. We bid for it back in 2016. We were part of the execution or the delivery committee. The welcome was held at Claudelands, the Pōhiri, and then also the main awards was held. So that was over 1,500 delegates from all of the world coming here, and around probably 600 from New Zealand. So a huge economic impact and boost to our city. And I'll quickly just play a wee video around the success, hopefully, of the NAISA video, of the NAISA conference, sorry.
Kia ora, we're here at the NAISA conference. We're lands of the Waikato Tainui people, and we're here in the city of Hamilton. Hosting an Indigenous conference here is really special, not only for the Indigenous peoples from this place, but for all the Indigenous peoples that have gathered here for the next 3 days. It's just a special time.
When it was announced that the conference was going to be held here in Hamilton, it really caused a stir. They brought a beautiful video that demonstrated what a beautiful place this is, what a terrific university it is, what resources were here. And so people were really, really excited to come to Hamilton and Aotearoa for the conference. We thought that the conference might grow from its former numbers, but we didn't expect it would grow as much as it did. So we have, I think, 1,700 people registered now, and we're expecting that to even go higher. And that's practically double what it was last year in Los Angeles.
I've attended a lot of academic conferences in my career, and what's really special about this conference at NAISA in New Zealand is the way in which you've got this really robust research going on, you've got all of this performance, you've got this joy that I think our hosts and everyone here is taking in coming together at this event this week. Our Māori hosts have been really impressive. They roll out an amazing welcome mat. They are really great performers. They are great speakers. They are leading researchers in Indigenous studies around the world, and they have been for a few decades, and we're really seeing that put on show this week.
Actually, it was incredibly moving for me going into the Pōwhiri to see our hosts calling us in and welcoming us, and to also hear the responses from all the different people that have gathered. couldn't have started the conference any other way, really.
So I've been following some of my friends on Facebook who have arrived in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and they've been going to Waitomo Caves and to Hobbiton, travelling over to Rotorua, Tauranga, Raglan, so all our folks are getting out there and around the country.
Well, the conference here in Hamilton is really a spectacular event that I think ratchets up the bar for future NAISA conferences. It's larger than any we've held before. There are more simultaneous sessions than we've ever had before. And of course, the welcoming feel that we get here in Hamilton, it will be hard for others to match in the future.
Oops, hopefully it'll stop. So look, a really proud moment for Hamilton as a city. Look, we've used that with, as you see, it was a Tourism New Zealand funded video. We've actually used that to bid for future conferences coming into the city. We play to our strengths: high performance sport, agri-tech, science, health, and obviously the academics, which will be now, hopefully, when we get a new polytechnic structure, we'll be pitching and looking for new events and conferences to bring into the city with the current Wintec provider as well, and also Te Wānanga or Aotearoa. Quickly, international marketing. So again, just a reminder to everyone that we do work with all our neighbours. I'm currently chair of what we call the Source Central North Island Collective. When I go offshore and we market the region, we market as part of Central North, somewhere where you can actually have a winter holiday through ski, through Ruapehu. You obviously have New Zealand's largest lake, New Zealand's largest river, plus Hobbiton, Mount Maunganui, Coromandel, Hawke's Bay, and also Ruapehu, the wider district as well. So for us, look, it's going very well. We're getting huge positioning in the international market. That is why you're seeing some of our significant growth rates for international visitors. People are more likely now to turn right when they're coming out of Auckland International Airport. We see the change in what we call the visitor flows coming into Hamilton. Look, they'll be able to get here quicker on the expressway and soon on the train, which will be a wonderful new experience for people and actually get more people to come into Waikato sooner. So what we call waking up and having your last night or your first night in Waikato is what's contributing to our figures as well, and also around keeping people within Central North Island. Other international marketing, particularly for Hamilton, I just pulled out this little screenshot here from the Good Morning World campaign. So we relaunched with Tourism New Zealand, the Good Morning World, the whole country. It's our next evolution of the 100% Pure brand. It's based on people and culture. Hamilton featured, which was the first time, but there'll be many more Hamilton features coming. During the Good Morning World, we focus on food and people as part of this element. So Banh Mi was obviously showcased with Pat and Anne. This had a global reach of over 2 million views within the first 3 days. It's now up to 10 million views and obviously shares across all our social media channels. So every day, people wake up in the world. We're the first country in the world to see the sun, and they're greeted by some New Zealander somewhere around our country actually saying good morning world and talking about a little bit what that makes their place so special. Domestic marketing, again, working really hard in this space, and it's around lifting our reputation, particularly for Hamilton, as a visitor destination. World Darts, we obviously work with them to bring them to our city as well, with Claudelands, and successfully secured them. So, anecdotal feedback from the organisers on Saturday night. Look, they were really happy. All the players really loved it. We got them to go to Hobbiton, Waitomo Caves and Raglan. They got to stay 3 nights here in Hamilton, including all the people that attended as well. So far, the feedback has been really positive. The idea why we get involved in major events and bidding as well is that it provides what we call a favourable experience, and it promotes repeat visitation back to the city. And here's just a quick snapshot again of some of the stuff we did achieve, mainly with Kia Ora magazine, getting more Hamilton content into Kia Ora, whether it be on our food, our people, our technology or our businesses, as well as some of our tourism attractions as well, like the gardens. We're also about to launch our first Locals campaign. So look, Locals Week, I've just put a screenshot there of a couple of the advertising that we're doing within Hamilton itself. We're promoting more people to explore their own backyard. To do that, Locals Week is a 50% off or 2-for-1 deals across all our major tourism operators, food providers, hospitality, hotels, where people can actually take their friends and family for half price. And the idea behind that is we're running that for 10 days is to get more residents to explore Waikato, get them more, build some pride in place around what they have, and then again, eventually, we want them to become our raving fans and actually recommend their own visiting friends and family to stay in Hamilton and Waikato and experience some of our tourism experiences rather than saying, no, just carry on down to Rotorua. We obviously have a lot to offer here, and we've got a lot of new stuff coming as well. Lastly, industry and product development. Look, I won't go through all of this. This is in my report as well. It's just pulling out the key products that we've been working with here in Hamilton, particularly over the last 12 months. Some new ones, particularly around St Andrews Golf Course. We are about to become a golf region in 2021. That's because we'll be getting our first marquee golf course at Lochiel at Mystery Creek. And St Andrews are also about to undertake another development plan to obviously bring them up to what we call the next standard of a golf course. So to start to attract more of the Australian market, a lot of our golf courses around our city and the region currently do get a lot of free and independent travellers or touring groups. We're hoping to grow that because, again, the spend and the time they will spend within our region is quite significant. And then lastly, look, we've talked about the walking tours we're developing with a lot of our operators. Waikato Museum has a city walking tour now around the history of the place. We also have Te Ahure Māori tours we launched at the NAISA conference for all our Indigenous First Nations visitors. Feedback's been positive, so we're slowly helping Les and his whānau grow that product. What they do is they start at Waikato Museum and talk about Tanga the Dog sculpture. They then walk along the Waikato River and talk about the legends of the river and the sense of place and arrival. And then they come actually and talk about Garden Place. They talk about some of the murals that we have now in our city around Boone Street Art Festival that actually talk about our sense of place here in Hamilton. So it's wider than just because it's called a Māori tour doesn't mean it's all about Māori arrival. It also talks about some of the European arrivals and some of the legends and our artworks that we do have around our city. So it's bringing our public sculptures and artworks to life as well. And then lastly, Zirka Circus. Obviously they're based in Gordonton, for those of you who didn't know. We're looking at hopefully developing a semi-permanent base for them here in Hamilton, where they will have a training school as well as offer a performance product that visitors can buy to actually learn to be an acrobat for the day, or they can actually offer it as an incentive product. So we will hopefully update you soon on when we can open the Zirka Circus products for here in Hamilton. And then lastly, the Ambassador Program. Unfortunately, Hamilton Central's had to leave, but this has been a joint project with the Hamilton Central Business Association for the last 12 months. Ambassador Program is a national program that started in Queenstown and Wanaka 5 years ago. It's now rolling out nationally. It's gone into Bay of Plenty, Auckland, Dunedin and Wellington, and we're now the next city first. I've focused on Hamilton initially because it's about, again, building our own reputation with our own people, that Hamilton is a great place to live. To do that, we need to teach people actually about the history of our city, tell some stories, but also talk about how to get around and teach people about manaakitanga, which is actually some of the cool hidden gems we do have here. So you're going to get a bit of a sneak peek of the video before we actually launch it in September. Let's play that now.
Come with us, share our waka, feel the passion and the strength of our region. For it is here in Kirikiriroa where our kaitiaki runs deep, our mana inspires, and unforgettable discoveries are just around the bend. A welcoming place where our people keep it real and the experiences become unreal. Welcome to Kirikiriroa and the mighty Waikato. It's all yours to discover.
Kia ora, welcome to Hamilton Zoo here in beautiful Kirikiriroa.
Welcome to Good George Brewing.
Welcome to Hamilton Eyesight.
In Kirikiriroa, we have everything on our doorstep. We're the beating heart of the Waikato region.
It's a privilege to be an ambassador and have the opportunity to share the great stories about Hamilton.
Being an ambassador is about being passionate about what we do and sharing that passion with others.
It's the people that make the biggest difference.
Kia ora and welcome to Kirikiriroa.
If you think the scenery is amazing, wait until you meet the people.
It doesn't matter about your age or what you do, we can all be great ambassadors for the region.
Being an ambassador to me is about enhancing the visitor's experience. It's about us showcasing and telling our stories to one another.
Welcome to Hamilton Gardens.
So being an ambassador is also about guardianship and being a steward protecting what we've got and encouraging our guests to do the same.
It blows me away in Hamilton how many creative people we have that are innovating and making our city awesome.
We're proud to have the Waikato River flowing right through the heart of our city. It's a big part of our heritage and our future.
Being an ambassador for Hamilton means being really proud of where we are. We've got such a fantastic place with amazing people and full of such great entertainment experiences.
The Hamilton is the hub of adventure for the central North Island Waikato area, and the fact that within 1 hour you can be kayaking, you can be deep sea fishing, you can be surfing, you could be going mountain biking, tramping, and that is all from Hamilton.
Help us to share our passion. It's a privilege to tell our stories of this magical place we call home. Join us on our journey and become an ambassador for Kirikiriroa Hamilton.
So the Ambassador Program will be launched in September. Initially we are targeting frontliners, we're calling them, in hospitality retail. We've got all of Hamilton taxi drivers, for example, going through the program. From there we will then be targeting all our hotel staff, so it's not just concierge, it goes through to housekeeping as well, because what we see is people normally ask people when they arrive in a city, what's so great about this place? And look, Wellington and Queenstown have done this program very well, and you kind of get what I call key messages and scripts. When you hop in a taxi from any of those airports, they talk up the place where they live, and that's what we're hoping to achieve here in Hamilton as well. So again, it's a collaborative project with us in Hamilton Central, targeting retail, hospitality and accommodation providers, but we're also going to be opening up to the public. So people who want to be volunteers, for example, at our major events, it'll be good for them to go through the Ambassador Program. It's only a 3-hour course. They get a little NZ badge to prove that they're now a trained New Zealand ambassador, and then we will keep them updated and then eventually roll the program out Waikato-wide, but we're starting with Hamilton first. So look, thank you all very much. I think this is our last report to the current committee in your current form, so all the best for elections, and again, happy to take any questions.
We've got a big list here. So the ground rules, 2 questions and only 1 shot at questioning. So get them sorted beforehand. Thanks, Siggy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Jason. And I'm actually feeling teary-eyed now after watching this video, because Hamilton's my home and it has been for a long time, so golly. But what I wanted to ask you is, with Hamilton being voted #1 summer spot at Booker Badge, have you got any ideas why it's so popular? Are there any specific reasons for that?
It was major events. So major events, what we see during our city, especially during the Sevens, for example. We also had the UCI track champs, the World Track Champs at the Avanti Drome. Hamilton is the key hub for our accommodation and hospitality, field days as well. But look, during summer, it was definitely major events that drove the growth for what we call non-commercial accommodation. All our hotels and motels were fully booked, and obviously some of your spare rooms are also fully booked by visiting friends and family. So that pushes people into what we call non-commercial, Book a Batch and Airbnb. That was the biggest growth.
Fantastic. And my second question is, look, and this came up at the start of the video, is we're still branding ourselves, of course, as 100% natural. But you talked more about the people and the culture. But I mean, in overseas, 100% natural still means that it's environmental a lot of times, and I just wondered, are we doing enough, or do you believe we're doing enough towards that brand in the environmental area?
So look, from a tourism perspective, we obviously have launched a number of sustainability commitments with regards to getting more of our tourism operators to be completely holistic with regards to having what we call a cyclic economy for our tourism products, and the contributions back to our visitors and to our people and to our communities. What I would say is, look, 100% pure, which is probably what you're alluding to. What you will see is that will probably become more of a secondary focus now. It is definitely around our unique people and culture. that is something that no other place in the world has. Unfortunately, when it comes to the environment, using that as landscapes is not enough anymore. Look, there are beautiful mountains in South America. We've got Alps in Scandinavia and glaciers. We've got beautiful beaches and some of them around the islands in the Pacific. So to be able to compete only on the environmental message is not strong for New Zealand anymore. It's going to be around our culture and our people. So,
thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jason, and thanks for your report and your enthusiasm. When I look at paragraph 6, we are... paragraph 6 on page 99, that's under background. We are by far the biggest contributor to Hamilton Waikato tourism from a local government perspective. In fact, we contribute nearly 50% of the total council grants. Do you think when compared with other local government funders and the benefits they receive, that our residents, Hamilton residents, get value for money out of our $585,000 that we contribute each year?
Absolutely. But when you, and I don't mean that as a flippant comment, when you look at some of the statistics with regards to expenditure, and that Hamilton is the hub for actually our visitor economy here in our region, this is where the benefit is delivered, whether it be through our events or whether it be through tourism attractions. Places like Hobbiton and Waitomo are our two most successful visitor attractions. They are day visits only. People hub and actually spend their time here in Hamilton. So our average night has also increased as a city. So the national rate is 1.1 nights in the city. You're at 2.1. So you're actually bucking the national trend. So what we do see with that is the value that Hamilton contributes is definitely around the spend and the stay that actually our visitors are having here in Hamilton.
Okay, I've got to be careful about my questions, seeing I've only got 2. I could ask another question from that, but I won't. Do you see other revenue streams? Do you see other revenue streams gradually replacing your organisation's dependency on our grants?
What I wouldn't see, what I would see, we are seeing a growth in what I call more grants and government grants. That's what we are heading towards. So the International Visitor Levy obviously has started to kick in now, where we're actually receiving funding, not directly to what I call us as tourism organisations, but they're coming into products. So what I do see is hopefully more investment from government into our tourism experiences, which Dallas kind of alluded to around the cultural tourism component. We also are we've received grants at the moment from Well Energy Trust, who are looking to get into major events. So what I do see is we are picking up the opportunities where councils are currently not funding, rather than actually removing the reliance on council funding. It'll be about plugging the gaps with current funding shortfalls we have in our region. So major events is something that we are working on developing so we can actually collaborate and actually assist councils to actually bid and successfully host more events.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Jason. Is there an acceptance in the industry that because the industry, and this is triggering off what Rob was saying, because the industry benefits from the funding, that the industry should contribute a little more? Is there any sort of framework that you could start to develop that would try and equitably claim some funding back from the industry?
So what you'll see is, unfortunately Annabelle's not here, but the board are really clear with actually growing our industry contributions year on year.
Yep.
So we have increased that by 50,000 per year over the last 2 years. Obviously that target is being reset for this financial year. So eventually what we do see is what we call equitable funding that is in comparison or aligned to what local government contributes. So that's our overall goal. We do see a growth and hopefully additional industry contributions into our activities.
Good work, thank you. Okay, and the other one is just on page 109, under the box headed Media, Domestic and International. At the bottom of that box, there's Little Red Book in China. Who authored that book, please?
Who authored that book?
Yeah, I know you would. And Das Kapital, and a few others too, eh?
Little Red Book is actually a Chinese social media channel. So it's...
Oh, it's not Mousy Tong?
No.
Oh.
So it's actually it's a traveller guide.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jason, for your great work. My question's around the Airbnb research. Thank you for doing that. You mentioned that people are renting out their houses, disappearing, etc. Did you discover in your research that whether people are just putting their house on Airbnb instead of renting it out as a rental?
So what we are seeing is definitely, it fluctuates month on month. So what that means is people are only using it for short term. So it's mainly Hamiltonians going away on holiday and actually funding their holiday by actually renting out their home while they are away. So we aren't seeing what we call a steady increase in actually permanent long-term rentals. Very different to Raglan, where we have seen that. So Raglan is pretty much 90% permanently rented, non-commercial now on Airbnb. But for Hamilton at this stage, all we're seeing is fluctuations month on month, which actually shows us that it's just short term at this stage. But what we would recommend is, again, if you're starting to see long-term impacts of properties actually eating into your rental market, as well as into your commercial sector, then there is opportunities for us to look at different ways as a city that you might wish to take something from that or provide balance that they're providing commercial services to the city.
Great, thanks. That's my only question, so I'll give Norm my extra one. Is that all right?
Ngā mihi kia koe e te tōkana mō Omahi I tēnei kaupapa. I just want to, we spoke about it earlier, just in the report, the use of double vowels versus the tohuto, and just being consistent in terms of that. I'm heartened by the video in regards to the kupu kirikiriroa Hamilton being used quite frequently. It was a bit mixed up throughout the whole video clip there, but I was heartened by the use of it at the back end of it anyway, te kupu kirikiriroa Hamilton. My two questions, or 2.5, just what are the areas, I just wanted you to elaborate. Earlier we talked about, the word was Maori, but it's pronounced Māori, around Māori resources and the impact of Māori resources on tourism. The second question is, what's the biggest risk to the growth in the tourism market at this point in time? Particularly, and I'm thinking about, does global climate change have an impact? And my other point, it was a point, not a question, but would have been great to see that dart champion with a tāmoko on his arm, or moko on his arm.
Would have. So look, to your first question, you asked around Māori resources. Is that with regards to tourism proposition?
Yes,
I assume.
Yep.
So, I mean, obviously we've mentioned quite briefly there around Te Ahure Māori tours here in Hamilton. What we are working with is, obviously, you've also questioned some of the opportunities that are available with Hamilton Gardens around the haka experience. For us, look, we identified with Te Waka that some sort of cultural performance space for the city is actually would be a great asset and opportunity. So it would be more than just having the haka festival there or experience. What we would look at is obviously more celebrating our culture as well. You have Te Parapara Gardens and Hamilton Gardens as well. Look, that is an asset to the city. Obviously, it has kaitiaki with Ngāti Wairere. So for us, it's around how do you activate Te Parapara Gardens as well. So look, there is plenty of opportunities using your existing resources. There's also some of the storytelling that is available now with Te Wīnaka, the waka available at Waikato Museum as well. So
is the river, so this isn't a question, it's a complimentary.
The last question you had was around the biggest risk we currently have in the visitor economy. It is probably what I call the slowdown and potentially looking at a global recession again. So look, Brexit is starting to have an impact with regards to international visitor arrivals coming out of Europe and the UK. Australia is about to head into a bit of a recession as well. What we see is Australians, our #1 visitor market internationally. They will start to slow down, so they will normally have holidays within Australia. And look, in New Zealand as well, we are starting to see more and more New Zealanders less travel internationally and actually more staying in our country. So for us, domestic, even though we're going to see a bit of a slowdown in travel, we will see for us growing our domestic visitor proposition as being something to buffer us through, as well as international conferences and events as well.
Kia ora.
Thanks, Jason. With your ambassador program, you mentioned you're approaching taxis and things. Have you looked at the Ubers?
Yes, so Uber are part of that, as well as Red Badge. There's plenty of transport providers, Super Shuttle. So it's up to each individual company, because there is they have to pay to ascend them. But look, Uber have been quite complimentary about wanting to put their staff through it. They've done it through Queenstown as well. So we do hope that all transport operators would actually join the program too.
Great. Also good to see the investigation, the Airbnb bed tax. I mentioned it in the chamber a year ago, but got shut down, so thank you.
Yes.
Perhaps just dealing with, the general promotion of events. Do you have any views around, I guess, the city has an event sponsorship fund. and I guess it's just the long-term thing, like, for example, the Hamilton Gardens Festival potentially can grow over a period of years to be like kind of a WOMAD. I notice you've got sort of major golf things, St Andrews, Lockheed, whatever. Do you have any sort of will you be giving us advice through our LTP and our budget processes to, if you like, perhaps developing that particular fund or
Definitely. So we adopted a year ago the major event strategy for the region. It was the first piece of work to bring everyone together. The idea behind that is obviously it's two-pronged. One is to grow what we call our off-season events within our region. So we probably could do with 2 or 3 new major events. The idea behind that is we would then develop long-term a regional major event fund. So it would complement what councils currently contribute because each council has an event fund. So for us, it's around filling the gaps around where are we missing out on some of the major events that we could actually help potentially plug some of that funding. But what we do see is definitely more long-term events coming into the region. We're currently in the bidding process for 4 right now. The new events to Hamilton particularly, and one is obviously we announced recently was the International Breast Cancer Survivors Paddlers Festival, which brings in 5,000 paddlers from around the world. They will be based at Lake Karapiro, but all the hotel accommodation and the F&B and also some of the functions will be held here in Hamilton and also at Mystery Creek.
Your question on the golf stuff is interesting because we've got at least 2 courses here. Is that growing that particular visitor market or with the
It's growing domestically, so we do see a lot of touring groups domestically travelling around to actually play golf courses. Our goal is to it's also getting traction in the Australian market, but we want to grow our long haul markets as well. We get a lot of premium golf groups coming here. They're currently not stopping to play any golf in Waikato because we don't have a marquee golf course. So
what do you define as a marquee? Sorry, all right, okay.
Kind of the top tier.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jason. And I agree with you. Those videos were real good. Just with the first one was with the All Blacks versus Tonga this week. You've got anything planned or anything running in conjunction with that?
So Hamilton Central are working with H3 around a fan and city activation. For us, it's been around promoting ticket sales. So we've been working in market with Rugby New Zealand, New Zealand Rugby Union, and also H3 around promoting ticket sales in our what we call our drive markets. Yep. That's been the main thing we've been working on as well. It's an earlier game, so we obviously have part of those ticket sale promotions. We've been getting more people to come for the weekend, particularly with families, and actually experience some of the products we have here as well.
Fantastic. And lastly, there was something that in your presentation, what is confinement and escapism? It sounded a little bit Silence of the Lambs-ish.
What is it and where do they hold it? Yeah, so they're both escape room products. Confinement is based inside Sky City Hamilton, and they have 3 different rooms where you actually go in. It's like a team building, or it's something you can do with friends and family. You're given clues, and you have a time limit to escape the room based on the clues. Your other one is Escapist, which is a new product around on Bryce Street. Where actually there is escape rooms, but they also have board games, a number of board games available, old games, new games, and people can actually stay there and actually challenge their friends and family to games. So that's what those 2 products are.
Fantastic. I've learned something. That's great.
Yeah, I've just noticed the talk of Māori looking at owning stories and IP on different stories and words and things like this, and I just see that as a area going forward over the coming years that we probably need to be aware of, particularly with some of the words and IP that you guys have captured and think you own, and whether that may be challenged in the future. So I just think it's a pending area you need to keep in mind going forward.
Sure, so we don't claim to own any of those words or stories. Ngāti Waitere are actually the ones who created the stories for the Ambassador Program as the mana whenua here, so that's the process we worked through to actually get those stories told. They're only told during those programs as well, based on what Ngāti Waitere said are the correct ways that we should be telling those stories, and the facilitator we have is actually from Waikato Taunui too, so it's to ensure that we do carry out and caretake those stories and honour the way that they've been told. So, thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Jason. Once again, shows how interested the councils are. I had to cut them off, just about all of them, for these the 3rd and 4th questions, but appreciate you coming along, and I'll move that the report be received, seconded by Leo got his hand up first. Those in favour, against, carried. No speeches from Martin, that's good. On to no,
Thank you.
Thanks.
All the best, everyone. Thank you.
So, councillors, we'll move on to the Chair's report. Now, I'll just to give you a bit of a heads up for lunch, maybe around 22, 1:45, somewhere around there we finish an item, and until 1:30-ish. So that's what I'm thinking, if you need to plan anything. No, we're opening the Mayor's beer fridge, I'm told. And wine. Okay, so the Chair's report is attached on page 126. And I mean, the first thing I'd like to do is just thank everyone for the nearly universal good nature that these meetings have had since the start. So it's been great. We've got through a hell of a lot of work over the period. There's a lot that's ongoing, and I'm quite sure the next council will need to pick up an awful lot from this committee, whatever structure it has. But I've enjoyed all the things that have come through here, even including Gary's questioning most of the time. But I do appreciate the work all of you have put into this, and especially the staff have put into their reports, and sometimes being probably more cross-examined than questioned, but it's been all in good cause. So that's what I'll say there. Just a comment on that Rotokauri rise. It occurred to us when we got a series of complaints from basically a brand new suburb, slightly isolated from the rest of the city, that we don't do a great job as a council welcoming new residents to new areas. Not so much welcoming them as giving them the information they need to be able to be fully functioning citizens from day one. There were issues with buses. There were some people even were complaining that they weren't getting the flyers in their letterboxes. Some others said no, they didn't want them, but you know, it was down to that sort of mundane level. It was getting street lights working, getting roads put through. There's a whole host of different things. So staff have sort of, in Sean Hickey's group, are looking at better ways to handle that in future. So it was a good learning exercise for those of us that got involved. There's only 150 houses or so there at the moment, but there will be more in the future, just at the back of Wintec, if you're not sure, where it is sort of over the other side near Ngātaiatea School, down the end of that road. There's a big fancy suburb going up there. Go down and have a look if you haven't seen it. The last two items relate to a couple of resolutions recommendations I've put forward. One was the Access Hamilton projects, and this is basically a continued frustration that those of us in Access Hamilton and working in transport generally have had, not with any individuals in NZTA, but with the way the whole thing has not been run for the last 2 years. We put up a program that they supported in writing, that we needed their roughly 50% subsidy for, and for several of our key projects, which fit exactly with the government's stated intention of promoting active transport and public transport and alternatives and safety on the roads. We're not able to go ahead with them. We've got our money, we've got the money off the ratepayers to do that, but we are not able to get the government share because of the way NZTA has handled things over the last 2 years. As again, I said, it's not an individual's fault, so but we really do need to impress on the government that there isn't enough money in NZTA to do the job that they have asked the country to do. And we've suffered, in a way, we were ahead of most places. We had a program already agreed by them almost before they did the statement, the government policy statement, but we're still suffering the same as everyone else. So it didn't matter that we were doing good work and getting early off the block. So I'm suggesting that we don't leave it there, that we continue to push, continue to be the squeaky wheel, basically. And the Mayor and his staff have pointed out to me that rather than maybe writing a letter, which I've suggested here, that we've got 2 Transport Ministers in town next week, Julianne Genter and Phil Twyford, and that we try and set up meetings with both of them through the Mayor's office. In fact, I know one of them is already approved, and discuss it directly with them in whatever forums like that we can set up. But that's what's sitting in behind that one. And I'll just briefly go into the Amberfield one, which I know I'll also ask Jen to speak on, because her and I have had a number of discussions on this. You heard Selwyn and Diane's submission this morning, and this arose out of that because at least some of us were concerned that some of the issues or potential issues we'd raised about the impacts of construction on existing residential suburbs in the area, particularly Bader Street area and perhaps to a lesser extent the Fitzroy area, that there would be quite an effect on that if the construction-related traffic and the early traffic from residences before the bridge was built across the river, some of that would have a negative effect on the existing areas. So we were concerned, and I know Selwyn and June expressed their concern that that wasn't being handled sufficiently well, and perhaps after talking to Jen, it's not that it wasn't being handled so much as we didn't know what was being done about it, and perhaps some of the expressions that were, or presentations that were made by our staff to the hearing that's already underway, the resource consent hearing, weren't expressing it in a way that sort of was supportive of the local residents. It was quite technical, I think. But that's just an introduction to this. I've made some recommendations in C on page 127 relating to that. Some of that will be difficult, if not unable to be done, but Jen has drafted an alternative that we can work on there. So I'm just wondering, maybe Jen, would you like to say something? This is just on the Amberfield part of it, and then I'll open it up for questions and we'll go to the recommendations. Jen.
Sure. So just, I guess, firstly, a note that it has been quite a long time between drinks in terms of the conversations that we've had around this table in regard to this particular development. So many of you will remember the briefing and then the developer presentation that we had towards the back end of last year on this space, and there were a number of conversations around the traffic and the transport considerations then. So following on from that, transport has become a key part of the conversation within the consent process that is currently going on at the moment. And there are, if you ever care to have a look at them, quite a number of documents that cover all of the points that Council has brought up. And then there was also our submission, the Council submission, into that consent process, which sought to kind of lock in some of those key points that you guys were making at the time. In terms of where we've got to now, so the consent process is well underway. There, from a transport perspective, there have been a number of rounds of expert and very technical reports, but those technical reports really are about people. So yeah, it's about managing the traffic and where the traffic's going, but we do that because there are people and there are houses and existing suburbs involved. And there have been a number of submissions from local residents in the area on this exact point. So these things are well underway. In terms of construction traffic, so one of the areas of conversation with the traffic experts is around a thing called a construction traffic management plan, which is all about what is going to happen to get machinery into and out of this area as it gets developed. So the construction traffic management plan is something that the developer puts together once they've got a consent and they understand, or they plan out what their construction of their development is going to look like. They are then required to come and talk to us about what their construction traffic management plan is going to be. Within the consent, we lock in a whole framework of parameters that they must cover in that process. So the conversation that Councillor Dave and I had earlier this week, not even, late last week, is that there is no mechanism left in the process for us to provide a subsequent report to the Commissioner, but the construction traffic management plan is something that is delegated to an officer, in this case Chris Allen, to certify, and we can bring that back to the Access Hamilton task force or similar for conversation and discussion before that gets certified as part of this process. So that is the first resolution there, and locking that in. The second...
We'll put this up on the board soon as well.
Shall I read it out?
Was it? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Requests staff, subject to the draft traffic management conditions of the Amberfield subdivision consent being confirmed, bring the Amberfield construction traffic management plan to the Access Hamilton task force for discussion prior to approval. So that deals with the construction management plan, and that will deal with...
No, it's the one that's up on the wall, Gary. We'll come back to the technicality of it. Just let Jen finish, and I'll come back to that so we know which one we're talking about.
And so that will deal with more than just the Beta Norrie, Waterford Peacock corridor. It will deal with the construction traffic overall and how that's managed. And there will be conditions in that consent around timing and having these things off peak and all of that sort of thing to minimise that impact. So the other part of the proposed resolution that I've drafted is in regard to what's happening in that space right now. So there is a piece of work that is being considered, and there is some community engagement happening very soon. It's out. Okay, great. Thanks, Robin. And that is the initial upgrades and the initial changes and traffic calming for that Beta Street Norrie corridor that was discussed earlier today. So that is with the community for comment, and the proposal is that comes back to a regulatory and hearings committee for this council to have a conversation about and make some calls on at that point. So that's locked in as notes that staff will report back to the Regulatory and Hearings Committee following community engagement on the first tranche of safety improvements for Beta Street and Norrie Crescent corridor, including pedestrian improvements and 30 kilometres an hour speed limit at the shopping centre. So that's the first tranche of those improvements, and we'll provide the feedback. Then there is a second tranche as well that we will lock in, bringing that back to Access Hamilton Task Force or similar once that is ready to come. So that won't happen this side of the elections, but we can create a resolution that will lock that conversation into Access Hamilton or whatever is in its place for the next triennium.
So what I'm proposing to do, apropos of your question, Gary, is replace my C in the report with the C, D and E highlighted in yellow up there, because that's technically allowable to be done rather than what I had, which wanted to insert something into the hearing, which technically isn't possible. But I think the point was well made, shall we say. So let's, I'll withdraw my C and put that up there, and I'll move that to get it on the table, and Jeff will second it. And we're open to questions now. Just questions first, clarification or whatever, and then we'll do any talking. Just mention which area, whether it's Amberfield one or NZTA or anything else that you're talking about, please. Gary, sorry, first.
My question was going to be on the recommendation as per here. So I just need to, okay, so I'll just skip
circle back into it. Yep. Yeah, Siggy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, because you're mentioning that be directed to use other routes that do not travel through residential streets. What routes did you have in mind?
Basically, Peacock Road Lane to Rains Road.
All the way around there, okay.
Either onto State Highway 3 or eventually State Highway 1. You can go either way if you go backwards out.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks. Martin, please.
Congratulations on this Chair's report seeing the light of day, unlike another committee, and I'm sure the new council will seriously, jokes aside, look at our standing orders process, because this is a good example where a chair, be it you or finance or wherever, takes initiative, and we have independent staff reporting always, of course.
Yes, I was surprised I didn't have a Gary done on me as well.
Well, I mean, obviously that's for the new council, but it does raise a significant point. I acknowledge that, you know, obviously. Question, around the Peacocks, I use that road anecdotally regularly to see a good dear friend in Norrie Street, and also go up Dixon to see a daughter who lives off Split Ave. The Peacocks bit, you know, this what I call the squiggly bit, you know, so to me, from a point of view of just, I get outside it's a nightmare. I get what you're trying to do at the shops, but I'm just trying, you know, you do the sharp left or right-hand turn off Beta, and you go down that squiggly rural road called Peacocks, and just my observation is that's a nightmare as it is. From a budget or council point of view, where are we at on that is bringing some of those improvements sooner rather than later? You know, I think that is a key link.
Yeah, I am gonna throw that to
I'm
Andrew.
a bit reluctant to get into details of roads
okay. Just
here,
tell me about, perhaps through the chair, may I ask about process? It's more, key point of my question is I get going through the management plans and all of that, but I suddenly suspect the cash may have to come with some construction stuff. You know, I suddenly said the things we may have to do sooner rather than later, that's all.
Yeah, so in terms of the process, so we're in the middle of a consent hearing at the moment, which is going to set out a whole load of conditions for the development of the Amberfield development, and as you know, and actually Karen and the team will be talking very shortly about the Peacock project as a whole. So there's a number of layers of this in terms of getting to a point where we've got a really clear direction of how all of this stuff lines up. So once that consent is in place, then the developer will go away and figure out what their construction plan looks like, and then we'll be having a conversation about what construction traffic management looks like, and then we're talking about when will we be seeing people moving into that area and then providing an extra layer of traffic. So once we get through the consent process, we'll be better able to give you a brief on where we're at now and layer all those things up for you.
So C and E are more future for the early in the new council, whereas D is something that will be done within this council prior to the election. Which is the immediate safety upgrades of Beta Norrie.
I know we can't debate this now, but genuinely, Beta Street, the squiggly bit of Peacocks Road, I don't see how that's necessarily going to work. Anyway,
you will have the chance to talk about that under D, that will cover that area, Martin, at Access.
So that's some of the micro detail we get through the Access Committee. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Thanks. Jeff, please.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. My question is really just seeking a bit of reassurance about C, the new C, which is a little weaker than the C in the Chair's report. Is that going to actually give us the room to move the, I guess, the power to get what we want there? We're not going to be painted into any corners before that discussion happens. I mean, I just want reassurance that actually gives us the ability to ensure we get a route we're happy with.
You're talking about for the construction?
For the construction.
So within the consent is quite a long list of parameters that will have to be addressed within the construction traffic management plan. And that's where we set out for the developer, here's all the things that you have to deal with in that construction management plan. That then, part of those conditions is that they need to consult with Hamilton City Council and WIPA and NZTA in that process. And Chris has final sign-off of that. So that will come as early as we can to Access Hamilton for some engagement on that.
Okay, so...
But that wasn't quite answering the question.
Yes, no, I
Will
realise
it have the power to, for instance, ensure that construction traffic doesn't go through residential areas?
Because it's phrased at the moment as a discussion.
Yeah, sure. So I might just throw that one to Chris. I've phrased it that way because so the approval of these things is is delegated to an officer. So that person, from a consent perspective, is going to be Chris, but he will bring that for your feedback.
Could we have a comment from the all-powerful Chris Allen there, please?
Look, there is a lot of power in those conditions to work with us. I do make the point there'll be a timing issue, like when they actually develop. There might be loads of other activity happening in the area. Us, for instance, we're going to be in that area building a bridge and a whole lot of kit as well. So we'll have to just assess it at the point in time and when that's happening and what else is happening and come up with the best traffic management plan for the area. So I can't...
That's also not answering Jeff's question.
Yeah, right, well, all I can say is there is a fair amount of power in there. The wording is quite glib. We've got to certify rather than approve. So, so there's a difference between the two. So they have to abide by the principles that will be locked into their consent.
Well, I'll follow that question a bit then. I know with the construction of the Hamilton bypass of the expressway, at least in the northern end of that, the construction traffic is required as part of their consent to use the most direct route to a state highway rather than going, for instance, along River Road. Not that it obeys it all the time, but there is a requirement actually written in their consent. How do we get that same sort of requirement?
Yeah, they will be the same sorts of things that we're looking at as well. So, you know, I can't answer that question until I've seen their construction management plan and what they're looking to do, but I think the resolution does require me to bring it back and talk to council about that and where I've got to before we approve or certify the plan.
So presumably the delegation to you will be one of the things that the new council could potentially look at? If, you know, how's that delegation arrived at?
So it's within the consent. So the commissioner writes it into a condition of the consent.
So it's all a bit of a wing and a prayer as to whether council can influence that or not.
Well, your influence would be through me, so I hope you would trust me to abide by that condition and bring it to you to talk to through the Access Hamilton Task Force or the new structure, whatever it is.
Jeff, I think that's as much of an answer as you're going to get today.
Yep.
On that front. There, Gary, you're back on.
I trust Chris. The discussion about Beta Street and whatnot, is that permanent or is that whilst construction is going on, which will be a long time?
You're talking about what's in D there. Yeah, D.
Permanent.
Pardon?
It's permanent.
Oh, those are permanent changes. Those are not just to deal with the construction traffic, it's to do with all the increased traffic.
Yes.
Okay. And I heard Range Road mentioned. That's a very narrow, meandering type of road, country road also. We're not expecting that to carry a lot of, well, I would suggest that would not be a good road to be carrying a lot of traffic.
So Rains Road, there's a tiny little bit of Rains Road that pops out onto State Highway 3.
Yes.
State Highway 3. So from access to a state highway, that's the piece. Going the other way, slightly different story.
Yeah, I guess, Gary, they're going to have to look at all the possible access means and decide, you know, balance it between what the sort of thing you've just mentioned and going through construction, the residential areas.
Yeah, because it's not a road that's amenable to that sort of level of traffic.
Well, this is one of the results of the RMA system allows people to put in applications for consent ahead, in this case, of the bridge being built, which would be the obvious route. Once that's built, then, hey, that's the route. It's you know, better for everyone. We have to accept we don't have to agree with the application, but we have to receive it and process it.
Okay, just one last, the now not recommendation talked about Amberfield traffic being, I mean, this may now be moot, is it? Amberfield
It is
traffic
moot.
bridge.
The whole of C has been replaced by what's in
Okay.
yellow.
So the issue that was trying to be addressed by C Romans 2, is you're confident that's been addressed up there?
Well, that's basically saying once the bridge is built, then everything should go down that way. And my understanding is that the construction traffic management plan, which Chris has to certify, to use the right word, will include reference to what happens once the bridge is available, as well as what happens beforehand. He's nodding, yeah. So I think it is covered, Gary, in that sense. So, councillors, we've got the resolution up there, moved by myself and Jeff. Jeff, you want to speak to it? Yep, sure.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to support the revised recommendations, which I've seconded. And I am pleased to see us making an effort to specifically, explicitly trying to protect these residential routes, both during the construction period and both in the early stages of Amberfield before the bridge is built. I did raise the issue of construction traffic thundering past houses for years while this goes on at Access Hamilton a month or so ago. And the response I got was sort of along the lines of, well, it is going to cost more if you go another route, you know, Range Road, Peacock. And I wasn't left totally comfortable with that, because I think it's a big imposition for people here. Imagine yourself if you're living on Bader Street or something, and for 3 or 4 years you've got trucks thundering past, notwithstanding the safety issues. And it's been raised by the submitter that you've got a lot of kids being walked to school, etc., and that sort of stuff. So I'm really pleased to see us going to bat for the residents there, because I think it would be a pretty raw deal. So I want us to look as hard as we possibly can at any alternatives there. Yeah, no, that's it. Thank you.
Martin, please.
Yes, just quickly, obviously under B, of course, I fully support that, and I'm very disappointed. I think we have a very good relationship with the government of the day, but in terms of their principles around transport, the Beachgrove Road school link, absolutely crucial corridor in terms of schools and kids using that, young people. Transport centre upgrade, obviously, in terms of our public transport strategy. So I'm sure that the Mayor will be extremely assertive with the government on that, and it's because obviously this is an integral part of the package, obviously, very importantly. Coming back to C, D and E, the only thing I'd raise, I assume when we look at E, obviously, it is the Peacocks Road corridor as well. It's the access. You know, I mean, it's Bader, Norrie, and then it's going down what I call the squiggly bit of Peacock. So I want to emphasise Jeff Taylor's point. I think is very valid, and it's not just construction traffic, but it is incrementally, obviously the increase of traffic that's going to happen, before other major developments there. So I do think that particular bit of road and the turn, all that is quite important. Time for questions is over, but certainly when we come back to Access Hamilton, I'm just giving notice I want to sort of zero in on that bit as well.
Thanks. James, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, yeah, it's actually, the residents of Flagstaff and Rototuna have put up with construction traffic for years along River Road and Horsham Downs and K Road and everything else, and it's actually good that we're actually looking at the effects on residents now when we're doing these the new development areas. So it's actually something that I support. Thank you.
Thanks. Leo, please.
I support the motion, but I think we're sort of going back a little bit to when we built the Tarapa bypass. For example, Rifle Range Road, where all the heavy motor vehicles and that were travelling down there. The residents of that area, of course, were receiving vibrations through the sewage pipes and God knows what. And I see it's going to be the same as Bader Street. And if you look at that turn at the end of Bader Street to go down through the gully, a lot of the vehicles won't be able to make that turn because of their length.
Martin,
so
squiggly bit.
I think that there's a better alternative by coming in on State Highway 3. So I would actually push for the access to and from coming through from State Highway 3 Dixon Road area, which is better with more room and all that sort of stuff for the over-dimensional vehicles which will be operating in that area.
Yeah. I'll just speak briefly. Look, I agree with all the things that the speakers have said so far. I think Amberfield came in out of sequence before the infrastructure was ready in that area, and that's fine, they're allowed to, but I think any developer who does that, who does come in ahead of sequence when we don't have infrastructure ready, has to be aware that there'll be extra hurdles for them to go through until we do have the infrastructure. In this case, until the bridge is available, then it will be more expensive because they will have to go a longer route to get in and out with the heavy construction vehicles. And that's the way it is. Yes, you can do it, but it'll cost you more if you want to jump the gun on when we're going to be able to get the place ready for you. So I don't have any, I'm supportive of the Amberfield development happening, but if they want to do it 2 years ahead of when we're ready for them, then it is going to be a bit more expensive. I think that's how it is. And, you know, we have an obligation, like James said, to our residents, which we haven't always delivered on in this sort of area. So I'm going to put that to the vote now. I'll just show of hands, thanks. Those in favour, raise their hands. Against? You were just slow. Yeah, okay, that was unanimous, thanks. Okay, councillors, one thing I want to do before lunch, and that's the Peacock report. Karen's been waiting here, and it sort of flows from this. Karen and Andrew, sorry? Sorry? Oh, where was that?
From the GM's report, we're just going to...
Oh.
Happy not to, that's not a big deal.
Sorry. Yeah, yeah, we'll do peacocks and then come back to... Sorry, there was something else that was a part of the GM's report I was supposed to insert in there.
We can just do it all in the GM's report.
Okay. Sorry. Karen and Andrew?
Kia ora koutou. So I will introduce the report with a few points. I've got a couple of points and then I'll hand over to Andrew to talk about the infrastructure matters and the various resolutions that are in the report today. So the update I will give does relate to Amberfield. I thought I would just give an update of the timing of where that's at. There was a hearing in May and the council submission was heard at that and many other submitters as well. So that was in May, and following that, the hearing adjourned and took a little bit of time to do the caucusing around biodiversity largely. And it's reconvening on the 5th of September, so in a couple of weeks, and that's the final report, I guess. And then after that, it should take around a month for a decision to be made by the independent commissioner. And then following that, there'll be a period where appeals can be lodged. So around a month. So we'll kind of know the state of play with that consent application around November. If there are appeals, it could take up to 12 months or longer, depending on what the appeals are, if any. So we could be looking at 12 months to actually know what's happening with that development. Yeah, so that is Amberfield. And the other matter I just wanted to raise while I've got the microphone, because I don't often get the microphone in these updates, is Peacock. So what I have noticed in several media articles and also just in general when people talk to us is, and the spelling as well, Peacock with an E and no S. So there is, to add to the confusion, there is actually Peacock's Road, and that does have an S. But the suburb itself is Peacock with an E and no S. So I'll hand over to Andrew now to talk about the infrastructure.
That's right. Yeah, thanks, Karen. So we do have a number of resolutions. They're largely administrative based on decisions council's previously made. I'll just step through them very quickly, but the first one is around contract award. So council will recall that we've previously brought the macroscope for the State Highway 3 intersection through for approval. The enabling works contract's also been through to council, and that's been approved and the work is underway. We're about to go out to tender for the main construction, and that will be closing in the next month or two, and we need the ability to turn that around quickly in an award decision and utilise this summer period. So that's the intention that sits behind that, that delegation to Chief Executive to award the contract. The road stopping and the reserves, I've brought a friend, Jamie Searle, in the back to answer the really tricky questions, but effectively they are about simply giving effect to decisions that Council's already made, both through the business case, but also through the contract that Council's entered into with Waikato Tainui around dealing with the refusal first rights and the PAR site. So the reserve processes are public processes, and they'll go through the full gambit of public consultation and feedback, but we do need the resolution to trigger those processes that are already signalled in council contracts that we've got in place. And then the last matter is just the allocation of the main bridge deck itself, which has been the subject of a couple of Access Hamilton Task Force meetings at least, but we do need to lock that in and move forward. So just happy to stop there and take questions.
The east-west arterial on the map on page, God, what page is it? 183, just identify that for us. Is that the one going from Ohaupo Road, the new roundabout that's being built at the moment, all the way across to Amberfield in orange?
That's correct, yes. Yes.
Okay. So orient ourselves. Siggy, thanks.
Thank you for the report. Look, I just want to talk quickly about the strategic wastewater and where we're putting that, and we're piping it from one end of the city to the other end. And we were, Councillor McPherson and Karen and I, we were at a community meeting on last Friday, and somebody in the community brought up that the way we're doing it is quite behind the times. It is old-fashioned. We are pumping something into one place instead of actually dealing with it within the suburb. And I just thought, I went last night on the computer and looked for localized wastewater treatments, which are amazing and very different to what we've got. And I'm just wondering, can we still change something, or is it all too late? Has it all been set in concrete with what we're doing with our wastewater from Peacock?
That's a great question. So the last part is it set in concrete? It's part of the scope in the approved business case and the funding stream is to reticulate the waste through to our Puketi wastewater treatment plant. But in terms of the broader strategic issues, so local wastewater treatment versus centralised wastewater treatment on a macro scale. So I have a strong personal view. I think centralised is much better. You can get energy recovery, you can have resource recovery, and it starts to speak to some of the opportunity that sits in the whole Hamilton to Auckland Corridor Plan work stream. So I'll just pause there and say that if you do, you probably couldn't even consent in this environment a local package plant. But the business case is predicated on conveying the waste through to our Puketi wastewater treatment plant, and that's the program we're delivering at the moment.
Okay, can I just ask one more question? Did we ever consider having it localized? Because I've seen some amazing localized ones that are very different to what we've got in our centralized area. So, yeah.
I know in the case of Peacock there were almost decades of debate around local versus centralised, but I still come back to the fact I do not think this council could consent a package plant in this environment, and hence, so that the issue of wastewater across the whole city doesn't go away, and so hence the work stream under the Hamilton Auckland Corridor Plan to deal with that macro issue.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question around the developers, including Amberfield. Are they maintaining their timelines and discussions with us so that they will start to release sections that dovetail into the business case on which the Peacock development was approved by this council?
Yes, so because of the delay with the consent hearing, So the projections that were in the detailed business case, they were based on Amberfield getting away pretty quickly. And so that delay has essentially shifted the first few years that we expected from Amberfield. But if we look at the overall activity in the area and also the discussions that we're having with developers who have land in the area that are indicating that they want to develop, we think we're on track. We've got around about 60% of that 3,700. So we think it's okay at this stage.
Okay, thank you. We'll keep monitoring that. And the second question, which I think I'm still limited to 2 questions. The second question is the report refers to the impact of Southern Links on the design of the residential growth cell. Are you able to tell us or give us any updates as to when the construction of Southern Links will commence?
So all the arterial roads that council is building in Peacock that are funded by HIF are part of Southern Links. So Southern Links is a large network that's sort of co-owned between Hamilton City and NZTA. So often people talk about Southern Links as being the NZTA project, and I think I heard that come up this morning, but it's not. The bit that's outside of the city is the NZTA project. The bit that's inside Peacock is a Hamilton project. And
Southern Links itself includes the NZTA
it absolutely includes the NZTA project. And then within the city, the part that belongs to Hamilton City, half of that is funded through the HIF and the Peacock arrangement, because that's what leverages the houses. But the other half, which is reaching up and down the north-south and onto Cobham Bridge, which is more about regional connections and airport connections, that's not part of the HIF business case.
I understand that. I guess my question is because at some stage there's a connection between the two, isn't there? And I'm asking whether or not we know, and it may be part of Mayor Andrews' discussion with the Minister next week, is around when we might get a tick and a date around the commencement of the NZTA project, which is what we call Southern, what some of us refer to as Southern Links.
So I can't answer the question. I think it would require some political intervention. At the moment, the project's not funded in the 10-year period.
By NZTA?
Yep, by NZTA or us.
The designation and land purchase, some land purchase.
Yes, so, Councillor Dave is quite right. So NZTA is absolutely committed to land acquisition, and they own a large part of the corridor that they're responsible for. And we have a really strong and powerful partnership with NZTA, and we're working through all of our obligations under designation conditions. For us, within our jurisdictional boundary, we just have the Housing Infrastructure Fund line bits that are in the business case, but the challenge is the funding plan for the balance.
So just to comment on Chair Dave's comment, it is fully designated, isn't it, the Southern Links, so it's really the land acquisition and then starting the construction, which are the 2 next steps for NZTA. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Mark, please.
Thanks, Chair. Hey, are we still on track with the end of the ring road, the flyover? Nothing's changed in the timings recently? We're all go for that?
I'm gonna look at Chris Barton. He can shake it or not. But the question, Chris, is: are we still on track for the completion of the ring road interchange?
Yes. So what date? What time is that going to be done? Or not what time, but what date is that going to be done?
We're anticipating the program completion date is 2021, late 2021. But I just need to validate that with the team. That was the last
Okay.
Late 2021.
Microphone, hearing, video, sorry, on the webcam.
Yep. Late 2021, Martin, just to help you there.
No, but I make a very serious point.
Yeah.
On the video can hear that.
A simple, I'm ruling that a simple answer to a simple question like that is fine. And if there's any hearing problems, like you and I have, I'll repeat it. Thank you. Sorry, have you finished, Mark?
No, I think Andrew was just going to tack on there.
No. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
What was the rest of the question then?
No, that was all. I just want to greet our viewers and listeners.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ryan, thanks.
Thanks, viewers, also, our guests. Just a few questions really around the bridge. So just for clarity, really, so I understand we're earmarking 2 traffic lanes for general traffic and 2 traffic lanes for passenger transport, whilst it's also going to be an adaptable deck space. So when the bridge opens, are we locking in these PT lanes, or is there room to move depending on the traffic flows at the time? Or how prescriptive are we being?
So the intention is to lock in the lanes that were discussed at the task force, so locking them in as PT lanes. I think there will be a broader question to come over the next year or so, which is just, how does that connect to something much bigger? But the intention is to build the deck in this allocation manner at the outset. You could definitely reconfigure that in the future. That was one of the benefits of this particular bridge design, but a reconfiguration is not an overnight change. It would need a lead-in time. There's some cost and time to make a change in terms of the deck allocation, but it is a reallocatable deck. But the intention was to allocate the space in line with the task force discussions at the outset.
So appreciating the work that our chair and task force has put into the PT preference over this, if they build the PT lanes and there's crickets and there's traffic jams, it's something that's flexible.
Yes, very much so.
Okay, and just one more question. Tuish, relating to the berms where the bus lanes are being built.
Yes.
I guess you've already answered that. They're actually semi-permanent, we could say. And did I see there's a bus stop on the bridge?
No, there's not a stop on the bridge itself. No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
To come to the next Access Hamilton meeting that discusses this. Thank you. Okay. Gary, thanks.
Thank you. Paragraph 36 talks about relocating power lines that go across the Waikato River.
Yes.
Why do they need to be relocated?
Sorry, what was the last part?
Okay, so a relocation of Well Networks' existing overhead power lines across the Waikato River is being progressed.
Yes.
So clearly they go across the river now. We're building a bridge. Can't they just be attached to the bridge?
Oh, they will be. So they're in the road.
Oh.
They're in the road for the construction. So they, if you know...
Oh, so this is just talking temporarily, they'll be...
Yeah. So they may be a permanent relocation. So these existing cables, well cables, near Hungerford Crescent, across the Waikato River, that are in the road, in the footprint for the new bridge construction. So we need to get them moved out of the way, but they're critical in terms of energy supply to the broader area, so we have to have Well Network come and relocate those for us.
And so the permanent situation, so whilst the work's going on, you're moving the cables?
Yep.
And that will be a permanent move, will it?
Well, it becomes a Well Network decision as the asset owner. So we've got an open invite to all utility authorities to tell us what services they want to put into this bridge structure.
But it's likely that if it is efficient for Well to reattach the thing to our bridge, that they could.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I misunderstood that. All right. Thank you. Paragraph 49 talks about transferring property to Tainui. Do we get paid? Is that just a gift, or do we get paid for that, or do they already own it, or what?
It's a gift. So that's been to council.
So we're giving it back. What is it we're giving back to them?
So there's a historic pass site in the centre of the Peacock area, which is quite significant both culturally and is probably one of the best preserved pass sites around in the city. And so as part of a refusal first rights agreement which came to council and has been debated and approved, we are returning the pass site back to Waikato Tainui ownership. There's some detail in there in that the tribe may choose to partner with the city and continue to use it as a public open space. But effectively the land will be created as a title and it will be transferred to Waikato Tainui. There's a contract in place to do
I'm not familiar with the land at all. Is there literally bits of meeting houses and things like that out on there, is it?
No. So at the moment it's landlocked. The only way to get to it is through private property, and we'll address that. But effectively it's a land form. It's quite, I'm happy to take you out there at some stage. It's quite spectacular as a site, but it's surrounded by some deeply incised gullies. So it's effectively just an earth or land form. But there's no structures on it.
Okay, so the city has no, so just to be clear, the city owns it currently,
Yes.
and you said there's a first rights of refusal, Tainui, yep.
So the macro transaction in the contract was, we are looking to create an interchange on Cobham Drive, which sits on reserve land,
Mhm.
which was Crown derived. So to
Mhm.
legalise that as road, we have to deal with rights of first refusal.
And Tainui have those rights?
That they have those rights, and so what we've done is we've entered into a commercial discussion, we've reached an agreement, and part of that agreement is returning this parsite, which council owns, in the centre of Peacock. And in the context of that commercial agreement, they have elected to relinquish their first rights of refusal, which will allow us to vest the interchange on Common Drive as legal road effectively. But
It's not, so if it's, sorry, the last bit you just said then, which will allow us to make it into a road, I think is what you said.
Yes.
But isn't that where the parsite is, or have I completely got that wrong?
The parsite is right in the middle of the Peacock area.
Oh, okay.
Right in the middle.
Page 187. Page 187. There's a map.
Gotcha. It's where that little balloon thing, is it? That black balloon?
Yep. So, and perhaps even 183. 183.
Okay.
So 183 shows the parsite's in the middle, and the Cobham interchange is up in the north by the gardens. So that's the location of the parsite. So it's right in the heart of Peacocks, and it's landlocked.
Okay. So I just don't understand why they had first right to, Tainui had first right to refusal. They've refused those.
No. So we have a really positive partnership with Waikato Tainui in relation to all of those.
That's all lovely. I just want to figure out what's happened, that's all.
So we at its heart, the city has elected to build some infrastructure that's funded through central government.
Yep.
And it's on reserve land or land that Waikato Tainui we have a first right over. So we've worked with them and come to a commercial arrangement, which has been reported through to council, and we'll do certain things, i.e. transfer the parsite to them in exchange for them waivering the first rights and allowing the infrastructure footprints to be vested as legal road. It's effectively that simple.
Okay.
Obviously, if we just go to that chart on page 183, and the north-south link light grey, that's obviously unfunded and part of Southern Links,
yes,
correct? You know, that's a representation of that. Now, what I'm interested in, and again, it relates to an earlier item and work we're doing, and it's around this link, so from Cobham Drive Bridge through, at least beyond to Peacocks Road or beyond to the so-called link with the new bridge. Basically, that's not in the next 10-year frame. I'm looking at from a time point of view, or awaiting Southern Links.
Correct, from a construction funding
From a
perspective.
construction funding.
Yes.
So therefore, it does highlight again what is the most effective links from the CBD to this area. So obviously, we'll be dealing with the initial construction of Amberfield and other parts, but I'm looking at the time lag as population increases in this growth cell,
Yes.
and what is the effectiveness of links to the CBD. I get absolutely the Ohaupo Road intersection treatment, that, you know, that's an alternative out, I get it, but what I'm wanting to focus on is the sort of Beta Street, Cobham Drive link to the CBD.
And therein lies perhaps some of the most exciting opportunities. So one of the things, and I wasn't there, but Tal Lawrence was, at the Access Hamilton Task Force, is that there are a number of opportunities beyond just the Housing Infrastructure Fund to develop alternative corridors, alternative to the car. So that link through to Cobham Bridge is there now. And you know, perhaps it could be a walking and cycling corridor that's delivered ahead of the main road building program for Southern Links. There's quite a lot of opportunity in that space going forward.
I certainly get that, but as this growth cell goes, and I'm sorry if I don't mean to fixate on this, but it seems to me from the growth cell, I can certainly access town by the improved Ōhaupo Road interconnection. Excellent, excellent. But I'm just wanting to see if there is going to be a deficiency, because inevitably more and more traffic over time, quite apart from the construction issue, will start using that sort of Peacocks Road, Beta Street corridor. And I'm wondering, in terms of the, how many years capacity would that have? Putting aside construction traffic, I would wonder how long the capacity is there.
How long before we need the north-south link?
Well,
Drive.
yes, or Mr. Chair, if there's some sort of interim stuff we have to do that we haven't planned to do at this point.
Well, so there's a lot in that question, and there's a lot that council is already doing. So the land acquisition for that north-south corridor is absolutely part of the Housing Infrastructure Fund project.
Sure.
So we are progressing that. So there are things happening. It's just the physical construction phase that's not funded in the 10 years. And that's why there's a lot of opportunity to leverage that land acquisition program around walking and cycling routes and provide some real opportunities that some of our new growth areas don't have in terms of connectivity.
So Andrew, how long before it's needed was the guts of Martin's question.
From a road perspective, I'd suggest that the link's not needed as a road inside 10 years as a road, but my feeling is that it would be highly desirable as a walking cycling corridor.
So the question is, and I'll leave it there, the question is going to be, within the next 10 years, what does the Beta Street, Peacocks Road, Normandy corridor look like relative to the increased traffic density and its capacity to absorb the increased traffic density, and are there opportunities, whether like it or not, part of that north-south from, say, Cobham Bridge, at least to Peacocks Road or whatever, may have to come sooner than later? Because in 10 years' time, I think we are dealing with significant increased traffic.
And that's one of the things that I think we're looking for political engagement on, because I don't think the Peacock Beta Norrie corridor has a significant role in the hierarchy going forward. So the whole point of building a strategic network, so a major bridge across the river, a major east wing.
That may release the pressure.
That's the route, and so we should be making interventions on corridors like Beta Norrie corridor that reinforce that strategic network.
So Martin, we're going to keep the squiggles there so it's not attractive.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Serious, that's what Andrew's saying. There's no reason to treat that as the major route, Beta Norrie, because we'll have other routes, including the east-west one, relatively soon.
Sure. Okay, and I genuinely want, from my point of view, a good follow-up conversation on that and the reality of that. Thank you.
I think it is a good point, and we should put that specifically, that the traffic access routes early in the new council, how that's going to work.
Just may, at the risk of triggering a debate we don't want to have, may I just offer an observation? So for construction,
as long as it doesn't trigger a debate.
So for construction traffic, it could be a year or two before a big developer like Amberfield actually gets any construction activity underway, depending on appeals on their consents and what have you. When you start looking at it like that, the first substantive construction phase, I suspect, will just be earthworks, which is, just within the site. So when you start layering up that timeline, that very likely timeline, which is 2, maybe 3 years, and then you get house construction or road building, well, that's within 12 months.
Yeah, we're going to. I think you are about to start another discussion, so we won't go further there. You also can come to the next Access Hamilton meeting discussing this, and we can really have it out there when we're discussing the Amberfield Construction Traffic Management Plan, all in capitals there. Okay. Look, councillors, I'm going to move the recommendations under item 5 on page 169 through to page 170, and that's seconded by Jeff. This is, Andrew's described it. I'm not going to speak to it, but Mark wants to.
Very briefly, if I may. I just want to thank you and your team on behalf of the Access Hamilton Group, because we've had some really good feisty discussions in there, and you've made it very clear that that this group are really keen to stay ahead of the spear chucker and not be reactive in your design. This is a really exciting opportunity we have as a city to get this right, and I'm appreciating in particular Tal and his good-natured way of presenting this stuff to us. I love the fact that this is not going to look like Rototuna. I love the fact that this is going to look like nothing we have ever seen.
It's because it's on the west side.
Yeah, whatever. And move on. But thank you for including the cycling and walking thing. It's and putting that as a priority right at the very, very start. That is the way the future is. I'm very excited about and grateful to you guys for your work.
I think you'll need a couple of extra chairs at your next meeting, Councillor Mark, for Ryan and Andrew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other speakers? If not, I'm going to put the resolution to a show of hands. Those in favour? Those against? It's carried unanimously, thanks. Let's break for lunch now until, can we do 1:45? Is that all right with you guys? Yeah. 1:45, thanks. I thought bloody Andrew Parsons was going to kick off the whole discussion again. I could just see Martin and Bunty and Rob. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All right, we're on to item 10, DC's remissions for this quarter, or this quarter? Quarter 4. Okay, we haven't started quarter 4 yet.
Quarter 4 of the last financial year.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, it is. Okay, Stafford, are you leading that
Yes,
off?
good afternoon, councillors. I would like to take this Development Contributions Remissions report as read, just noting that there's a unusual section in the report relating to objections to the DC policy. So these are the first objections that council has had on its DC policy, and they're currently looking likely to go to commissioners late this year, maybe in November or December. We're just locking down some of the details on that front. Any questions?
So how does that actually, what's the process there for that? Something I've not come across before, I don't remember.
Yeah, no, it's the first time we've needed to appoint commissioners, so we've had several people, wish to object, but we've met with them and, they've effectively retracted those objections in the past. Process, it's a statutory process, so the Local Government Act's got a set of processes and rules about it. We're at the stage where the applicants have lodged an objection to an assessment, and they've sent us a formal objection document, and we've exchanged letters, and now we're in the process of appointing commissioners.
Who are these RMA type commissioners or others?
There's, yeah, I think they're similar. So the DIA has a list of 20 odd commissioners, and the applicants have asked for commissioners with expertise in being able to interpret transport reports, and then we're suggesting a lawyer as the other commissioner to.
So there's 3 commissioners? Or yeah. Go on. And who pays for that? We do. There's some cost sharing, and so administrative costs can be borne by the party, but yeah, the commissioner's costs and our legal fees, etc., are met by council. Okay, thanks. Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. We asked a couple of my questions. That's all right. I gather I might be still limited to 2, so that probably suits me. What level of remissions are the it's 1.5 as I read it. You've offered 1.2. What sort of level are they seeking below that 1.2?
One of the applicants is seeking to pay no development contributions.
Okay, so it's quite substantial. Yes. Okay. And how do they challenge us? Do they challenge us on the basis of our interpretation of the law or the interpretation of our policy? Where are the risks for us?
The legislation's clear. It only allows for objections on the basis of the council's application of the policy, so it doesn't allow for a charge that the policy itself is unlawful. So takes our provisions as written, and it says their objections is that you've applied your own policy incorrectly, and that's.
And one very last question: can the development proceed without the payment of the DCs? Are they able to continue with their development without having paid us?
Without having paid us, they won't get Code of Compliance. Code of Compliance won't be released until the DC matter is resolved.
But they could still go ahead with their development, short of not having the Code of Compliance. Is
on the basis that they didn't need one to continue, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
How confident are you that we will win?
So we're putting our best people on the job, and we're.
God.
And
we have no show.
Yeah.
Our best agent, eh? No.
I believe we've applied it correctly, and we'll,
Okay. And now, just to follow up on what Rob was saying, the grounds for their challenge, have they told you what the grounds are?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was out of the room when you have you told us that? But I mean, do they think that the figures we're putting in there are wrong, or do they think that we're apportioning it wrong? Is that too much detail to know?
Yeah, those things are actually part of the policy, which are outside of the scope. What they're saying is that our assessment of actual demand is wrong. That our consultants
we've overstated the amount of demand that this development will put on our
Correct.
networks, is what they're saying.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
And how can that, because it's a future assessment, how can anyone ever deny or agree?
So that's a matter between the specialist engineers, and so there are layers behind that, and there are ways that are considered rigorous and ways that aren't. And so I guess that's that'll be the feature part of the argument is, who's substantiated their position properly.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions. I'll move we receive the report, seconded by James. Sorry, James beat you, Rob. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll put that. Show of hands. Those in favour, against, that's carried unanimously. Thanks. Thanks very much for that. Councillors, I forgot to mention at the start of the meeting, and again straight after lunch, that item C2, the passenger rail project update, is coming out of public excluded and will come in as the last item before the GM's report. So that's the rail update. The reason for that is that at the time it was put in these papers, we didn't have an answer from the NZTA board, which we got last Friday, as to the funding. So now that we know there's no need for our arguments and figures to be kept in public excluded, we knew that was likely, but we had to do that in case at that point, at the point of putting out the agenda. So that'll be in public after item 13. Oh, okay. So I need to put a formal resolution that we move item C2 into the public session, seconded by Councillor Bunting. Those in favour, against, that's carried. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, the vesting of Christabel's Circle, excuse me, Andrew and Cliff. And Pizzo said nice things about you, Cliff, this morning.
Thank you.
It's on page 133, councillors. Over to you guys, thanks.
Okay, so we're all loving the report is read, but suffice to say this is a very unusual situation. So what we've got is effectively a private development. So spatially it's located in Rotorua, north of the Thomas Road, Horsham Downs Road shops. And the infrastructure in that private community is not owned by anyone now, yet there's a community in there that needs access to infrastructure. And so PISO's done a fine job representing that community, and they have put together $40,000 as a contribution to upgrading that infrastructure, because it does need an upgrade. It's quite old, but effectively the road and two waters, so stormwater and wastewater, the proposal is to vest those in council and manage those as a city asset. So I've just paused there and happy to take questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I understand that in Rotorua, around that area, we've got other gated communities. Have they been established, and are there any other communities around Hamilton which might suffer the same outcome as this one?
No, there's about another 5 communities around the city.
Yep.
3 are in Thomas Road, and they're close. One is there's a sanctuary.
Yep.
There's another further towards the Thomas Road shops, and one at River Road off of Te Huia Drive, and
That's
there's
right.
River Oaks, which is very long and it's established. This one is unique in as much as it was not run through a body corporate. The developer chose to fee simple his lots, in other words, not unit title of the lots. And to do that, he had to have a mechanism to maintain and to create ownership of the pipes, roads, lights, etc. He chose to do that through creating a company that he owned. And after some time, that company fell into disrepute. It was removed from the register, and the roads, the pipe, all the assets fell into the Crown's hands because there was no one else to take them. And this is why we are here today. The residents said, look, that's not right. We live in the city, we pay our rates,
Paying
etc.
rates. Yep. So if, let's say, Sanctuary, which you quoted as another one, if that's sort of physically similar, but it's operated by a body corporate,
Correct.
what happens if the body corporate fell over? Do we end up, as in this case, it was a company that fell over, if the body corporate dissolved or no one was prepared to operate it, would we have a similar outcome with a defunct body corporate and a whole bunch of streets and lights and so forth, which were owned by the body corporate, needing to come into the city like this?
Councillor, I'm not a property lawyer, but we do have one with us today, and I would like to ask Peter.
Okay.
Duncan that
Thanks.
question.
I saw Peter sitting there. I wondered if he was here for that reason.
Thank you, councillors. We okay? The situation with a body corporate is radically different in that the body corporate is owned by the unit owners, whoever they may be, and it can't fall into anyone else's hands. So if you purchase a unit title property, you become immediately, through the result of that purchase, a member of that body corporate, and as such an undivided owner of any of the common property of that body corporate, so that the circumstances are quite different. This particular development was extremely unusual from a property law point of view, and done in a way, I suspect, to sort of perhaps, no, I shouldn't say it, but it seems like it was cleverly trying to get round some council restrictions that were in place at the time of construction, and the structure is proved to be utterly inefficient.
Okay, thank you, and that answers my question there. The last question is, under the present district plan, could a similar development to Christobel occur?
Well, once more, we have our planners here. I would like them to answer that question, Councillor.
You must have preempted all my questions today. I didn't share them with you beforehand either.
Good afternoon. Thanks for that question. So just to clarify, I'm Sam Laharan. I'm the Acting Unit Manager for Planning Guidance Unit. In terms of the consenting space, we limit the number of users off a right-of-way.
Sorry?
In terms of the consent side of things, we limit the number of users of a right-of-way. So we have standards in the plan that look to limit the type of environments that can get created. So issues like Christobel Circle wouldn't be foreseen in the current planning environment. It's not anticipated in terms of the way the rules are created. So essentially, we've got kind of gatekeepers within the plan in terms of the rules, and if someone's deviating away from that, we're in the consenting space and we're looking at it from an outcome point of view, and obviously these types of outcomes are not something that the plan anticipates either, so we wouldn't see it
So the
getting-
simple answer is it wouldn't.
Correct.
It wouldn't get consent under the current district plan.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Is it Rob? Okay. Martin, thanks.
First of all, so are you saying that whenever we approve this type of gated type development, which is, I would assume is basically you have a body corp, which is usually an apartment, in this case it's a body corp is separate bungalows behind a gate, that we wouldn't be open to this kind of scenario again?
That's correct. It would depend, obviously, on the planning restrictions that are in place at the time. But assuming that it's excluded from planning, then I think there are obviously a lesson to be learned here that we'd avoid it. I think in this case also, while the utilities, including the road and the services, were owned separately, I think the gates were hardly ever closed, and for all intents and purposes, it just looked like another road. And that is actually quite significant in terms of what council's rights are. So
that leads me to my next question about, what is reasonable, what is reasonable pedestrian, probably vehicle access may be a different issue. So in this, what would that mean? Now, because this is now becomes a legal street, right? A public street?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So what does that mean in terms of how are those properties then accessed?
Well, those properties will have the benefits that legal road create.
But is public access, like a gate implies that you can't get past the
No,
gate unless you
there will
press
be
a...
no gate there.
Right,
the
okay,
councillor.
sure. I think, moving on, I just teasing this out, it's different between driving a vehicle up, but having the right to walk, and so the gate goes, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think there ever was a gate.
In that case.
There was a gatehouse.
Yeah.
But I never saw it.
No,
closed.
all I'm saying is reasonable. Yep. Acknowledging security and after dark and night time and design and surveillance and all that. So what you're saying, there's reasonable. It's not. This is definitely no longer the kind of gated communities I would regard. Okay, thank you. Because it's an interesting term, isn't it? Having said that, a lot of properties share a driveway, which is not a public street, which is multiple owned, and they own a fifth of a driveway, and then, after 20 years when you have to fill up the potholes, and we have all sorts of excitement about property. Well, the question is simply is I'm looking for consistency in our approach, all right? Because this is a street was accessing property which was in a private domain. Yeah, basically.
Well, this is very unique because most of the situations you've talked about are either controlled by a body corporate or they're under the law concerning rights of way. This one, neither of those two applied, and in fact, no one had any right to the roads and footpaths.
Not for today, not for this term, but the issue of rights of way is interesting as we increase our density. Even some basic things about wanting to have a street light or something along a right of way, which technically is private, but it's public in terms of access. It just happened the legal street ends at a roadway, but essentially it's still a thoroughfare. But I think there's some interesting issues which this issue, I would argue, to a degree highlights as well.
You're not asking questions, you're giving your view.
Well, I'm highlighting.
And
well,
you could
I can
do
say
that in your speech.
Debate. I'll do debate. Yes,
Yep.
I will. I'll
Gary.
look forward to it. 4 minutes.
You've already had 3.
Thank you. I see the entity, or the residents, whatever we want to call them, have already paid $40,000 to bring things up to scratch for wastewater and stormwater. What's that?
Yes.
Yeah. If there was still more work to be done, these are now and always have been rateable properties, haven't they?
Correct.
So that in that respect, they're the same as every other property in the city.
They have paid their rates, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. So if it turns out that it should have been $400,000 instead of $40,000 because we've made a mistake somewhere along the way, what's the security for the council and the rest of our ratepayers that they don't have to bail that out? Presumably, am I right? Could we just strike a special rate on those properties to cover the shortfall?
I don't know the answer, and I looked to Lewis and...
I think you could, but...
I mean, it'd be hard on the residents, so I appreciate that, but...
I honestly don't think we're in that space. We heard Pizzo this morning talk about, for example, street lights, so my view is it's likely that need to be some remediation on the street lights or conversion to LED, for example, so there's a cost there, but it's not, I don't think we're talking a differential between 40,000 and 400,000. I think
I just said 400,000 to make it material,
Yeah,
but in that sort of scenario, we are still, the rest of the city, the rest of the ratepayers are protected to somewhat extent because those are rateable properties.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if that means we can whack in a special rate to improve their water systems or their street lighting that only they pay, and maybe you're not the right people to ask that, but...
I think too, those numbers that reported, excuse me.
The 40,000? When you say the numbers reported, yeah.
That was gathered through council investigations into those lines. So they have current prices. You also have to remember those lines that have been used as public lines for many years now. And that is because developments nearby have linked in to the manholes and thus this private...
I guess I'm just doing a hypothetical question. How do we make sure that we are, the rest of the city is safe from, is somehow protected from a disaster in there if we do find one? But anyway, that's... Okay, thank you.
Councillors, we have a staff recommendation on page 133, which I'll move from the chair, seconded by Jeff this time. Spread it around a bit. Is there any discussion? Yeah, I've got James first, then Martin. Thanks, James.
Chair. Yeah, look, Christabel, I think it's been inhabited since around about 2008 with the housing around there, so I've had a bit to do with that area. It's even though it's classed as a gated community, it's never had gates. It's got an entranceway, but it's never been closed off to the public or traffic. So that, these houses have been in there since around about 2008, 2009. There's absolutely no street lighting, and they've actually been left in no man's land here because they've got no street lighting. They've got no one that'll, at the moment, apart from themselves, that'll stump up for repairs of the road in there or infrastructure or anything else. There's 9 lanes off that place as well, and it houses around about 49 to 50 houses, so 50 residents who all pay rates to the city. And I think this is only a fair decision for the city to take this up. Thank you.
Obviously support the recommendation that's a given and acknowledge the work that the residents have done and the earlier submitter. All I'm flagging is in one of the elected member briefings for whoever gets into the new council, be quite useful to have another discussion around that whole issue of the so-called private alleyway related to increasing density and what we're doing in terms of our population, because obviously after 10 or 12 years you have a situation of the upkeep, the maintenance, the potholes, and also the issue of street lighting too, which is technically a private light, and that's, I think that's a kind of general conversation as we are going to greater density, just making sure that we have caught any loopholes.
Other discussion, I'll take a show of hands vote. Those in favour, raise their hands. Those against, that's carried unanimously. Thanks. Thanks very much, guys. We're on to item 12, page 143, contract award delegations. And that's Chris Barton. And Emily. 2 for the price of 1. Okay.
Kia ora, councillors, Mayor Andrew and Mangai Norm. So this report seeks delegation to the Chief Executive to award a number of upcoming planned construction contracts, largely planned to go to the market in the next 2 to 3 months for physical works. So the works or the projects include the Te Awa River Ride cycle path extension from the Hamilton Gardens to the city boundary, upgrade of the Hillsborough wastewater pump station, upgrade of Northridge Drive and Rototuna to support land development, a program of stormwater network erosion remediation across the city, a contract to maintain and renew council-owned lifts for the following 10-year period, and also to seek an extension of an existing contract to dispose of sewage sludge from our wastewater treatment plant. So all of these projects are funded in the 10-year plan. So I'd just like to emphasise this report doesn't seek any budget commitment. These are just contracts to deliver on existing allocated budgets in the 10-year plan. The requested delegations are all also subject to contract pricing being within existing budget allocations in the 10-year plan. Other than that, I propose to take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Where are we at with the likelihood of NZTA with Te Awa?
So one of the key issues in that area being the adjacent land develop. So there was a land issue in the Waikato section, I understand, which I've been advised has been resolved recently. So that's another step forward for us in terms of the funding approvals in that space. So we're still to go and formally submit our formal funding approvals, but that impediment that we'd anticipated has cleared up in that space. So we are hoping to progress that funding approval relatively soon.
And indications from NZTA are still on point?
Yep, correct.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Isn't this primarily because of the end of the term?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
I don't think I saw that in the report, but I
Okay.
just assumed that it was. Yeah. And same with the next report as well. Yeah, cool. Well, we're delegating to Richard because this is our last, we're not here, yeah. Thank you.
I'll second. I was going to ask a question on the point E, recommendation E, council-owned lifts. I've noticed that they're programming at the. I'm wondering if the programming could be changed. I've noticed they're programmed now to have the lift that's furthest away from you be the one that comes to you when you press the button. It's common amongst staff. We all think that. Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's a good point. I'll take the stairs instead. Okay, that aside, I'll put the resolution to a show of hands. Those in favour, it's the hands. Against, that's carried unanimously. Thanks. Oh, were you against? Okay, sorry, Gary. That's true. Yes, you've been spoiling your record. Carried with one vote against. Thank you. Thanks very much. And you're there for the next one too, Chris, are you? Gordonton Road. Okay. All yours, thanks. That's page 161.
All right, thank you. So this report seeks endorsement in regard to the Gordonton Road corridor to progress planned and funded delivery of transport network improvements along the corridor, and particularly to endorse the proposed scope to progress to seek funding assistance from NZTA for delivery of the project. So in the 10-year plan, council funded projects to improve the Gordonton Road corridor with a particular focus on addressing safety issues. So the first stage of implementation of that was to prioritise the upgrade of the Thomas Road intersection upgrade, which was completed earlier this calendar year. Following this, investigation has been undertaken to identify further network improvements along the corridor in accordance with previous reports to committee and as funded in the 10-year plan. The recommended implementation solution is to upgrade the Puketaha Gordonton intersection with traffic lights, and that includes the connection of St James Drive, which is currently cul-de-saced at the end of that development area, as well as additional improvements to the walking cycling network adjacent to the Gordonton Road corridor. So the project has been through the Access Hamilton Task Force, where the proposal as recommended in the report was endorsed. The works are in accordance with HCC's net
budget allocations in the 10-year plan. Just like to note as well, subject to further design work and funding discussions with NZTA, this project will be coming back to the appropriate committee or council in the new triennium as well, prior to any contract award or further decisions. So, other than that, I'd propose to take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Yeah, look, I've got one to start with. I'll jump in. Last time, improvements along the Gordonton Road corridor, other than the Thomas Road intersection, were discussed. I believed that there was an understanding that until we knew when R2 on the outside of Gordonton Road was coming into the city, or at least knew the design sort of we'd be looking at for the spine road, that we weren't going to urbanise Gordonton Road, but this seems to be doing that, or at least part of it. So, and I think it's, good for safety reasons, obviously, but is this, what we're proposing here, going to be consistent with having the spine road as the main corridor, north-south, through that area in future?
Yep. So certainly as part of development of the proposed solution, the potential future development of the R2 area has been a key consideration through the investigation and planning. So the proposal is to put a signalised intersection at the Puketaha Gordonton intersection. It's not a full urban upgrade along the Gordonton Road corridor or other improvements which may preclude any development of the future R2 area. Again, the R2 area hasn't had structure plans developed to date, but from works to date, we understand that the Puketaha intersection would likely be a transport link which would remain in the long term. So I would suggest that that this intersection, or the proposed Puketaha Gordonton intersection, wouldn't preclude any outcomes in terms of the R2 development, and would probably actually be an enabler of that development by providing an appropriate transport network or an appropriate intersection connection, including walking and cycling connectivity moving forward.
I'm just a bit surprised when you look at the map plan there. It doesn't show the future R2, how that works north-south. It's, to me, I put it to you, you said probably. So where's the thinking that makes sure this is not wasted money?
So in terms of the R2 area, again, apologies for not having a plan there that shows that more clearly. Do anticipate the spine road, which currently runs through the Ruakura growth area, extending north and being a primary arterial route through that R2 growth area. We do also anticipate Puketaha Road being a connection that would connect between the Gordonton Road and that spine road connection in the long term, particularly given the properties which currently front onto that Puketaha Road. So again, haven't been through I think the full planning process around the road hierarchies and design of that network yet, but certainly anticipate that intersection would be there and be a key connection into that R2 growth area moving forward.
Okay, I won't ask any more questions. I'm only allowed two. I've got James next. I was nearly going to.
With the bypass going in, do you have any idea of what sort of percentage of traffic will be redirected off Gordonton Road heading into the city?
So there has been modelling undertaken. There is a trip transfer, I understand. I haven't got the numbers in front of me, sorry, but I do understand that once the expressway is in place, we don't anticipate some form of trip transfer off the Gordonton Road corridor, but it's not significant because there is still a lot of the utilisation of that corridor is from the satellite communities around the Waikato coming in and out of the Hamilton city, and so we'd still anticipate them using that Gordonton Road corridor largely to go and do their day-to-day business.
Cool. And lastly, I see on point 21, there's a business case for future corridor interventions, including the Gordonton-Darjon intersection. Was the Stoneley intersection discussed as well? Because that's just down the road from Darjon, and there's already been one significant accident there where a utility vehicle was turning right off Gordonton Road into, it was either Darjon or Stoneley, and a motorbike went straight up its date, and severe injuries for the rider. there's not a lot of room on that road when you're trying to turn right into either Darjon or Stoneleigh. There's not a lot of room when you're pulling in there.
Yep. So yes, as part of the corridor investigation, that the entire corridor between Wairereare Drive up to Borman Road has been looked at as part of that study. So those intersections, including Stoneleigh, Darjon, and Puketaha, as well as the rest of the corridor, have been looked at. So through that process, the Puketaha intersection has been identified as the priority intervention, acknowledging that it's not going to resolve everything along that corridor. However, as noted, one of the other key interventions which we've put in place since that incident is putting in a 60k speed environment along that corridor as well to help lower, hopefully, the crash likelihood and severity through that corridor. So that's another part of the Puketaha intersection being implemented midway along that corridor, is to try and reinforce that speed environment as well.
Okay, good work.
Given that Gordonton Road's on our boundary with Waikato District Council, do we share that road with them?
No, on that corridor, the boundary sits on the eastern side of the corridor, so the entire road is ours.
So we own the whole road, do we?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there an argument that they should be contributing towards the cost of this macro scoping, given that there will be a benefit to that land that's described as R2 and the land that's further north of Puketaha Road?
That's not an avenue that we've investigated to date. They've been involved through some of the business case development work in terms of workshopping some of the proposed solutions, but we haven't looked at them as a potential funding partner for the delivery. My anticipation is that they wouldn't. The likelihood of getting funding from the Waikato District for delivery of this project would be
challenging. Challenging. Is this an opportunity where we should be asking them?
So Blair might be able to provide some extra context to that.
Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you, Councillor Pascoe. I think my answer would be, and Councillor Pascoe, you're part of the governance group of discussions with Waikato. The conversations that we're having around the strategic boundary areas, including R2, would suggest that the pathway for R2 potentially transferring to the city may be earlier than later in terms of, so I suspect Waikato's answer would be, let's accelerate that process so that land became within our control, so therefore any work and planning would be within our jurisdiction. So I think that would be more the angle that they would take, as opposed to funding a particular initiative such as this.
So is that an angle we should take or they would take?
Well, I think that's part of the discussions we're having with Waikato, which is
okay.
setting up exactly the pathway for that land to come to the city much earlier. So it's within our control, and therefore we're doing these projects entirely within our jurisdiction.
Okay. Can I suggest we add that to the agenda in our discussion?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you.
Covered, but in terms of the R2, obviously this project at the very least is future-proofing that corridor if we wanted R2 to join us sooner rather than later.
Yeah, that's correct. It's not precluding any outcomes for R2. Yep.
In fact, it may enhance it.
It could. It does provide a good transport network solution, subject to further development of that R2 structure plan. Yes.
Thank you.
Gordonton Road, of course, is one of your main arterials coming through there, isn't it? Have we done any counts on traffic volumes on Puketaha?
I haven't got the information in front of me. I understand it has been developed as part of the business case. It is a busy corridor without providing numbers. It is a busy and a growing corridor as well.
Yep. And is there any work being done on the costs of roundabout versus traffic signals?
Yes, so as part of the investigation, that the cost was similar. I think a roundabout solution was identified as slightly cheaper at that location. There's differences in terms of the construction cost and the land requirement associated with each of those intersections, but because of the like I say, the roundabout cost was identified as slightly cheaper, I understand, but there's also additional costs in regard to pedestrian and cycle connectivity in that situation moving forward. And so the traffic signalised solution is a better solution in terms of particularly pedestrians and cyclist connectivity across through that area moving forward. And so if you brought in underpasses and those kind of things to a roundabout solution, it would become more expensive.
I'm only allowed 2 questions, eh?
Puketaha Road is, while it has a lot of traffic now, it's going to be cut off by the expressway, isn't it? No. It's not?
No,
going
the
underneath?
Expressway, yeah, the
Sorry.
expressway is
Okay.
grade separated, yes.
Yeah, clarification. All right, Mark, thanks.
I've only got one question, so I'm happy for Leo to have the second one. If it,
No, you don't
All
get
right,
to do
okay.
deals like that.
Try it, mate. Try it. Question is regards to the mixed-use cycleway through the streets. Consultation with the residents, has that been done at this stage, or is that a big part of your plan?
It's been done in concept, but not from a detailed construction perspective to date. So that would be subject to I guess, implementation of funding approvals, and we don't want to go and say we're doing something until we've got approval to go and do something.
Thank you. That's all I've got.
Thanks. And Mayor Andrew.
So I'm not really familiar with this intersection, but I take it St James isn't open at the moment.
Correct.
Yeah,
It's not open.
It's not open at the moment. It's cul-de-sac at the end
And
of
is
St James
this
Drive.
going to
yes.
open St James?
Yes, it would. It would connect St James Drive to Gordonton Road. Yeah.
So there's a lot of, this is a really busy, area during rush hours. Have you worked out, you're opening a huge growth cell now onto Gordonton Road as well. I presume you've thought that through with your traffic team?
Yep, so in terms of the arrangement of the intersection, that has been thought through, and the design is able to cater for the anticipated traffic flows through the area.
No, I'm talking about it's going to bring a whole lot of extra cars onto Gordonton, which is already a problem for us, so you're happy that works?
We don't anticipate significantly more cars coming onto Gordonton Road from.
Well, at the
from
moment,
this
they can't get on. They have
From-
to go
so-
back through, and half of them will go back down River Road and down into town the other way, because they're forced to go that way to start with.
Yep. So from the St James community, you meant specifically. We do currently, as you say, they do have to go back up to Thomas Road, and then some of them may come back out to the Gordonton Road corridor, and others may head back towards the Horsham Downs roadway and other networks through the city. So yes, that modelling has been undertaken as part of the development planning, and we do anticipate that the intersection and Gordonton Road is able to cater for those flows, yes.
And the other streets down further, like Stoneleigh and those places where it's pretty well, you can't get out in the mornings. This is okay with what the downstream effects this is going to have with the extra cars?
So again, in terms of the prioritisation of investment along this corridor, without going and completing a full urban upgrade and trying to predict the outcomes of R2, this has been the Puketaha intersection has been identified as the priority investment along the corridor.
Thank you.
Councillors, I'm sensing a few questions that sort of been wondering about that relate to the fact that we're just looking at one intersection, not at some of the wider effects here. And I'm wondering whether there's room, and I ask staff this to bring the overall picture of this area back to Access Hamilton, because I just think there's some concern. The Mayor's had some, James and Leo raised points about this, about whether some of these other factors are taken into account. I mean,
I take your point. I just think we've got one Access Hamilton meeting left.
Well, we can always have another
and we've
one.
had. Oh yeah, we could. Yeah, absolutely. But we have had a lot of these discussions in there already. But I'm happy to have them again. But I'm just thinking I don't want to reinvent the wheel.
I'm just not used to seeing major upgrades like this that don't look at an area-wide situation. I'm uncomfortable with it for that reason. I don't know whether any of the GMs would like to comment.
Just as a suggestion, I think the answer is yes, we should bring it back to an Access Hamilton task force. I'd like to think that Councillor could still approve the resolution, is to keep the project moving through the NZTA funding process. So nothing you're resolving today commits you to build the projects. it's just taking it to the point of time where we've got NZTA on board, but in the interim, we can bring that back through the Access Hamilton Task Force with a bit more detail.
What about a B, a new B, and just shunt B and C down one that said something like that staff bring the design and area-wide considerations back to an Access Hamilton Task Force meeting?
Yeah,
so that's between A and B.
It would probably be something like bring the outcomes of the business case to the Access Hamilton Task Force, and I think that would cover.
The problem with the business case is that's staff deciding what should happen. It's not councillors having input prior to the business case.
Whatever, it would be the same effect. Yep.
You're saying we're fully attuned.
Well, the business case includes what you were seeking.
Well, I just think it's better practice for councillors not to be involved in the fine detail, but to talk about bigger picture stuff, and that surely comes better before a business case is presented by staff to NZTA.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah. So, what have we got? So. Of the Gordonton Road corridor / Puketaha intersection, because it's relating to this item. So, oh, sorry, we haven't got it.
Just while we're waiting, is this a raised crossing? Like you've got down further?
Yeah, it is proposed that there'd be the raised crossings across Gordonton Road to reinforce the speed, yes.
Okay. So, look, I'll move that with that addition. It's Deputy Mayor seconding it. Councillors, like we've taken Chris's suggestion that we don't stop the work going on, we're adding in a different consultation with elected members. Bunty's thrilled to be able to convene another Access Hamilton meeting. Okay, so we'll open that for discussion now. We've done the questions. Sorry, Ryan hasn't had a turn.
Now, one on the motion, with your business case, don't you want it to prior to going to an Access Hamilton meeting prior to the business case, or?
Yeah. That's what it's got.
It just says to an Access Hamilton meeting. It doesn't say
No,
when.
it's C and D down the bottom too.
No, but the new B.
The Access Hamilton is before the business case. Just do change those to C and
Now it is.
C. Yeah. No, leave prior out of it. It's just that's the order.
But it could be an Access Hamilton meeting in 2020. That's all. It's not explicit or specific.
I think all of those things need to be done in order. That's how staff have constructed their part of the motion. I think that's splitting hairs.
Okay, I'll leave it to your discretion. Just a question, you mentioned before Spine Road. I was just, what was the Spine Road you were referring to?
The Spine Road is immediately east of that by a few hundred metres, going north-south more or less through R2, from where it comes out at, can't remember the name of the road, it comes from Ruakura through the middle there, but halfway between Gordonton / Wairere
so it's the current
and the
road.
expressway.
Yeah.
And it keeps going, the design indicatively is to keep going northwards to meet at the Thomas Road, Gordonton Road intersection that we upgraded recently. There's a cut-off leg of that at the moment.
Yep.
That's where it would join with the existing network at the north.
Okay, thank you. So that's separate from the new expressway road? It's an
Yes,
old,
yeah, it's pretty much halfway in between this and the expressway.
Okay, thank you.
Martin, you want to speak to the resolution?
Fully respect your consistency in ensuring that elected members don't go actually into the kitchen but are in the room next door, and I know you're consistent on that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I think what I would like for the access as an elected member is just to make sure we've got all the right people in the room, because obviously the R2 and roughly what the latest thinking and development of that potential is going to look like, and in terms of the staging, because obviously there will be gradations of development subdivision, obviously our negotiations with the Waikato District Council. So I suspect the discussion, albeit it's happening in the access workshop environment, will go slightly beyond just a road. But I fully commend the need to get on with this project, irrespective of how soon R2 comes on stream. This project does, in my view, need to be done. So I think that's good. Very happy with this.
Yep. Okay. Mark, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to endorse what we're doing in the next chapter in the story of this corridor, and I want to thank the team for their hard work so far. What's happening here is really interesting timing, because you listen to just about anyone in the room, they've all got a cold and they're all clogged up and congested, and when you get a cold and a flu these days, you get coldy, you get headachy, you don't function at your best, you get grumpy. And so it is with a city. If it doesn't flow, it gets slow, it gets clogged, it gets grumpy. This corridor is a great example of not only how this council has fixed a particular problem in the form of the Gordonton Thomas and that corridor, but it's making it better than it could have been. We're turning obligation into opportunity, and this is a great example of that. And this, I believe, is why NZTA came to the party with a 75% VAR rate for that intersection and helped us out greatly. It left us some money in the till. Not only was it necessary, it was great design. Once this is running too, don't underestimate the fact that we're going to have a largely safe route for people on bikes all the way from our northwestern boundary all the way to the other end of town, to the southwestern boundary. And that is a major achievement for any city, and it's one that other cities will envy. Thought is being given to a continuation of a path just along the side of Gordonton Road. And while on paper that looks like a nice straight line and easy, it's actually quite expensive. And there's a lot more to say for shared zones. People on bikes have been calling out for different needs, or with different needs to people in cars. And I'd reinforce that consultation is absolutely crucial with the residents. It's something that Christchurch did extremely well. They went in with a lot of these shared zones and they said, look, we're not going to put a bike track through here without you having a say in it and without it actually beautifying your street or enhancing your street. So people ended up with nicer streets, slower streets, and streets that they were happier for the kids to be playing around on. There are those who still say, I don't see many bikes and why should we build roads? Well, good news, the 80s called, they want their attitude back. Thank heavens the people designing the bridges in the old days, like the Union Bridge, didn't have the same archaic attitude. Otherwise they'd be saying, we won't build the Union Bridge because we haven't seen enough people swimming across the river. They're hanging in garages, these bikes, because people are too afraid to use to ride them around. So I don't want to be too provocative with it, but I think this is a great choice. It's a great design. We can approve it and make it closer to being done, or we can not and hope for the best. But I hope, well, I for one believe in Vision Zero strongly, and I for one don't want to hear more sirens down that road. This is connectedness. It's a civic decongestant. Alternative transport routes such as this, apart from being economically smart or environmentally wise, an active transport has enormous well-being benefits. So let's get onto this. Let's do this. Thank you. Oh, didn't mean to use that phrase, but let's go for it.
Go, Jacinda.
I did, didn't I? Yeah. I did. Look, I just want to say the reason that I've got a slight bit of caution added in there, if you like, one extra step for elected members, is I'm not convinced that all the unintended consequences have been fully thought through. The Mayor raised one about, you're going to have traffic coming down Thomas Road and, down St James Road. They never used to use that as the thoroughfare except to go north. Now they're all coming south. Has that been talked through? I think it's a good idea, but I'm just want to check that out. I think if you look at the cycle trail going across Thomas Road now, it's more than a dog leg. It's a dog's very broken leg, and I don't think cyclists will go all the way down to the intersection and go all the way back. I think they'll just go straight across there. And have we taken account of that? I mean, when we did the Thomas Gordonton Road intersection, we deliberately planned for how the Spine Road would connect with that, with the fourth leg of the lights there, the signalised crossing that's not been set up yet, but it's ready to accept that. And I think that was the wise thing to do. We thought through the future there. I just think we're looking at this a little bit standalone at the moment myself. I want to have some assurance there. So I think that extra step of chewing over that with the staff will be able to get us through that. Otherwise, I agree with Mark. So we'll move to a vote. Let's have it on the voting board. We haven't had that yet. That's for the motions, the only thing in front of us. Who hasn't voted? Oh, Gary.
No, the motion is passed unanimously.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, councillors, just before we do the GM's report, we're going to do item C2, the rail update, which Chris is going to give. Are you Chris? Yep. And Lyle? Or just Chris? No, I said it was inserting before the GM's report. Again.
So councillors, I'm looking at the pink pages on a paper copy, page 7 of 19. So in the public excluded, which the chair has brought into the public. So I'm looking at item C2, which is in the public excluded section of your report, page 7 of 19. So the chair has already indicated why this has come into public. There were a number of things happening where there was no decision at the time of writing the report. So the first one, and we've indicated in the report that we'll give you a verbal update. So the first and most important one was the New Zealand Transport Agency board decision last Friday. So last Friday, a media release came out from the Minister's office to say that NZTA had funded the Hamilton to Auckland passenger rail to a total cost that we expected, which was great news. What we haven't had to date, and I've been trying to get hold of it today, is the detail of the decision. So we've had the overall decision with the overall funding, which looks to include everything, but we just haven't had the detail of the decision, and probably in the normal course of events, tomorrow was probably the earliest we'd get it once it had been through all the NZTA processes. But that's good news and puts everything on track funding-wise. The second item related to paragraph 14, which was the Tasman Road regulatory changes. So since we wrote the report, we've had a deliberations report to the Regulatory and Hearings Committee, which has approved the safety changes. So we had an obligation just to give you a verbal update on that. So the main purpose of this report now is to award the contract to build the Rotokauri public transport hub, given the NZTA funding decision. So at its December meetings, this council resolved to approve bringing forward the overhead walkway structure, subject to reaching a suitable funding arrangement with NZTA to enable council to complete all of its works within the existing funding approvals. So I'd first like to just explain the funding, because it is a little bit complicated, but if I just take you to paragraph 25, and just keep in mind that context that council has previously approved this work subject to it fitting within our funding envelope. So if I go to paragraph 25, there's a table there which sets out the available funding that council has. The important number to focus on is the bottom right-hand corner, which is 14.265 million. So that's essentially the local share funding that council has allocated in its plans for building this facility. And we need, according to the last council resolution, we need to work within that envelope. So the second thing I'll take you to is paragraph 35, which is the project cost estimates. So the first one was the funding availability. The second table is the project cost estimates and where we sit with those. So I'll split that into two parts. One is the direct project cost estimates, and that matches the funding request that we've taken to New Zealand Transport Agency. But we have some indirect costs that sit outside the PT, and they're the land purchase of the spare land that we've got, and I've called them Tasman Road Hub non-related. So just to explain that, to build the public transport hub, we need some changes to Tasman Road outside the transport hub, but we're taking the opportunity to urbanise all of Tasman Road from the overbridge right through to Te Kowhai Road. So some components of that road are not part of the public transport hub, but we're taking the opportunity to put that funded work into the same contract and do it at the same time. So the final bit of the finance I'll take you to is the contract. So today we are seeking approval to delegate approval to the Chief Executive to award the main contract for the facility. So on paragraph 39 and 41 sets out the contract cost. So paragraph 39 picks all of the different components of this project that we're proposing to put in one main contract to do the works. So you can see that we've got the park and ride development, we've got some buildings to support the drivers in there, we've got building the platform which will be in the contract, we've got facilities on top of the platform such as shelters, lights, CCTV cameras. We've got the pedestrian overbridge in there which Council decided on at its last meeting, and we've got the Tasman road changes directly outside of the PT facility. And right at the bottom are those other non-PT facility Tasman Road facilities that I talked about. If we add all of those up, you can see then on the main paragraph of 41, we have a main contract, number 18508, which is a price of $17,687,000. So that's the main contract we're looking to award. When we add contingency to that, it's $20 million we're asking for an approved contract sum to award the contract. So last thing, I'll just take you back to the resolutions. So the resolutions on page 7 of 19. So resolution B is to delegate authority to the Chief Executive to award the contract to an approved contract sum of $20 million. I do have a subject to attached to that, and that's just because I haven't seen the detail of the NZTA decision yet. So it's a protection for Council to say that you give me approval to award up to the approved contract sum, but everything's got to be within the funding envelope that is available. So I'm happy to answer any questions on the report.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So just that last sentence, Chris, you're not sure whether we have, as per your various templates there, whether we have got the 100%, the 75% and the 51% on each of those components of the project being subsidised by NZTA?
I'm 98% sure we have, because the announcement and all the dollars, when they add up to everything being funded by NZTA at those subsidy levels.
Yep.
I just haven't seen the letter yet to confirm that, so I'm just being cautious until I get the letter with the detail. So,
okay, so if it comes in differently to that, you will need to come back to us, because in fact the 14.265 million will no longer be, as a net cost to Council, will not be achievable.
So the circumstance where I'd come back to you is if I required more funding because their subsidy percentage was less. I'd only come back if it exceeded our ability to pay.
I'm not sure I get I'm not sure I understand that, because you've got 20 million you've got a maximum of 20 million in the motion. I just wondered whether that was a approved contract sum of 20 million. I see. Then you got 13 point. Is the 13.566 in 2B? Is that reference back to the 14.265? Is it?
So sorry, in 2B.
In the staff recommendation, the approved contract of 20 million. I'm just getting confused over the 14.26, which I think is the net cost to HCC.
Yep.
But then you've got 13.566 as being.
Yeah, apologies, Council. I missed the very first thing was to correct two figures.
Okay.
So the first correction was on 2B.
Yep.
That 13.566 should be 14.265.
Okay.
And that ties up with paragraph 25.
Yeah, okay. No, I understand.
Sorry, I apologise for that.
I understand.
I had one more correction too, sorry, Council, is on paragraph 35. The column that's head gross budget provision, and the total at the bottom is 22879.
Hang on, 35.
I'm on page 11 of 19.
Yep. So what was that again?
22879 is the total on the first column.
Yep.
It adds up to 22829. So it's not material because all of the other numbers add up.
So that's just an adding error.
That was an adding error, sorry, which is not material to the thing, but the first one was. Yeah, sorry, that was, I assume, why you were getting confused because I had the wrong number in there.
Okay, and just one final question, Chair. The net cost to council of 14.265 million, which is what we're effectively approving in the motion, is that all in the LTP now? Is that
correct?
So we're not going into any unfunded expenditure for that additional bit of land and so forth.
Correct.
Okay.
It's all funded.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please bear with me because I had to go home sick during that hearing part, so I'm just catching up on all the, through emails and conversations on what happened there. So it's the decision was made at that hearings to urbanise that road and shut it off one end, Tasman Road.
Yes. So the hearings committee made a number of decisions. One which didn't attract objection was to lower the speed on Tasman Road from 80k to 50 and 30 outside the PT facility. The second decision they made was to restrict the vehicles on the section of Tasman Road in front of the PT facilities just to public transport and for other traffic to use the alternative route. In making that decision, they also passed another resolution which instructed me to go and work with the over-dimension vehicle operators in the whole precinct to look at their total movements in that precinct and how we might facilitate better OD movements in that whole area.
Yeah, okay. So wouldn't that normally be done first as part of the overall picture? They read, I read all the submissions, and I did go and have a look as well. But in terms of the timing, now, so you're saying, right, we listened to you, and consequently, or are you saying we listened to you, and as a consequence of that, we're going to do something different for you. We're going to come and talk to you and see if there's another solution to the oversized vehicles? Is that what?
So, look, all of that discussion happened at the hearing, but generally, the council elected members at the hearings committee accepted that the roading solution that we put in place would deal with heavy vehicles that were legally allowed on roads. Yep. That if over-dimensioned vehicles needed to be on roads, there's permit requirements that would deal with any safety issues. But they did acknowledge that at a precinct-wide level, there's the there could be improvements made at other intersections that just help the whole movement in that area. So if a vehicle couldn't negotiate the roads that we're building as part of this PT facility, there were other intersections that they couldn't negotiate either. So this road that we're building is built to a very high standard and probably better than the existing roading network out there.
So, but we won't know the costs of any consequential improvements to those other intersections and stuff at this point in time.
That's correct, yep.
So those could be minor or they could be considerable depending what sort of engineering is required?
Yeah, some of them might not be infrastructure related, they might be regulatory in terms of parking and restricting parking so vehicles can get down roads with the carriageway that's there.
Yeah.
So there's a number of interventions that could be looked at.
Okay, well thank you for indulging me on this because I do accept that I wasn't able to be there for the rest of it.
Yep.
So one other question around that, have there been other examples in which industrial area roads have been urbanised in Hamilton like this? Was this something quite new? I'm just wondering.
No, so the most industrial roads get urbanised when developers move in, so they're urbanised with curbs and lights and streeting. So even notwithstanding the PT facility here we had in our program to urbanise Tasman Road,
right.
And that's that other non-related PT project I talked about, you know. So we do look to urbanise roads. We, like residential, we look to work with developers and where the developers need it, they pay for it, but at times council has to step in and urbanise roads,
So
industrial and residential.
So we would, because the benefits to council through the Transport Hub, we would be meeting the cost of this and the other roundabout intersections or roundabouts that might need improvement?
If we found other areas for improvement, we'd have to bring that to council to generate a new project. It may fit in our low-cost, low-risk program, or it might need another project in the 10-year plan. We may be able to come back to council and say that, you know, once our tender's open, that there's contingencies still available in this project to fund them. But we won't know until we've done that work.
Yeah, sorry, can somebody just tell me what the vote was at that meeting? Was it unanimous or I didn't have a chance.
It was unanimous.
It was. Yep. Yep.
And all that, but that decision has been made.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to get some of the underlying.
This is actually about delegating authority for this contract sum.
Yeah.
So it's
but the contract will be
so
let.
find out the numbers, but that's probably enough on that particular.
Yeah, yeah. The
We don't need
contract
to
will
go
be
much further on
let,
that.
and it doesn't go through any further resource consent process, though, does it? It's let. It's good to go.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, one further question, completely different. The provision of the rail platform structure becomes a Kiwi Rail asset on completion. And just that may have been discussed too, but can you just please tell me why it becomes the asset?
So the platform will be built for us, but it will be paid for. That component is 100% paid for by central government,
so
and they just regard that as a solid structure, which is like the rail lines as well, which is their asset. So they'd look after that, but anything we put on top, like shelters or lighting, is an asset that we would own and look after. It's the standard approach in Auckland as well.
Okay, okay, thank you, that's clear, thank you.
Thanks, Paula.
Thank you.
Angela.
It was focused on the fact that we were delegating authority to the CE, and I realised that in the previous item for Tasman I declared a conflict, so apologies for that, but I'll do that now.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go get a cup of tea.
All right, any other questions? Okay, well, I'm happy to move the staff recommendations. We've got Deputy Mayors seconding that. Debate? Yes. So that's in the last line there, is it? Yep. Yep. All right, is there any debate? Gary?
Sorry, I won't be supporting this. I'm sadly thinking this is a project that's
based on fantasy. Taxpayers, Hamilton City Council ratepayers and Waikato Regional Council ratepayers are going to be paying millions and millions and millions of dollars in capital costs and even more millions of dollars in operating costs in order to achieve a 0.67% reduction in congestion on the Auckland Highway, which to me is the epitome of not cost benefit. I think this is a process of throwing good money after bad. And to top it all off, we're going to disrupt a whole lot of employers, businesses out in the precinct with the road closing and the road adjustments. So I think it's a no-brainer for me that this does not go through. Having said that, I know it will.
Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Mallett's point, this is a robust democracy and it's very important that we have a range of views, and history will tell whether Councillor Mallett is correct or not. I will say that Councillor Mallett's reservation doesn't attune to just, for example, the presentation we had from Dallas Fisher and the team from Te Waka this morning in terms of the economic development agencies. It doesn't tune to a presentation we had at the atrium some while ago from the Chief Executive of Tainui Group Holdings, who were, as I would understand it, exceptionally positive and supportive of improving our rail infrastructure. And this is not actually, while this is the passenger component, it is also part of the much larger Auckland to Hamilton corridor. It's part of the larger moving of the goods traffic to the Port of Auckland, Tauranga. So this is a component. Passenger transport, this is a critical component, but it is part of the upgrade of the whole rail infrastructure and rail line. This, in future, will be a situation where Hamiltonians who want to, for example, access their major international airport at Auckland will park and ride here or Frankton and get on a reliable train and hopefully go to the Te Panui station, which links, of course, to Auckland Airport. There's a whole lot of permutations. This is but the beginning. And I think what we've got to be clear with central government, and governments come and go, obviously, but our narrative must be this is not just all about a couple of trains in the morning and evening to Papakura to link with the Auckland public transport network. This must be a train that is reasonably speedy, that gets to downtown Auckland, obviously with the third rail line built, improvements in terms of the wetlands area near Meremere, etc., and obviously the link to Auckland Airport, all of the other key stations as well. I also want to acknowledge the political leadership, which is crucial. I want to acknowledge the staff team, Chris Allen and your team. I do acknowledge your incredible work, Blair Bocock. This is part of that whole H2A, but I think this is a very good example of political leadership, and we've got to give credit to Councillor McPherson and his team in that area. We are obviously aligning with the current government's approach around promoting a good rail and transport infrastructure. I don't think that if there's a change of government in 3, 6, 12 years, whenever, I don't think they will necessarily change this narrative, frankly. I think there's now enough buy-in with regard to that H2A corridor development, of which this is a crucial part.
Thanks. James, please.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be consistent on this and I'll vote against it. I have from the beginning. 150 users. I will be one of those users every now and then, going to Auckland and back with my wife, probably to watch a concert or walk around the streets of Auckland or whatever else. But when you look at it, over $14 million that we're putting towards that. If you put it to 150 users, if we get 150 of the regular users, that's around $93,000 per user. That's a lot of money per user. That's a lot of money for a small amount of people. I think we have to be we do have to be sensible about this sort of thing. So I'll be voting against it.
Thank you. Leo, please.
Yeah, look, I have, of course, always been concerned, and I have reservations about the train. And I think what it is, of course, is that history has a habit of repeating itself. In June 2000, the Waikato Connection started up, and that finished in October 2001 because of lack of patronage. But one good thing about this, of course, is we're going to finish up with a damn good bus hub out of it. So if the train falls over, we're still going to have a bus hub. So as a result of that, I will be voting for it.
Rob, please.
Yeah, look, I'm betwixt and between on this one because the one word that has not been mentioned in all of the months of discussion about the train is the word risk. And there is, and Councillor Leo's mentioned about the fact that we've had this service before and it hasn't worked and it's been pulled. And one thing that really worries me at the moment are the multi-parties involved in this. We have central government, we have NZ Rail, we have Waikato Regional Council, we have Waikato District Council, we have Hamilton City Council, and we've got the Auckland Council somewhere in amongst there if they're accommodating to actually let us go through their gate to get to where we want to go. Then we talk about the airport and Auckland City Direct and a speed train. To get to Auckland Airport, you'll need to get on 3 trains to get there. That's just the one trip up. To get to Auckland City, we'll need 2 trains, and that will be for some considerable time as I read into the future. So, you know, there's some huge risk around this, and then we're only going to be carting a small number of people. But I agree with Leo. I think a good bus hub might be an outcome. I certainly wasn't thinking back in the days when it was first mooted that our contribution to the capital cost would be nearly $14.5 million. In fact, I thought we started off at 6 and 75% of that 6 was going to be covered by the NZTA subsidy. So like Topsy, it's kind of grown a bit. And the dollars of our investment, capital investment, and our potential operating costs, bearing in mind that we fund half of Waikato Regional Council rates, so that the Hamilton ratepayers really paying out of 2 buckets for this. I really have some concerns about the future of the rail, but okay, it seems to have a huge amount of support out there, so let's go with it, but let's also try and work through some contingencies on how we might best use that $14 million investment that we've got out at Te Rapa.
Thanks, Rob. Mayor Andrew, please.
I find it amazing that after 18 months of us chasing the central government for funding and for the people of the city for crying out for a train connection between Auckland and Hamilton, and the talk we regularly hear about sitting on the Auckland motorway for hours to get through, and the central government saying this is only a start, they intend to continue to invest and bring a fast train through in time, and this will become the milk train to connect us straight into Auckland, possibly via the airport. We don't know how that's going to work for sure. And when you've got 4.5 million people paying for it, not 170,000 Hamilton ratepayers, we're just paying for our part of the station. I'm amazed. And I'm just amazed that you would speak at this stage to shut down all that work and all that central government funding, and where this government has clearly said they want to go with rail and mass transit and well-beings. I just urge you to rethink and think about why you'd be so negative towards a government that's trying to help this city and this region in a city that they see as having the capital of the Waikato, in a city that central government sees as having the greatest potential for expansion between here and Auckland on the H2A corridor. So it just, I'm surprised. I just challenge you to rethink for what your people in your city, what started here today as a long-term plan from a government who's trying to look at another form of transport to connect us into our biggest population. And there's far more people here in the city than 170,000. There's 400,000 plus in the Greater Waikato who'll all be a part of this service. So I just urge you to reconsider and vote to do our share to back the government up on the $80 million odd dollars, $75 million that they proposed to put through last week.
Thank you. Councillor Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Look, you only have to go up to Auckland in the car to be reminded about why we're doing this. It doesn't take very long before the little light bulb goes off and you go, oh, that's why we're doing the rail thing, because and it's just going to get worse. We all know that. And the government could not have been any more clear about its long-term intentions in regards to rail between Hamilton and Auckland. You know about the corridor plan. We've had countless briefings about that. We know about the link in so many ways that's going on between Auckland and Hamilton. This is a start-up service, absolutely, and it's at its most basic level, but it's not going to be for long. And there's concerns raised about the money, but don't forget this is massively government subsidised. The subsidy is huge there. We've done amazingly well, just as we have with the HIF, to tap into this vast amount of government funding. Sure, we're paying for the infrastructure, but I actually think instead of being critical of that cost, we should actually be patting ourselves on the back for having to obtain such subsidy for it and to keep our ratepayers' exposure minimal. The other thing I would suggest is this is not just a rail hub, this is a bus hub, this is a transport hub, and there's a massive need for it in those northeastern suburbs in terms of the buses. I know if you've been to a few Access Hamilton meetings, you'll know all about that. I've seen figures in the CEO's report to new candidates where he talks about the challenges that we're facing in terms of transport in Hamilton. 50,000 commuters coming in each day now, 30, 40 years, that's going to be up. I can't remember what the figure was. I do remember that there was a figure saying in 30 odd years we're going to have 66, Hamiltonians will own 66% more cars. Well, if we're talking about millions of dollars, how many millions of dollars do you think we're going to need to spend on roads if we don't do something else? I mean, that's just going to make this look like a joke, the amount of millions we're going to need there. So I always think when Gary mentions the whole dollars and cents, and this doesn't stack up in terms of benefit cost, think about what we're going to have to spend on roads if we don't do something different, if we don't look at other transport modes. So yeah, look, I'm happy to support this. It's the last, as the Mayor says, it's the last stop basically on it. It's been a long journey, and I congratulate Dave for his incredible work here. And Chris, who's been right behind Dave, doing a heck of a lot of work as well, and the Mayor. Well done, guys, and I think this is something that we'll be proud of. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to speak briefly. Who moved it and who seconded it? Okay. You moved it. Oh, well, that was... Do I get to speak? Yeah, okay. I was just checking. Yeah. Yep. Look, firstly, Leo made two good points about this, and one I agree with, and the other one I'll quibble with. It is a transport hub, not a rail hub. It's rail and bus, and with a lot of other connections, including a lot of foot connections over to the base, etc. that's what makes it stand out from most other railway stations that I've seen in New Zealand, much more similar to some of the ones in the big Australian cities and European cities. The other point that he talked about was the failure of service in 2001, 2002. At that time, our population was 110,000. It's now 100, will be by the time the service starts next year, 177,000. Auckland's population has grown commensurately as well. The connections between the city have grown, and what's probably the worst, and Jeff alluded to this, is that the congestion between Hamilton and Auckland on the southern motorway has grown by a huge amount. In that 18 years, it will have grown, looking at the figures we've seen recently, gone southwards by about 18 kilometres. If that doesn't say to you, you need to do something different, I don't know what does. This isn't just about rail, but I do want to talk a little bit about that, because this, as Jeff said and others said, it's a start-up service. We are already talking and discussing, in discussion with the government about taking the train through to Puhonui as soon as possible, like within the next 2 to 3 years, not just to Papakura, because at Puhonui you won't have to, Rob, take that third train. It'll be one train to there, and then the same as all the Aucklanders, dedicated bus shuttle, and eventually maybe light rail or whatever else they do, one thing through to the airport from there. And that's something that the government has openly said to us, their representatives, that they support and will work on with us. We're talking about extra stops along the way. We're talking about, in the Waikato, not in Auckland, as express as possible in Auckland, we're talking within the next 2 to 3 years, potentially extending the train actually through to the Strand, because we can't yet get into Britomart. The Strand, some of you will remember, is the old station near the Vector Arena, about 1 kilometre away from Britomart, where the Eastern Line comes through. That's openly being discussed. We're talking about extra lines through things like the Whangamarino wetlands and the Ngaruawahia Bridge needing to be duplicated, things like that that are choke points at the moment. This rail discussion is driving all of those. On top of that, the government has acknowledged that this, you can put as much lipstick as you like on this pig, but it's never going to become anything other than a pig. But it's really important that we get a good transport connection with Auckland, and the rapid rail thing that they are now looking at, which again this is put forward, is going to be the ultimate aim. But in the meantime, we're working people up to it, we're getting our community used to it, and we're actually investing in something that's going to, I believe, have long-term value for this community. So thanks everyone for all of your comments. Jeff, do you get to write a reply, or do you want? Yeah, he does. Okay, you're right. All right. So that's the end of the speaking. We'll move to a vote on the motion. We better put it up on the board. We'll just get it up there and we'll go on the board, thanks. So there it is. Okay.
The motion is carried, 10-4, 2 against.
If you're able to, Rebecca, can you get it up? Or?
I can't work out who.
You mean you're worried you might have voted wrongly, Martin? Oh, look. Okay, thank you.
For the record, it was Councillor Malich and Councillor Casson against.
Yeah. Okay, thanks very much. Councillors, do we want a 5 or 6 minute break now, and then we'll go to the GM's report and the confirmation of the closed session minutes after that. So try and come back at 8:30, please. go to the GM's report, which starts on page 195.
Has there ever been a bigger GM's report?
A big...
Has there ever been a bigger GM's report?
Yeah, the time that Blair did this 48-page report.
I just think it should be recognised as something as one of the biggest GM reports we've ever seen.
Well, I think I'll second that motion, Councillor Mallett, yeah.
In my defence, can I object to that vote?
It hardly even fits on one column here. It must be quite big because it goes from page 195 to 370. That's 170, hang on, I'll get this right. 175 pages. Yeah. That's why I wasn't an accountant. Okay. Humour aside, we are going to go to the heritage. We're doing them by order of GMs. They're all blocked together. Yep. So.
There is an order in our agenda, is it not? That order?
Sorry, I'm looking at the electronic one. I hope it's the same. No, it's not. Yeah, it's not the same. It's the electronic one we're following, Gary.
Okay.
But it's still grouped the same way.
Okay.
So the heritage, then city growth policy.
Oh, okay. So there's two that aren't on there.
Okay, so we've. Look, Jen, are you able to follow the electronic one and then add in any extras?
Yes, absolutely.
You guide us through it.
Yeah, I've got this. Councillors, I draw your attention to my items on page 196 and 197. So the first one is sensitive developments, and I know we normally take these as read, but this is, I guess, was referenced in the earlier conversation around Peacock and the Amberfield consent. So the sensitive developments process that is proposed here has come off the back of a number of conversations that we've had, both in this committee meeting and also offline, around a greater level of elected member input into, or understanding and being part of the conversation around the development in our city. So we currently have essentially a sensitive development reporting process whereby when we have a pre-application meeting or consents or change of conditions and that sort of thing for what are deemed sensitive developments, those things come through on the executive update every Tuesday. Through executive update every Tuesday. What the new process seeks to do is to add in the ability for us to have a broader conversation around those things. So we will continue to deliver that information via email on a weekly basis, but the proposal is that we set up a monthly clinic where you will all be invited to come along and have a conversation about whichever developments. Initially, it'll be the developments that we think are really high up on the agenda, but anything else that you want to talk about, you can bring those to that meeting as well.
Okay. So we'll do questions. Sorry, I'm looking on the wrong screen here. Gary, we'll do questions section by section, but if there's no questions, we'll move quickly on. Gary.
My question is just simply, sensitive does not equal confidential, does it? Or it doesn't necessarily mean confidential.
No, and we would be very careful with that.
Yep.
We have pre-application meetings, and those conversations, they are open. We take notes. That's publicly available information. Where there is always an element of commercial sensitivity around some of these things, and we would, of course, ask you to be aware of that. But we will be sharing with you the information that we have that's publicly available.
Okay, I guess the second question is these would be in a briefing type of thing?
No,
you talk about
we're calling it a clinic. We're calling it a clinic. It's more like a drop-in session where it's a discussion forum.
So there won't be media there and things like that? The public won't be in the room? Like we have with a council briefing?
It won't be. It's not a formal meeting.
Yeah, okay.
It's not a formal meeting. It's an opportunity for you to gather more information about specific things that you're interested in.
And councillors or staff may want to take it further and put it into some other forum.
Okay. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Will these rooms be full of smoke?
For what?
Full of smoke.
It's a non-smoking building,
Smoke-filled
councillor.
rooms where
Rob,
dirty
thank you.
deals get made.
So what are examples of sensitive, I mean, I'm thinking here of maybe a biggish infill housing development in what is a quarter acre old house sort of area. Is that what you would call sensitive?
So we currently have quite a long list of things that are considered sensitive for inclusion into executive update. What we would do, so the team are actually looking at that now and go, what else? What else should be on this list? And at our first clinic, we'll go through that list and just make sure that we've ticked all of that off. But so it is things, right now, it is things like childcare centres, off licences, cell phone towers, any major development. Anything along the river or on the river, major events that require consents. There's quite a broad range, but that will be the topic of the first meeting, just to check those things off with you all.
So are these the things that we're likely to get a response back from a group of residents who think they might be affected by a potential or a potential decision of council staff or a decision that's already been made by council staff? Because sometimes they fall in different order.
Yes.
You've already given the consent to build.
Part of it was trying to get ahead of that
Yeah, I
situation.
know. I can understand the practicalities, but you might have already consented to a 14, I'm thinking of that, the infill housing right alongside what was a historical housing zone over in Ham East, where we got a whole lot of residents who came to us after that consent had been given.
So I think that that Councillor McPherson is right in that it is an attempt to get ahead of that process and to give you an opportunity to provide ideas and feedback, but outside the regulatory process.
Before or after? Because the regulatory process is going ahead anyway, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. So the idea is that this happens as early as possible.
Yeah, okay.
But if there are certain things that are in train you want updates on, we can update you on the process and where we're at with that.
And it'll be a bit iterative. We can say, hey, we should be changing the way we're doing this,
Yeah, no, look, I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea. Yep, thank you.
Ryan, thanks.
Yeah, just to clarify, wasn't this partly born out of the Union Square thing? I mean, that may not be sensitive, but obviously it's
So that would
of
be on the
interest.
list. That absolutely would be on the list for this. Because anything that's, I guess, city forming, which is that. Only major developments in the central city would absolutely be on this list.
Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, on to the next one then. Thanks.
So the next one really was just off the back of the Chair's report and the conversations around Rotokauri Rise, just making the point that with the Peacock development, there is a comms and engagement plan. We now have a dedicated person in that space looking after it. That work is ramping up, and council absolutely has a role to play in terms of supporting residents in new suburbs with the information that they need, and then encouraging those people to become ambassadors for that area and share the message a bit wider. So we will be testing and learning in Peacock and doing things a bit differently to avoid the kinds of situations that we've had in the past.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks. Just picking up Councillor Rob's point before, appreciating the good spirit of this, and to work with residents in new suburbs, but also that should be mirrored into existing suburbs with some of our infill housing, I would suggest, because we're having a lot of pushback in terms of we're following the district plan, we're following the rule book, but perhaps the engagement could be better with staff, with elected members, and with existing residents as well.
So I guess my answer to that is that from a consenting perspective, we have a set of rules that we apply that are given to us through the district plan, through you, and we apply that when we get these development consents. Plenty of those will be on the list from a sensitive development perspective.
I guess from your comment earlier, it might be outside of the regulatory process, but it could fit one of our council outcomes, which is best in business and those sorts of things. So I just flagged that alongside your comment here.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Sorry, just charging myself up here. Gary?
So this is sort of, with all due respect, everyone, this is sort of going a little bit round in circles, I think. So I think what you're trying to do is saying that there's a new type of matter that could be, staff could be addressing to councillors. This is what you're proposing to do, to start doing these things in the future, and you're just alerting us of that. And we will basically find out the type of matter that will be addressed when we turn up.
Yes.
Is that the purpose of your report?
Yes, and if you'd like to put some things on that agenda for discussion, then that's fine too.
Yep, cool.
Yep.
So you're happy for us to put things into, all right, we can go to the next thing now, I think.
Okay.
And I'll take the
next.
heritage piece as read.
Heritage? Who's here?
Alice is here, but unless there are questions on that, I think.
We're on to
That
the
I've covered that.
Historic Heritage Fund report. Gary, you were one paragraph behind, but the question was still relevant, surprisingly.
Completely right, but completely wrong.
Yeah. Well, that's quite frequent, yes. Okay, Historic Heritage Fund report. Any questions? If we haven't, we'll move on. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm sure I have some questions on that. There's a column, beg your pardon, I lost control of my computer again. There was a column somewhere that had amount spent or amount, am I looking at a?
You're looking at the detailed report on page 211.
Yeah. Sorry, is that not part of this?
Yeah, it is. It's an attachment for this, Gary.
And sorry, Jen, because it's so far, it was 200, and the columns are confusing, I've written down here. There's a column called funding provided, and then there's a column called funding paid. I'm pretty sure I know what funding paid means, but what's funding provided? That makes it sound like someone gave us the money to give to someone else.
Or didn't uplift the funding that was approved.
Yeah.
Alice is going to answer.
Alice is going to answer.
Thanks, Alice.
Might just be
Good
a misnamed
afternoon, councillors.
column.
The funding provided column identifies the amount of money that council approved to allocate to the applicant for the Heritage Fund. The column funding paid is the actual amount that was paid. So in some instances, people actually didn't seek the full amount that had been allocated to them. So in hindsight, I could have said funding allocated, but that's what the difference is between the two columns.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if it's okay on that, we'll move on again. We're back on the, sorry, I'm just getting my space here now. Progress update on policy and bylaw reviews, is it? Yeah. On city growth, sorry. Yeah, Jen?
No.
Any questions? No? Progress update on policy and bylaw reviews and transport and Three Waters? Nope. Okay. Hamilton to Auckland corridor plan update. Are there any questions on that? You're all happy? And you know that we signed the agreement. Blair, can we send that agreement around to people just as for their records? Yeah.
Absolutely, Chair. I'll
Okay, that was.
You're right.
Okay, well, I'll give you the page, Gary. It's.
I'm looking at paragraph 42. Oh, okay, sorry.
Hang on, now my page went. It's paragraph 22 onwards, Hamilton to Auckland corridor plan update. I'm just trying to find the page. 199, yes, thank you. It's hard to bring that up if you don't tap it in the right place. Gary, you're up with the play? Okay, all right. Okay, there's no questions on that.
Yeah, I got some, paragraph 42. Blair, would you, if is that what you're dealing with?
No, we're not up to that yet,
Oh,
Gary.
sorry. Okay.
You were behind before, now you're ahead. You've had a gap in there somewhere. Okay, strategic regional collaboration update, paragraph 33. Page 200. No? No. Okay, we're on to the Access Hamilton Task Force update, which is page 201, paragraph 46. Yeah, it didn't come, it's not on the list, sorry. I'm going to blame Amy for that. Can we minute that comment, please? We've minuted that, thank you. Okay, we'll do Three Waters.
Okay, so is this page?
Three Waters Reform, page 201, right up the top, paragraph 40.
Okay. May I speak? Yeah, sorry. So do you mind just going through and very briefly expanding on each of the bullet points after in paragraph 42?
So basically, these are the outcomes that the government announced for the Three Waters review on the 31st of July. The first one, I guess to frame this up, it's all around one of the three focus areas that the government is trying to look at, to look at to address the challenges in the New Zealand Three Waters system at the moment. So the first one is around a dedicated water regulator. So at the moment, the regulation of Three Waters is quite splintered across a number of government agencies and a number of acts. And so what the government is doing is basically assigning one regulator to particularly focus on drinking water, but will have an oversight of wastewater and stormwater as well. So they're looking to create this new regulator over the next year. And also in the second point, which is around the new water...
Sorry, and what will be the nature of this regulator? It will have advisory ability or legislative ability or consenting ability?
So it will be basically regulator, so it will be checking on compliance as well as providing advisory services, but it will also be doing an oversight of wastewater and stormwater services. So that will be looking at greater consistency, greater reporting and transparency of performance of water suppliers across the board.
And so a person wanting to, like, it's not going to take over our responsibilities in terms of doing water planning for a development, stuff like that, is it?
No. So it'll set the compliance targets that we must meet to be a water supplier. So basically, through the initial investigations, the government found that the regulatory systems within New Zealand were quite weak and needed a lot of strengthening. And so this initiative is really about strengthening that whole regulatory framework within New Zealand.
So it will have power over us?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, can you the next one?
So the next point is about a new water services bill. So that is just making it, I guess it's really to support the new regulator and make sure that they've got all the necessary regulatory tools to actually enforce compliance. So that will be looking at taking a whole lot of material out of the existing Health Drinking Water Amendment Act and expanding on that to make a more robust regulatory system.
So you'll go to the Water Services Bill to find out how much bad things you can have, what's the maximum bad things you can have in water and things like that, do you?
Well, you'll still have your drinking water standards and your resource consents, etc.
Will the Water Services Bill set those?
Yes, it'll enable those, make them mandatory. Things they're talking about, which is in one of the lower points around the need to have a multi-barrier approach to treatment. So not just having one barrier to a contaminant, but making sure you've got multiple barriers. So if one fails, you've still got some certainty and quality. It's also talking about the mandatory disinfection, which is, I know, a big topic across New Zealand. So making sure that water has some form of disinfection, once again, making sure that
that barrier is in place. So that's what the that Water Services Act
would the
will make mandatory.
The disinfectant or disinfection would be a chemical or a solar process or something like that,
Yeah,
would it?
so we currently in Hamilton, for our drinking water, we currently use 2 disinfectants. So we have UV disinfection as well as chlorine disinfection, and both are targeting different organisms as such. So we've got a multi-barrier approach.
Killing the bugs. Yeah.
That's one. One of the big things in bullet point 3 is basically the new provisions, meaning that the number of people that have to comply with the Water Services Bill or the new Act is expanded. So at the moment, anyone under 25 or serving a water supply serving less than 25 people is not required to comply with certain aspects of the drinking water standards, but they're actually expanding that down to anything more than self-supply. So if you're serving more than one person, then all these new provisions will actually apply to you. So that
one person or one property?
Probably one property. It's probably a better way of putting it. But so that now impacts on marae, schools, and they're all having to basically ensure that their water is of adequate standard. The next point is what I've already referred to about the multi-barrier approach and the mandatory disinfection. So that's just making sure that there is a really high quality water. The next one is around a stronger obligation on risk management. So we currently need to do risk management planning for our water supplies, and so they're becoming a lot more robust and stringent in what is required as part of those risk management plans.
So risk management means the way you build your stuff, but your plant, plus your auditing and checking and...
Yeah, so it's understanding what are the risks. So for us, because we're on a surface catchment, we have, so from the Waikato River, one of our risks is E. coli. So we need to make sure that our treatment processes have barriers in place to address that risk. So it's all about a risk-based approach. The next one is what I referred to earlier on about the increased government oversight of stormwater and wastewater in general. So this will result in probably environmental standards that are developed that will be like a baseline for all consents, all wastewater and stormwater consents. So it's getting that consistency and alignment across New Zealand, because currently that's very fragmented. Every single wastewater and stormwater discharge is consented in a different way and to different standards. So it's getting alignment there. That will also have a lot of provisions around overflows and what's acceptable and what's not in terms of wastewater overflows. And the last point is really just around the fact that they're going to build in a transitional period, so up to 5 years from the time that the new Act is enacted next year, 5 years for water suppliers to basically come up to speed and become fully compliant.
Is there a risk, because we're centralising everything, and I'm sorry to be monopolising all this, a lot of developments are different. Oh, shit. Beg your pardon. Sorry, I thought I knocked over that. A lot of, like you got Rotokauri, which is really expensive. At the moment, the local authority looks after the local area, and the local authority presumably knows a fair bit about the local area. Mm-hmm. We're going to have someone in Wellington or somewhere telling someone how they have to look after their backyard.
Yeah, I think this is more about setting a standard for just ensuring that all New Zealanders have access to high quality water and water that's safe to drink, and that wastewater services and stormwater services are undertaken in a way that doesn't adversely impact on the environment that we all live in. So it's not so much as coming in, a central regulator coming in and saying, you must do this in Hamilton. It's saying, actually, this is the standard that's expected across all of New Zealand to ensure that people in the environment stay safe.
So it would say that everyone in New Zealand should expect to get clean drinking water, should expect their sewage to be treated properly and that sort of stuff. Okay, and that when there's a lot of rain,
their houses don't flood.
Yeah, that's right. And in
Yeah.
some areas of New Zealand, that will mean quite a significant investment is required to get to that point where they can be certain of that. We're very fortunate in Hamilton that we have robust treatment plants. We have very experienced, skilled staff that operate those plants, and we're fully compliant. So that is, so we're I guess, a step ahead of a lot of other places in New Zealand, but we are lucky enough to have the scale to enable that. So,
Okay, thank you.
Just Hamilton Task Force update. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Norm.
I just wanted to, is this a work that Jackie Collier is rolling out? And I'm sort of aligning my question towards the relevant settlements and the relevant environmental plans.
So the work that Jackie's doing is around the sub-regional 3 waters studies, so it is a little bit different. This is a national program of regulatory reform and financial and funding, as well as capacity and capability.
Okay, now we're on to the Access Hamilton Task Force third try. And since we just had a meeting yesterday, I'm just going to ask Mark to give a brief update on that part of it. And Robin's here for questions generally on the program.
Great.
And Melissa, who's hiding down the back.
You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, no, yesterday was a really good one. We put a later item on the agenda about Lime scooters because it's the topic on everybody's lips at the moment. And we had an excellent presentation on what we've signed, what the deal is, and all the answers to those questions you're getting. And Richard's actually put that very presentation at the bottom of his executive update. It's really useful. All sorts of things about what zones there are and all that kind of stuff. So I'd encourage you to have a good old look at that because we are all getting questions on that. We also covered, let me see, Tal came in and gave us an excellent presentation on the macroscope update of Peacock, which I thought was remarkably good. We were talking in particular about intersections and the new push for safety and mode separation at those intersections and just the options available to us and where they're at with that. That was really good. We covered the green dotted lines, James. We talked about those, and Robin gave us an update on those, we generally ran around the room, got feedback on those, and I'd encourage you to ask your questions here. And we had a parking update as well, where Rob asked some extremely hard questions, but it was a good hearty discussion about the latest parking figures for the last couple of months in there as well. So it was very good. I'd hope we've got one and a half more, probably the way we're going, about 16 more before the end of term. But I'd really encourage you to come along because, even especially if you don't agree with the way this is going, I'd highly recommend you come in and get your voice heard in that group because, that's where a lot of the rubber hits the road, if you pardon the pun.
Busy.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay, have we got any questions on the Access Hamilton report in here? If not, thanks. Oh, sorry. Try pressing the buzzer so I know. No, just so I know.
Personal macro mobility hires, is that Lime, is it? Oh, micro, the exact opposite. So it says there's a code of practice. Is that in the agreement that the City Council has with, are the people called Lime? Is that the name of the?
Yes, so that code of practice is a standard code of practice that we will be using for any operator that we issue a permit to trade or operate in the city.
And that covers things like where the scooters are allowed to be parked and how frequently they have to be juiced up and things, or what?
So the operational facts, like how often they're going to juice, is very much up to the operator. Obviously, if an e-scooter is flat, then it won't get used and they won't get money, so that's an operational issue for them. It doesn't talk specifically about locations for the e-scooters to be parked, but talks about the way they're parked, so that's not on footpaths, creating a safety issue and that sort of thing.
Hang on, Gary's asked a question. He's entitled to ask one now. Yeah, but he's entitled to check there. He's only got 2 questions, so just let Robin finish.
So keep going, yeah.
So it includes things like the sort of data and information that they're going to be providing us with. It's got a number of components in it. Part of that reporting is the number of e-scooters that are being disposed of and how they're being disposed. It has a wide range of things included in that code.
Could I recommend that that be attached to the Chief Executive's report, the Code of Practice? Because these are questions a number of us get asked or come up on social media, so if we all, it's up to us to have a look at that.
Yeah, a lot of people just ask, what are the rules?
Yeah, well, we can flick them that or tell them what's in it. Okay, I've got a question from Leo.
Yeah, I was just trying to find it. I understand, Mark, that there's an age limit on these Lime scooter riders, is that correct?
Yeah, that's one that Lime itself puts on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 18.
18. And who enforces that?
Well, I saw that email myself.
Oh, I just seen a number of kids around on these Lime scooters and I think, holy hell. Yep.
So it's a Lime scooter rule, not a Hamilton City rule, not an NZTA rule, so it's up to Lime scooters to enforce.
Yeah, look, I think we're getting into some detailed areas, not that they shouldn't be asked, but we don't need to do it in a meeting. Shouldn't be asked by Gary, I should have said. No. All right, look, we're moving on to the Vision Zero update. Number 53, page 202 to 203. And there are the entries for the year there, unfortunately, on page, paragraph 54. Questions, I've got Ryan first.
This isn't the right one, or whether it's the Vision Zero, but I think if I ask the question, I'll get it out of the way anyway. Is that all right? It's just a simple question.
I don't know what the question is yet.
Just this, it's probably later on, the speed restrictions. I see there's a 40k in the urban, residential
It's
urban.
definitely not the right place. This is about the response to the deaths in the city.
So I can come back.
Yeah, I think the other bit's coming up later, isn't it? So there's nothing on that. We'll move on to the Public Transport Joint Committee, and Jason is the person to question on this, who's up the back. Is there anything on that? One thing I'll just say about that is we're trying to send out to councillors the monthly passenger numbers update. So if you're not getting that or you want to get a bit more detail on it, Leo or I may know, but equally Jason can get hold of more figures, or we can go straight to Andrew Wilson at the Regional Council. That's where they're coming from. But certainly things are looking positive in that area compared with the 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. Yep. Okay, there's nothing on that. We're moving on to the what's called the low cost, low risk program for transportation. Oh, where was that? Did I miss that? Oh, so I did too, sorry. 63, page 204, Regional Transport Committee. I must have skipped right past that. Sorry. So this is the higher level planning committee of the Regional Council on Transport. If there's no questions on that, and a lot of the stuff can be done offline as well. Then now we're on to the low cost, low risk program, paragraph 66 onwards. Any questions on that? Underneath, the submission on the Road to Zero National Road Safety Strategy. Ryan's, he's back in play now.
Question, page 270 on the attachment to that reference, regional speed management policies.
Yeah.
Just for clarity, we've got a 40k proposed speed limit for urban residential areas. Is this the end of 50k's, or are there still 50k spots?
So that regional speed management plan was actually part of the RTC update, so, but it's not the end of 50k's. No, 50k's is still a very appropriate speed limit for a lot of roads. 40K is aimed at the local residential streets, where the purpose of the road is to get people to their homes.
So, just to follow
But
up.
perhaps to add to that, we as Hamilton City Council are particularly making sure the new streets like that are 40 k's from the start. There's a heck of a lot of 50k ones still around, aren't there, Robin?
Yes,
Yeah,
and
so
the intention
that
is...
we haven't addressed that issue with the older ones in all cases. Some we have.
Yeah, so I guess just to be clear, that the document that Councillor Ryan is reading is the draft speed management, the regional speed management plan proposal. That has been built at a regional level, builds on a lot of what we've got in our speed management plan. The 40k speed limit is for the residential streets. It's not for the main roads that are, moving vehicles and goods around the place. So it fits in with what we have already got in place with our regional speed management plan.
So is there any move to reduce or remove those 50k spots or not?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that have a list of the roads?
So I've got Mark next.
Oh, no. Look, I just want to say thank you for the submission that you put a heck of a lot of work into. Really appreciate that. I'm happy to endorse it. It's going through. That's all.
Yep. Sorry, Gary, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say I haven't noticed the attachment. So I was just asking what page it was.
270, or the bit that we were referring to.
And that has, okay. Thank you, Dave.
That's the regional one, not our one. We have the ultimate power to determine speed limits within the city boundary, except for state highways.
So, for example, will a road like Berescourt Road become 40k?
I couldn't say off the top of my head. I'd have to check with the map. I'd just have to check. If I say an answer, it'll be wrong for sure.
Okay, the map isn't part of this agenda?
No, so this one that we're talking to is a previous agenda item, and it's the regional speed management plan. As I said, it's built on what we've got in the city via our Hamilton City speed management plan, and that has been adopted. It's sitting on the council website. I can.
But it's a set of principles that we then have to do specific.
You have to apply across the streets.
Specific decisions after the appropriate consultation on individual streets or parts of streets.
So it hasn't been applied yet?
Not to Berescott Road, but it was last week to a number of streets.
So we're working through. We took through the Regulatory and Hearings Committee last month a series of speed limit changes for River Road, Horsham Downs Road, Ballman Road, Pardoa, Claudelands Bridge. We're out consulting currently on another tranche which has a variety of 30k speed limits and 40. So 30k in Bader Street and around the 5 Crossroads shops, and an extension in London Street where we're busy doing some work at the moment, and 40k's in local residential streets, and most of these are new streets that are being built by developers to a standard that's very fitting for a 40k speed restriction. So we're progressively working through.
Okay. Where do, sorry, and maybe I have had these delivered to me, but where do we get access to that document?
So it's on the website. I can send you a link to that, send councillors a link to that speed management plan. Yes.
Thank you. And this is going through consultation, or this is a...
So the speed management plan was adopted through this committee, was it the last meeting before that?
Before, 2 meetings ago,
2 meetings ago. Was it that? So that was the plan, and that had the map of where we're intending to go, and then we work progressively through the consultation process, and we take the results of that consultation to the Hearings and Regulatory Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, thanks. We're on to the parking management plan.
Parking management is 206.
Transport, page 205.
206.
206, sorry. Right. Okay. Any questions? Move on now. So is that which was? Okay, we'll move on to the, hang on, I'm looking at a different, oh yeah. Have we done Hamilton Parking Management Plan? We have? Okay, Waste Task Force update on page 207. Any questions? No? Move on. Yeah, well, you can ask her. Is there a question or? Okay. Annual update of drinking water compliance and risk.
Sorry, Jeff, Siki wanted to talk to the
Yeah, but she.
Update you on what's happening with waste.
Oh, sorry, yeah, go for it.
That's what I meant.
Sorry, go for it, Siki.
Thank you, thank you. Look, just quickly, you probably know about Plastic Free July. There was some great partnerships were done with cafes and also some initiatives within Hamilton City Council, which were really cool, about lunchbox library, reusable bags initiative, and borrow bags. I wish you had all been there at our meeting. It was very exciting. So next time, come along. Well, actually, it was the last one, so. In the new, too late now, sorry. One of the cool things is the partnership with hospice that's happening at the Wasteman's conference that's in September. And it's about buying nothing new. And it's a retro, the evening at the conference, the gala dinner will be sort of a retro theme. So you have to basically buy or borrow from hospice who are going to have a stall stand there at the Wasteman's, borrow some clothes to go to the gala dinner, which I thought was a great idea. Also, I mean, the team is amazing. I have to say they're just working so hard towards next year's new waste management when we get environmental waste on board, and it is a massive, massive job. If you ever get a chance to drive around on a Monday morning around Hillcrest and see the mountains of rubbish there and what we have to deal with next year, I take my hat off to the team, and I just want to thank them officially because they've done an amazing job. And I just, what they still have to set up and educate. Well, we've got 55,000 households or more, and they all get 4 bins, you know, so it's going to be an exciting time, and maybe the new councillors will get enrolled in helping put out the bins. What do you think about that? Next year. Everybody's excited. Okay, I can hear that. It's the hourly rate. No, there's no extra payment for that. Thank you so much for that indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and the next one is the annual update of drinking water compliance and risk. Still on page 207. No questions? Okay. And Project Watershed, page 208. No questions? I think that might be it, is it? Yep. Oh, is there?
Further to the elected member briefings for the Project Watershed, which were held last week or the week before, we do have, we'd like to have elected members just note the Project Watershed plan that will be submitted to the Regional Council and to be included in their 2021 financial year budget planning. That means that the team will submit that through to Regional Council, which is part of our service level agreement with Regional Council to provide that, but that does not omit this council in the new triennium to have how those dollars are spent or have some say should there be changes that are required. So So to make the recommendation clearer, I did put an error in there and I said approve, and it should not be approve, it should be notes. So that we've just said notes the proposed Hamilton City Council project watershed 1-year plan will be submitted to Waikato Regional Council for approval through their 2021 annual plan process. I don't think they refer to it as the annual plan, but just the intent of that through Regional Council.
Yeah. This bloody... There's a ghost in this computer. Okay, there's a grid there, that the project area delivery, project description activity. Then there's some dollars down there, $133,000 to stream cleaning.
Yes.
Tells them some streams. Are those satisfactory? Is that enough?
That is the Regional Council proportion or contribution to that program.
Okay.
And so there is an HCC contribution that we add to that as well to increase the total.
Okay, so Hamilton City Council ratepayers pay rates to the Waikato Regional Council.
Yes.
Because the Waikato Regional Council is in charge of these things. Tell me if I'm wrong, because
Yes.
I'm often wrong. Okay, so why doesn't the Waikato Regional Council pay at all?
I'll have Adam answer that.
There's certain obligations.
Technical question?
Certain obligations from the HGC ratepayers within the boundary to maintain assets that we own.
Okay, so that's a deal that it's been struck historically, and yep, okay.
Correct.
All right, so Evelisa, you so the $133,700 for the first project, stream cleaning, would that be a tenth, a half, 90% of the cost?
It's 33%.
Oh, is it 33%? Okay, is that the
Yep,
is that
so
the agreed thing? Is it? Oh, okay, all right. Because I thought these things looked a bit light. Okay. What is the? This is just 1 year's funding, is it?
Yes.
So all this work has to be done, in the year ended next year, next financial year, within this financial year we're in now, ending in 2020.
The
1 year ahead of that, is
year
it?
ahead.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so we're planning for the future, and it's because of the triennium or end of.
Okay.
So with the new.
And do we do it with our own staff, or do we get contractors in?
Our own staff.
So some of these projects are alongside community groups as well as
Oh,
our
okay,
own
so we do
staff.
this with volunteers sometimes and things
Yes.
like that. This is part of that sort of program, is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Kia ora, I just wanted to ask a question. Do these line up with WRA potential funding opportunities in the coming years as well? I see that, I think Manga Onua, there's a few spelling there, but that's all cool. Just around strategically lining up with WRA funding, because this is all part of the Waikato River catchment, and WRA look for 50%. So is that part of the thinking or the strategy? River Authority, yeah.
Yeah, so the projects through the Waikato River Authority, the funding applications Regional Council submits as part of the Central Catchment Committee or the Integrated Catchment Management. And so within that program or that structure, there are some Waikato River Authority funded projects that we have Regional Council secured funding to complete. I don't believe they aren't included in the Hamilton City Council boundary, some of the projects, but correct, maybe some that are community, but not through us. There may be some community projects with Regional Council that could have secured that funding, and that is definitely something we're looking at working with Regional Council to see how we can use the Waikato River Authority funding to fund some of these projects where they're applicable and meet the criteria.
Got it.
Kia ora.
So we've got the recommendations there, councillors, page 195, and revised up there. I'm happy to move, make a second. All right, any debate, comments? All right, those in favour? Any against? One against. Carry against. And I think that might be the end of the open part of the meeting.
Can I just?
Oh, yes, sorry, I
just
forgot about you.
jump in? So at the end of probably the second longest General Manager's report at the G&I Committee, it falls to me on behalf of the 4 General Managers that serve this committee to thank you all for the work that you've done around this table. I would echo what Dave said earlier in that you have covered an enormous amount of ground, and you know, the advice and the challenge that you've given us around this table has really enhanced the conversation and the outcomes for the city. So thank you very much for your attention and the amount of pages that you've read and for your insightful questions. You haven't always been gentle, but you've always been present and passionate, and I thank you for that and wish you well into the elections.
Thank you, Jen. I'd just like to reiterate some of Dave's comments in his chairman's report and thank the staff for all their hard work, general managers and the staff under them. You guys work incredibly hard and we really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Not here, but I just wanted to thank him, wherever he is, for running a really good meeting. It is a tough one, this one. The items are vast and varied, and so I just want to thank, and also you, Deputy, for supporting him, but in particular
Absolutely.
Councillor McPherson for his hard work and very fair chairing.
Thanks, Angela. All right. So I now resolve that we exclude the public. Do I have a seconder? Mark? Those 4? Any against? No. All right. So let's go to the one item that we've got. Yeah, just the minutes. Move second. Those 4? Those against? All right. Thank you, everyone.